Hello and welcome, my intrepid readers. I am MM2, a wanderer of the cosmic tapestry, straddling both realities and dreams. I've danced on the precipice of the known and the unknown, and today I invite you to join me on an edge-of-your-seat odyssey that blurs the lines between this world and the next. Dive headfirst into Spectral Voyages beyond the veil of mortality. In New York, 2025, a city of dazzling brilliance where the future's gleam touches the heavens. Amidst this, Dr. Augusta Forsyte makes an earth-shattering breakthrough. Her spectral interface doesn't just promise but delivers a gateway between life and death, offering a chance for tearful reunions and echoes of forgotten whispers. But every light casts a shadow. As living souls embrace the allure of the afterlife, the delicate balance wavers, hinting at repercussions no mind could fathom. Embark on a whirlwind of emotions as enigmas unravel, passions ignite, and loyalties are put to the test. Spectral Voyages beyond the veil of mortality isn't just a story, it's an experience. It bridges the realms of cutting-edge science and the age-old mysteries of the spirit, making one question the very essence of being. So before you listen to this story, take a deep breath and ponder. Are you truly ready to face the astounding revelations that lie beyond the veil? Because, brave reader, venturing into this tale means embracing the unimaginable. Fasten your seatbelts and hold on to your souls. Let the heart-pounding journey begin, my friends. Chapter 1. Seeds of Curiosity. Augusta Forsyte was born in the industrial town of Sheffield in the United Kingdom. Her father, Edwin Forsyte, was an esteemed metallurgist, and her mother, Clara Forsyte, was a brilliant neurologist. Augusta was named after her maternal grandmother, a strong-willed woman known for her pioneering spirit. Edwin's job at the local steel factory led to long hours and days often consumed by work, but whenever he could, he found time to impart his love of material sciences to young Augusta. Despite her demanding career, Clara always managed to engage Augusta in lively discussions about the mysteries of the human mind. Augusta's parents weren't just providers, they were her first teachers, kindling in her an unquenchable thirst for knowledge. In their small yet cozy home, conversations around the dinner table were less about daily life and more about atoms, neurons, and the fabric of the universe. The question wasn't how was your day, but rather, what did you discover today? Augusta's childhood was filled with scientific experiments and intellectual exploration. Her parents had a special gift for making complex concepts seem accessible and intriguing. Birthday gifts often came in the form of chemistry sets, physics books, and brain teasers. Her toys were stethoscopes, microscopes, and telescopes, allowing her to examine the world from the smallest microorganism to the vast cosmos. In school, Augusta quickly gained a reputation as an exceptional student. With her parents' influence, she showed an early affinity for science and math. She also had a unique ability to view problems from different perspectives and see beyond the obvious, making her an insightful and innovative problem solver. Augusta chose to study for college at the University of Cambridge, known for its rigorous scientific programs. Here she studied both physics and neuroscience in homage to her parents. During these years, Augusta developed an interest in death, not as an end, but as a mystery of existence. She was captivated by the questions that lie at the intersection of neuroscience and quantum physics. Can consciousness exist outside the body? What happens to it when we die? Her parents were supportive, albeit puzzled by her morbid fascination. They had no way of knowing that their daughter would one day stand at the forefront of unveiling what had been the ultimate mystery to humankind. Augusta's passion for knowledge evolved into a life mission in these formative years. Unbeknownst to her, she was embarking on a path that would revolutionize her life and the world's understanding of life, death, and the ethereal plane in between. Clara Forsyte, Augusta's mother and guiding light, fell ill during Augusta's final year at Cambridge. It was an aggressive form of brain cancer, insidious and incurable. Despite her medical knowledge and resources, Clara was powerless against the rapid progression of the disease. Augusta returned home to Sheffield, taking a hiatus from her studies to be with her ailing mother. It was a painful period, marked by a desperate race against time, moments of hope followed by crushing despair. "I wish I could stay with you, my dear," Clara murmured during one of their late-night conversations. She lay in bed, her once vibrant eyes now dulled by illness. Yet her spirit remained indomitable, and in her final days, she spoke more about the mysteries of the mind and life than her impending departure. "But you are, Mother," Augusta whispered back, fighting the tears threatening to spill from her eyes. "You are with me in every equation I solve, in every theory I explore." Clara smiled softly, reaching out to hold her daughter's hand. "That's comforting, my love, but I mean something else. I wish there were a way for us to interact, even when I'm gone. A way for me to guide you from the other side." Those words lingered in Augusta's mind long after her mother breathed her last breath. A void was left in her life, one she tried to fill with her work and research. But in the quiet moments, when the loss of her mother felt too great to bear, she recalled her mother's wish. "That's it," Augusta whispered to herself one sleepless night, staring at her reflection in the darkened window. "A way to interact from the other side." It became her obsession, the beacon that guided her through the labyrinth of grief and gave her a renewed sense of purpose. She returned to Cambridge, throwing herself into research with unprecedented fervor. Hours turned into days and weeks as she pored over literature, formulated theories and performed experiments. Her professors were amazed by her commitment, and even more by her audacious proposal. "Are you suggesting we could communicate with the dead, Augusta?" asked Professor Hathaway, an old yet sharp-eyed physicist. "Not just communicate, Professor," Augusta replied, a spark in her eyes. "Visit." The idea was met with skepticism, yet Augusta was undeterred. She knew the path was laden with hurdles, but she was driven by her love for her mother and a need to fulfill her last wish. In 2025, Dr. Augusta Forsythe stood on the precipice of a discovery that could change the world. Her latest innovation, the Spectral interface, was a device unlike any before it. It was designed to allow people to glimpse the spirit world, a realm that had been the subject of countless tales, mythologies, and cultural narratives. This prospect was thrilling, daunting, and imbued with an untapped potential that excited and intimidated her. The Spectral interface was a blend of advanced engineering and groundbreaking biochemistry. It involved a capsule designed to house users and immerse them in a uniquely formulated neurochemical solution. This solution was created to induce clinical death, temporarily halting bodily functions without causing physical harm while preserving consciousness. Leveraging quantum technology, the Spectral interface would then project the user's consciousness into the spirit world. Although the process was complex and frightening, Augusta was confident in her design. However, the Spectral interface was yet to be tested. The notion of transporting one's consciousness to an unknown realm was an endeavor fraught with risk. But Augusta, driven by her insatiable curiosity and desire to bridge the divide between the living and the spirit world, was determined to make the first foray into this uncharted territory herself. Augusta, being a philanthropist at heart, Augusta's vision extended beyond her aspirations. She saw the potential of the Spectral interface as a tool to deepen the human understanding of life and death, to comfort those grieving, and to offer unprecedented insights into the enigma of existence. However, she was keenly aware that the development and improvement of such technology required significant funding. The elite of New York, the social class that often sought out the newest, most exciting novelties, had already shown interest in the Spectral interface. Augusta was wary of the wealthy monopolizing access to the spirit world, but she also recognized their role in funding her research and advancing her mission. As she imagined, the spirit world was an ethereal plane where time and space behaved differently, and thoughts and emotions could manifest physically. It was a place where the spirits of the deceased dwelled, glowing with an unearthly light, offering wisdom and solace to those who could reach them. Balancing this fine line between the lure of scientific advancement and the ethical implications it entailed was a challenging feat. But for Augusta, Her vision of a world where everyone could connect with the spectral realm was too significant to forsake. Each day brought her closer to the first test, the first contact with the spirit world, and a future she believed was within reach. The prison of Neo York was an imposing structure, a stark monolith amidst the city's skyline. In 2027, Augusta was granted permission to conduct her first human trial in the prison's infirmary. Her spectral interface had been set up here, a sleek capsule surrounded by various monitors and machines. The atmosphere was tense, with electric anticipation hanging in the air. Medical professionals stood by, ready for any eventuality. Observers, prison officials, and a few of Augusta's colleagues watched with bated breath. And in the center of it was the volunteer, a middle-aged man named Joseph Daniels, serving a life sentence for a murder he had committed during a robbery. Shackled and clad in an orange prison jumpsuit, Joseph shuffled into the room. He glanced at the capsule, then at Augusta. "Doc," he said, his voice echoing in the silent room, I just want to apologize to her, to the woman I killed. You sure this thing will let me do that?" Augusta looked at Joseph, her gaze steady and reassuring. "I believe so, Joseph. This is the purpose of our experiment today. To grant you and hopefully others in the future a chance at closure and redemption." Joseph nodded, swallowing audibly. He climbed into the capsule, helped by the medical staff. As they connected him to various monitors, Augusta turned to the control panel, her fingers dancing over the buttons and switches, initiating the spectral interface. As the capsule hummed to life, Augusta turned to Joseph one last time. "Are you ready?" Joseph looked at Augusta, his expression a mix of fear, regret, and hope. "Let's do this," he said, settling back onto the capsule's cushioned interior. Augusta nodded to the medical team, who closed the capsule, sealing Joseph inside. With a deep breath, Augusta initiated the procedure. A soft glow enveloped the capsule, its luminescence pulsing in rhythm with the hum of the machine. Monitors around the room began to display data: Joseph's vitals, the energy levels of the machine, the neurochemical saturation, and more. Minutes turned into hours, the room filled with the whirring of machines and the occasional murmur of observers. Then, after 3 hours, Augusta began the process of retrieval. The capsule's glow gradually dimmed, and when it finally faded, the medical team rushed forward to open the capsule. Joseph lay there, his eyes closed, his breath steady. He opened his eyes after a moment, looking around the room in confusion before his gaze landed on Augusta. "I saw her. I said sorry, and she forgave me," he whispered, tears streaming down his face. "She forgave me." Augusta let out a sigh of relief, a small smile creeping onto her face. This was just the beginning, but the first step had been taken, a step towards a realm unknown and a future filled with possibilities. For Augusta, it was a step closer to fulfilling her mother's last wish. News of Augusta's groundbreaking experiment spread like wildfire. From the top headlines of the Neo York Times to the trending posts on social media platforms, Augusta and her spectral interface became the center of global attention. Every news outlet, every journalist, every talk show host wanted a piece of the story that had redefined the boundaries of life and death. Yet Augusta knew that her first responsibility was toward the scientific community. She embarked on a 3-month lecture tour, starting from her alma mater, Cambridge, and spanning major universities and research institutions worldwide. With her on this tour was Joseph Daniels, who had been granted special permission to accompany her under the watchful eyes of his guards. Each lecture was a packed event, the auditoriums filled with scholars, students, and enthusiasts. Augusta would take the stage, her presence commanding immediate silence and attention. She would start by detailing the journey that led her to create the spectral interface, each lecture a delicate blend of personal narrative and scientific exploration. "This was not a journey that started in a laboratory," she would say, her voice resonating through the hushed audience. "It started at the bedside of my dying mother. She made a wish to guide me from the other side, and I..." I promised to find a way. She would then delve into the science behind her creation, the combination of quantum physics and neuroscience, the neurochemical solution, the method of inducing clinical death, and consciousness projection. Augusta presented her data, process, successes and failures, not shying away from the complexities and challenges she faced. After Augusta's lecture, Joseph would be brought to the stage. Despite the guards flanking him, he commanded a different kind of respect, a quiet acknowledgement of his unique experience. He would recount his journey into the spectral realm, his encounter with the woman he had killed, and the forgiveness he had received. Though simple and unpolished, his words hit hard, moving many in the audience to tears. "I saw her," he would start, his voice trembling yet steady. "She was radiant, peaceful. I apologized. I felt my heart shattering as I did. And then she forgave me." The tour was not just a dissemination of knowledge, but a sharing of human experience, hope, and redemption. Augusta's spectral interface was no longer just a scientific marvel. It had become a symbol of closure and forgiveness, a beacon for those seeking answers beyond the realm of the living. The world was watching, and Augusta Forsyte, once just a curious child from Sheffield, was leading them into the future, into the spectral realm. Chapter 2. Shadows Behind the Glass. The Spectral Interface facility, located on the outskirts of New York, was a marvel of modern architecture. Aesthetically pleasing yet highly functional, the building had been designed to mirror the dual nature of the spectral interface itself, a fusion of science and spirituality. The facility was a sprawling compound of steel and glass, reflective surfaces glinting in the England sun. The main building housed the Spectral Interface Chamber, a domed structure with a high skylight roof to allow natural light to flood the room, lending an almost divine aura to the Spectral Interface capsule at its center. Around the main building were various administrative and research wings, a medical bay, and meticulously maintained gardens that offered serene spaces for post-experience reflection. Subterranean levels housed state-of-the-art laboratories and secured storage for the neurochemical solution, pivotal to the operation of the spectral interface. Overseeing the facility was a board of directors composed of high-profile individuals, seasoned politicians, wealthy investors, renowned scientists, and influential lobbyists. Though their backgrounds varied, their goal was the same: to control the spectral interface and capitalize on its potential. Officially, the government justified its takeover of the spectral interface as a matter of national interest. Behind the scenes, however, it was clear that the elite and powerful were pulling the strings, manipulating the spectral interface's usage and access for their benefit. Despite holding the patent, Augusta found herself pushed into a corner. As the creator, she was given a seat on the board, but those seeking profit and control suppressed her vision for the spectral interface. The facility symbolized progress and controversy, a testament to humanity's advancement into unknown territories, and a beacon of societal inequalities. It starkly contrasted Augusta's humble beginnings and initial intentions for her invention. But despite the struggles, she remained resolute, vowing to regain control and steer her invention back to its intended course. The Spectral Interface facility's sleek glass-walled boardroom was a hub of power and decision-making. Around the polished black marble table sat the facility's board of directors, influential figures shrouded in tailored suits and the unmistakable air of authority. At the head of the table, Richard Klein, the board's chairman, led the meeting. Richard commanded the room with his imposing presence. At 58 years old, standing at 5'8" and weighing 240 pounds, his stout figure exuded a sense of authority. His hands moved emphatically with every word he spoke, illustrating his points with sweeping gestures. Richard was known for being direct and outspoken, often punctuating his sentences with colourful curse words. His confident stride as he walked exuded a self-assuredness that demanded attention. Motivated by money and driven by ambition, Richard was a force to be reckoned with in the business world. "Ghost tours," Richard announced, a self-satisfied smile tugging at the corner of his lips. "That's what we'll call them. It has a certain charm to it, don't you think?" There was a murmur of agreement around the table, a chorus of yeses echoing through the room. The term ghost tours certainly added an element of intrigue and allure, cleverly disguising the stark reality of the million-dollar ticket to the spirit world. "But," interjected Augusta, her voice firm, "the spectral interface wasn't designed for tours. It was intended to bring closure, not to become an amusement ride for thrill-seekers." "We understand, Augusta," said Margot Hartley, an influential investor with a reputation for ruthlessness, her voice laced with feigned sympathy. "But we need funding for the facility for future research. Without these ghost tours, we risk stagnation." "A necessary evil, Augusta," added Dr. Patrick Wang, a highly regarded neuroscientist, his voice carrying a note of regret. "We need to explore the full potential of the interface, and for that, we need capital." The decision had been made. The spectral interface was to become a luxury experience for the rich and influential. Ghost tours, they would call it, a euphemism to mask the disturbing reality of the inequality it was breeding. The boardroom was filled with a cold, tangible sense of triumph. But for Augusta, it was a heartbreaking moment. Her vision, her hope for the technology, had been overridden by the board's pursuit of profit. It was devastating, but Augusta knew the fight wasn't over. The ghost tours may have won this round, but the purpose and spirit of her invention were far from defeated. The ghost tours commenced soon after the board's decision, becoming an immediate sensation amongst the world's elite. Augusta had no choice but to watch as her beloved spectral interface was reduced to a luxurious thrill ride. Billionaire entrepreneur Edward Harris, the first paying customer, was scheduled for the maiden voyage. His reputation as a thrill-seeker was well known. The media referred to him as an adrenaline junkie. For him, the ultimate thrill was the opportunity to journey into the spirit world. Augusta found herself in the chamber, looking at the spectral interface capsule. She had seen it countless times, but today it held a different meaning. As she watched Edward Harris prepare for his journey, she felt a strange mix of dread and resignation. Edward, oozing confidence, glanced at Augusta. "Quite a creation you've got here, Dr. Forsyte," he said, his voice reverberating through the chamber. "Thank you, Mr. Harris," Augusta replied, forcing a smile. "Remember, this isn't just an adventure. It's an opportunity for connection, understanding, and closure. Treat it with respect." Edward nodded, a flicker of seriousness crossing his face. "Of course, Dr. Forsyte. I'm aware of the gravity of this journey." As the medical team prepared Edward for his voyage, Augusta felt an unexpected surge of hope. Perhaps even with the ghost tours, the true spirit of the spectral interface could still reach people. Maybe through these experiences, the world would come to see her creation for what it truly was, not a plaything for the wealthy, but a tool of understanding, healing, and unity. With a heavy heart, she watched as Edward was placed in the capsule. The doors of the interface closed, the machine hummed to life, and the first ghost tour commenced. The future of the spectral interface, her invention, was unfolding before her eyes, and Augusta was ready to face whatever came next. The spirit world was unlike anything Edward Harris had ever experienced. It was an ethereal landscape, a vast expanse of soft, diffused light and floating fragments of color, like an abstract painting come to life. A surreal tranquility pervaded the air, a profound silence that was both calming and slightly unnerving. In this spectral realm, Edward encountered three spirits. The first was a woman, her form an amorphous blend of light and shadow. She introduced herself as Abigail, his childhood nanny, who had passed away when he was a teen. Their conversation was tender and nostalgic, stirring memories that Edward had long forgotten. The second spirit he met was a man with a stern yet kind visage. He identified himself as Charles, a great-uncle whom Edward had never met, but had heard stories about. Charles shared stories of his life and imparted wisdom, leaving Edward with a deeper understanding of his family history. But the most significant encounter was the third one. a woman whose radiant form was immediately familiar to him. It was his grandmother, who had passed before Edward was born, but whose pictures he'd seen in family albums. His mother had often spoken of her with a deep fondness and longing. In a voice that was like a soft echo, his grandmother said, "Edward, tell your mother, my beautiful girl, that I watch over her every day. Tell her I am proud of the woman she has become and the hardships she has overcome. And tell her to find joy in every moment, for life is fleeting, but love is eternal." Edward, profoundly moved by the encounter, assured his grandmother he would convey the message. The experience in the spirit world, initially a thrill-seeking adventure for him, turned into a transformative journey. He felt a deep connection to his past and the universal human experience of love and loss. When Edward was revived in the spectral interface chamber, he felt a surge of emotions. His eyes glistened with unshed tears, and his heart ached with a profound sense of connection and understanding. His journey had given him more than just a thrilling adventure. It had given him closure, wisdom, and a message of love to carry back to his mother. After Edward's journey, he requested to see Augusta in her office, a cozy, cluttered space filled with blueprints, prototypes, and books. The walls adorned with awards and recognitions were a stark contrast to the simple wooden desk and the warm, welcoming aura of the room. As Edward walked in, Augusta rose from her chair, a warm smile lighting up her face. "Edward," she began, "I've heard about your experience." Edward nodded, his eyes reflecting a depth Augusta had not seen before. "It was extraordinary, Augusta. It was life-altering." Augusta smiled. "I'm glad, Edward. The interface was created for connection and closure. I'm glad you could experience it. It's not just about thrill or adventure, Augusta. It's a transformative journey," Edward mused. "I came here for a unique experience, but left with a deep understanding and connection. It's invaluable." Moved by Edward's sincere words, Augusta nodded. That's what the spectral interface was intended for. It was never about ghost tours or adventures, but understanding, healing, and closure. Edward paused before announcing, "I'd like to donate $10 million to the facility, Augusta, for future research and to ensure this experience is accessible to more people, and I would like to journey again in the future." Augusta was taken aback. "Edward, that's incredibly generous. Your support means a lot to the facility and to me personally." After the meeting, Edward faced the media, sharing his transformative experience with the world. His interview sparked interest and intrigue, leading to a surge in his company's stock prices. Augusta watched from the sidelines, filled with renewed hope. Edward's experience and donation could be the spark needed to shift the spectral interface's usage direction. His genuine transformation had reminded Augusta of the true purpose of her creation, fueling her determination to continue her fight for the soul of the spectral interface. Chapter 3. A Life Beyond the Lab. Augusta, an attractive and vibrant woman standing at 5'3", exuded confidence and warmth wherever she went. With her well-maintained physique and stylish attire, she effortlessly caught the attention of those around her. At work, she could often be seen donning her lab coat, fully engrossed in her scientific endeavors, her long blonde hair flowing with every determined step she took. But Augusta's vibrant life extended far beyond her professional pursuits. She valued relationships above all else, cherishing her tight-knit group of friends, fellow scientists, and childhood pals. With her extreme friendliness and compassionate nature, she quickly became the heart and soul of her neighborhood book club, where her insightful contributions were always eagerly awaited. Her social circle was a source of joy and rejuvenation for her, and she reveled in the shared experiences they embraced. From invigorating hiking trips in the great outdoors to engaging in pottery classes, her passion for exploration knew no bounds. And when the time came for their cherished wine and science nights, Augusta's charismatic leadership ensured that laughter and knowledge flowed equally. Beyond her outward accomplishments, her greatest strength lay in her genuine care for people and her love for animals. She deeply appreciated the bond between humans and their furry companions, and her heart always melted at the sight of a wagging tail, or a purring kitten. Augusta possessed a remarkable sense of humor that could light up any room, her infectious smile leaving a lasting impression on all who encountered her. But beneath her effervescent exterior, her biggest fear resided, the fear of failure. It drove her to continually push herself and strive for excellence in her personal and professional life. In her world, the connections she forged and the impact she made on others truly mattered. She treasured the moments of laughter, support, and shared growth. Through her leadership, compassion, and unwavering commitment to relationships, she embarked on a life that exemplified the power of human connection and the joy of embracing each day with a smile. Augusta lived in a quaint two-story flat nestled in the quiet suburbs of New York. It was a serene neighborhood, a stark contrast to the high-tech hub of the Spectral interface facility. The charming homes, lined with blooming azaleas and aged oak trees, were a haven of tranquility and normalcy, far from the cutting-edge spectacle that was her work. Her home, a comforting embodiment of her simple tastes, was a lovely mix of vintage charm and modern comfort. The facade, a warm shade of yellow with white window frames, held an inviting front porch. Inside, bookshelves lined the walls of her cozy living room, housing an impressive collection of scientific journals and classic literature, reflecting her voracious appetite for knowledge. But perhaps the most cherished part of her home was the presence of her two cats, Schrödinger and Tesla, her loyal companions through the triumphs and trials of her life. Augusta's life outside the lab was as rich and fulfilling as her professional pursuits. It was a perfect balance that kept her grounded, offering comfort and rejuvenation amidst the high-stakes world of the spectral interface. On the weekend, Augusta yearns for a different kind of fulfillment that touches her soul. Augusta's grandmother started taking her to Peace Hill Community Church as a child. The church had been a constant source of inspiration and a place where she felt connected to something greater. At the helm of this beloved sanctuary stood Pastor John, a revered figure at 62, whose life was the very epitome of devotion. For over 40 enriching years, his sonorous voice had filled the air, delivering the word of God with an unwavering conviction that echoed through the hearts of the congregation. Married to his soulmate and blessed with 4 wonderful children, Pastor John was not just a shepherd to his flock, but the living embodiment of the principles he fervently preached. His unyielding dedication to guiding lost souls toward the light and nurturing a deeper, more profound connection with the divine was not just his calling, it was his very essence. Yet, things changed for Augusta after the advent of the spectral interface and her subsequent rise to prominence. Previously, Pastor John had been very fond of Augusta and respected her as a cherished church member. He admired her sharp intellect, her kindness, and her dedication to making the world a better place. However, as her invention garnered attention, Pastor John's perception shifted. He became increasingly reserved when discussing her achievements, as though he was unsure of how her scientific pursuits aligned with the spiritual values he held dear. The last time Augusta attended a service, she felt profound discomfort. She found herself amidst sideways glances and whispers. The warmth and acceptance she had always associated with her church vanished. During the service, Pastor John stood at the pulpit, his commanding presence capturing the attention of everyone in the vast church, delivering a sermon that struck a personal chord with Augusta. His voice filled the vast church, reaching every corner, every ear. "It is our duty as children of God to respect his creations," he said, his eyes scanning the congregation, resting momentarily on Augusta. "We must remember that there are realms meant to be left untouched, the mysteries of which are known to God alone." With each sentence, Pastor John's hands moved with purpose, emphasizing key points and painting vivid imagery to convey the depth of his message. Every gesture was deliberate and measured, drawing attention to the significance of the words being spoken. As he walked across the stage, Pastor John's gait displayed a steadfast determination. His steps were deliberate, his posture erect, reflecting his firm resolve and unwavering commitment to his faith and the well-being of his congregation. A murmur spread through the congregation. Augusta felt the weight of many eyes turned to her. The message, while veiled, was unmistakable. After the service, Augusta approached Pastor John, a lump forming in her throat. "Pastor John," she began, "I never intended to defy God's will. My work aims to bridge the gap between our world and the next, to bring peace and closure." Pastor John, a kind man by nature, seemed torn. "Augusta," he said, his voice heavy, "your intentions might be pure, but tampering with God's creation, prying into realms we are not meant to understand. It is troubling. It can lead us down dangerous paths." Augusta left the church that day carrying a heavy heart. She had lost her spiritual sanctuary, a significant part of her identity. But she also felt a steely resolve forming within her. She was not evil. Her work was not evil. It was revolutionary. It was healing. And she had faith that one day people would understand. The disapproval from the church community was a blow, but Augusta found solace in her work and friends. Though some deemed the spectral realm unnatural, Augusta knew its positive impact on people like Edward Harris was real and significant. She immersed herself in her research, delving deeper into the possibilities of the spectral interface. In her quiet home, with Schrödinger and Tesla purring by her side, she meticulously studied the data from Edward's trip, looking for ways to improve and refine the spectral interface. Her friends were her pillars during this time, their support unwavering. Whether it was a long walk in the city park, a pottery class that left them laughing, or a simple night in with a good bottle of wine and stimulating conversation, they were her grounding force. Augusta had also taken to gardening with renewed enthusiasm. Every seed she planted, every flower that bloomed, served as a reminder of life's natural cycle and the interconnectedness of all things. It was a balm to the soul, a soothing counterpoint to the storm stirred up by her groundbreaking invention. The first few weeks after the ghost tour were a whirlwind. The media buzz around Edward's experience continued, thrusting Augusta and the Spectral Interface facility further into the limelight. Augusta faced the glare of camera flashes and a daily barrage of questions from the media outside the Spectral Interface facility. The fascination with the Spectral Interface had reached a fever pitch. Inside the facility, things were no less hectic. The boardroom was buzzing with activity as members of the board discussed the unprecedented demand for the Spectral Interface. "Bookings are through the roof," exclaimed Richard. "The ghost tours are booked solid for the next 3 months." "The testimonials are amazing," added Dr. Lena Sims, a renowned psychologist. "People are experiencing emotional healing like never before." "That's all well and good," interjected Augusta. "But what about the people who can't afford this? The Spectral Interface was meant to help to heal, not to become an exclusive club for the wealthy." Despite the controversy, the Spectral Interface gained popularity amongst those who could afford the steep price tag. The experiences and testimonials of the participants slowly shifted public perception, revealing the Spectral Interface as a tool of connection, healing, and understanding. At a local cafe near the facility, patrons, too, were abuzz with conversations about the Spectral Interface. "Did you hear about the Spectral Interface?" a young man with glasses asked his friend. "Someone said they spoke with Albert Einstein. I'd give anything to see my grandma one more time," murmured a waitress, who overheard the conversation while pouring coffee. Even with the burgeoning acceptance, Augusta held on to her initial vision for the Spectral Interface. Her dream of making it accessible to everyone became her driving force, a goal she was determined to achieve. Back at Augusta's lab, she was poring over data when a board member named Corey walked in, a concerned look on his face. "How are you holding up, Augusta?" Corey inquired gently, seeing the tired lines etched on her face. "It's overwhelming, Corey. People see the Spectral Interface as entertainment or luxury therapy. That's not what I envisioned." Augusta sighed. "What did you envision?" he probed. "A bridge," she whispered. "A bridge between hearts across realms. Healing, closure, and understanding for all, not just the ones who can pay for it." As Augusta navigated this new phase, her mother's words echoed in her mind. "The world can be slow to accept change, Augusta, but do not falter. Believe in your work and press on. Now more than ever, these words were her guiding beacon, illuminating her path in the face of adversity. Chapter 4. A Frightful Encounter. Arnold Preston was a man with an infamous reputation. The tales of brutality and unscrupulousness shadowed his wealth. His latest venture brought him to the Spectral Interface facility. He aimed to meet the notorious gangster, Jimmy the Snake Ricardo, who had supposedly hidden a vast treasure before his death. Upon entering the Spectral Interface chamber, Arnold felt a jolt of anticipation and an undercurrent of fear. The room, gleaming with advanced technology, seemed to hum with an eerie resonance as he lay down in the spectral pod. The operators worked efficiently around him, strapping him in and checking his vitals. The machine whirred to life, a countdown timer ticking off the seconds to his spectral journey. Arnold's heart pounded against his chest, and then everything went dark. Arnold stood in a monochrome world, a spectral cityscape stretching out around him. He could make out the shapes of buildings and cars. Everything seemed familiar yet different, touched by an ethereal quality. His heart pounded as he wandered the spectral city, a sense of dread clinging to him. After what felt like hours, he saw a figure approaching him. As it got closer, Arnold recognized the intimidating figure of Jimmy the Snake Ricardo. The ghostly image of the infamous gangster stood before him, a sneer on his spectral face. "You're looking for something, Preston?" Jimmy's voice echoed around him, a chilling blend of scorn and amusement. I want to know about the treasure, Jimmy. Where is it?" Arnold stammered, trying to mask his fear with a display of bravado. Jimmy laughed, a sound that echoed ominously around them. "You think you can just walk into my world and demand answers?" "I have the right to be here," Arnold retorted, but his voice faltered, revealing his apprehension. "But do you have the right to my secrets, Preston?" Jimmy's spectral eyes glowed menacingly. "You're in my world now, and in this world you play by my rules." The spectral cityscape around Arnold seemed to shift and distort. The buildings stretched upwards, their heights seeming to blot out the sky. The temperature dropped, and a bone-chilling wind swept across the spectral plain. Arnold felt a fear unlike anything he had ever experienced. It was a feeling of complete vulnerability, a terrifying realization that he was not in control. The spectral world had shown him a side of the afterlife that was haunting and foreboding, serving as a mirror to his nature. His spectral journey ended with no information about the hidden treasure. Instead, he was left with a lingering fear and a deep sense of unease that would follow him back into the realm of the living. After his spectral journey, Arnold Preston remained silent. His face was ashen, and his eyes held a haunted look that gave even the calm and composed staff of the Spectral Interface facility a pause. As he slowly regained his senses, Dr. Augusta approached him. "Mr. Preston," she began, her voice gentle, "can you tell us about your experience?" Preston shook his head sharply, avoiding eye contact. "No. Mr. Preston, it's important for our research. We'd like to understand what you saw, who you met." Augusta persisted. "I don't want to talk about it," Preston interjected, his voice cold and defensive. Augusta, taken aback by his hostility, gently continued. "Mr. Preston, it's all right if you're not ready. But remember, discussing the experience can often be therapeutic. This facility is not just about the spectral journey, but also helping individuals process their experiences." But Preston was already on his feet, his face set in a grim expression. "I said I don't want to talk about it," he snapped, leaving no room for further discussion. "You might think this is some therapeutic joyride, Doctor, but it's not. Not for everyone." And with that, Arnold Preston strode out of the facility, leaving a tense silence in his wake. His encounter with the spectral world had given him more than he bargained for, a glimpse into a realm he wasn't ready to face or understand. The usually domineering and assertive man was shaken and silent, a haunting reminder of the spectral realm's unpredictable nature. The following Sunday, Arnold sat in the austere confines of St. Mary's Cathedral, a place he hadn't visited in years. His encounter with the spectral world had triggered an existential crisis, prompting him to seek solace in his long-abandoned faith. He waited in the quiet, slightly musty ambience of the confession booth, his heart pounding. The small space was dimly lit, the lattice screen before him obscuring the figure of Father O'Donnell, the elderly priest known for his wisdom and understanding. "Father, forgive me, for I have sinned," Arnold began, shaking slightly. It's been a long time since my last confession." "That's all right, my son," the priest replied gently, his Irish lilt soothing in the confined space. "What's troubling you?" Arnold took a deep breath and began to recount his experience with the spectral interface, his journey into the spirit world, and the confusion and fear it had stirred within him. Father O'Donnell listened intently to his story as he spoke, his years of experience providing comfort to troubled souls guiding him. Finally, Arnold finished speaking, his fear and confusion hanging heavily in the silence. The priest was silent for a moment before he said, "Arnold, my son," Father O'Donnell started, his voice calm and reassuring, "the world beyond is a mystery to us all. We may try to understand it, to explore it, but we must remember that it's a realm beyond our comprehension. It is meant to be so, for our focus should be here on living the best life we can." "But Father, I saw," Arnold started, but Father O'Donnell gently cut him off. "What you saw, my son, was a glimpse, a perspective, not the entirety. It is not for us to decipher the mysteries of the afterlife, but to embrace the present and strive to be good, compassionate, and fair. Use this experience not as a harbinger of fear, but as a reminder of the brevity and preciousness of life. Use it to become a better man, Arnold." Arnold sat in silence, absorbing the priest's wise words. He felt a wave of relief wash over him. Arnold felt grounded for the first time since his spectral journey, his fears and confusion slowly melting away. The priest's words had offered him a perspective he had lost, that life was to be lived, not feared. "Thank you, Father," Arnold finally said, his voice stronger now, carrying a newfound resolve. "You're welcome, my son," replied Father O'Donnell. "Remember, faith is not about understanding everything, but accepting that some things are beyond our understanding. Go in peace and live your life in kindness and love." Arnold stepped out of the confession booth, his heart lighter. He looked around the cathedral, its grandeur reminding him of the beauty of life and the faith that guided him. This visit had given him much more than he had hoped for, a renewed perspective on life and a sense of purpose he had lost along the way. As the weeks passed, Arnold's transformation was nothing short of remarkable. His interactions with Father O'Donnell had ignited something, and he was determined to impact the world positively. One day at a charity event for underprivileged children, Arnold approached the organizers with a wide smile. "Excuse me, ma'am. I'd like to donate to your incredible organization," he told the lady behind the counter. "Oh, that's very kind of you. Every little bit helps," she replied warmly. Arnold handed her a check. When she saw the amount, her eyes widened. This is $2 million, she stammered. "Yes, it is," Arnold nodded, his eyes shining joyfully. "We all should do our part to improve this world." The news of Arnold's generous donation spread like wildfire, inspiring others to contribute. Every Sunday, Arnold attended the St. Michael's Cathedral. Dressed in simple clothes, he'd sit in the same pew, absorbing the sermons and joining the community in prayer. In addition to his philanthropy, Arnold decided to volunteer at a local homeless shelter. On his first day, he met a young man named Alex who was trying to get back on his feet. "Hey, I'm Arnold," he introduced himself. "Alex, nice to meet you," the young man replied. "What brings you to the shelter?" "I wanted to give back, share some kindness," Arnold replied. As weeks turned into months, Arnold and Alex developed a bond. Arnold even helped Alex find a job and a place to stay. One fine Sunday, as Arnold sat in his usual pew at St. Michael's S, Father O'Donnell's sermon touched upon the importance of charity and kindness. After the service, Arnold went to Father O'Donnell. "Father, thank you," Arnold said, his voice quivering with emotion. My encounter with the spectral world led me here, and your words have guided me on this new path." Father O'Donnell smiled warmly. "It was not me, my son. It was your open heart, ready to embrace the grace of change. Your journey is an inspiration." Together they stepped outside the cathedral. The sun shone brightly, and as Arnold looked up, he felt the spectral world smiling back at him. His heart was whole, and for the first time in a long time, he felt truly at peace with both worlds, the one he lived in and the one that lay beyond. Chapter 5. A Mother's Plea and Fallen Soldier. The Spectral Interface Facility had always been more than a workplace for Augusta. It was a family, a community. So when Maria, the sweet housekeeper who had become a friend to everyone at the facility, lost her son, the news hit everyone hard. Maria's son, Miguel, was a promising 17-year-old man full of life and dreams. One foggy night on his way back from a basketball match, a drunk driver collided with Miguel's car, a tragedy that instantly extinguished a life too young. The news was devastating. Everyone saw the changes in Maria. The once cheerful woman seemed to shrink under the weight of her grief. Her smile faded, her eyes reflecting a profound sadness. Yet she continued to show up at work, seeking solace in routine, in the familiarity of the facility. One late evening, Augusta found herself sharing the empty facility with Maria. They sat in the quiet cafeteria, Maria cradling a cup of coffee while Augusta reviewed some reports. After a long silence, Maria looked at Augusta, her eyes brimming with tears. "Dr. Augusta," she began, her voice shaky, I miss Miguel so much. I wish I could see him, talk to him once more." Augusta set her reports aside, her heart aching for the grieving mother. Maria cut her off, a desperate plea in her eyes. Can I use the machine? Please, I need to see my boy." Augusta looked at Maria, her mind racing. This went against the regulations, against the rules set by the government and the facilities board. But as she looked into Maria's pleading eyes, her decision was already made. I understand, Maria. I can't even begin to comprehend your loss," Augusta said, her voice choked with emotion. She glanced at the pristine white walls of the facility, thinking of the people they had served, the wealthy and influential. Was it fair that Maria, who had given so much to this place, could not avail of the services when she needed them the most? "All right," she said finally, locking eyes with Maria. "But we need to keep this a secret, for both our sakes." Tears of relief filled Maria's eyes as she nodded fervently. "Oh, thank you, Augusta, thank you." In the dead of the night, Augusta and Maria sneaked into the spectral interface chamber. The usually buzzing room was ominously quiet. The massive machine, which had facilitated several high-profile ghost tours, was now serving a mother's heartfelt plea. Augusta carefully guided Maria through the process, assuring her at every step. As Maria lay in the spectral pod, her hands nervously clutching the sides, Augusta whispered, "Remember, Maria, stay strong, communicate your feelings, and come back when it's time. Miguel wouldn't want you to lose yourself." As the machine hummed to life, Maria gave Augusta one last nod before closing her eyes. The countdown began, and the facility fell silent, holding its breath for a journey motivated not by curiosity or greed, but by a mother's love and longing. As the machine's hum turned into a whisper, Maria felt her consciousness being lifted. The room around her faded, and she found herself surrounded by an ethereal mist. The air was filled with the scent of jasmine and the gentle hum of a lullaby. Suddenly the mist cleared, revealing a vast verdant meadow dotted with wildflowers in a riot of colors. A gentle breeze caressed her face, and she felt a warmth envelop her. It was as if the essence of love and care embraced her. "Mama!" Maria turned, and there, standing a few paces away, was Miguel. He was, as she remembered, vibrant, his eyes sparkling joyfully and wearing his favorite basketball jersey. "Miguel!" Maria's heart surged as she raced toward him, tears streaming down her face. They embraced tightly, and for a moment everything was perfect. "This place? Where are we, mi amor?" Maria whispered. "This is a place where spirits find peace, Mama," Miguel replied, his voice like a gentle breeze. "Here, the worries of the world are far away. I've been waiting for you." They walked through the meadow, talking about the days gone by, laughing at Miguel's childhood antics, and recounting cherished memories. "Mama, I've watched over you," Miguel said at one point. "I've seen your tears. But you mustn't let sorrow consume you. My spirit is always with you, even if you can't see me." Maria looked into her son's eyes. "I miss you so much, Miguel. I wish I could have protected you." "You did, Mama. You gave me love, and that's the greatest protection. I carry it here." He touched his heart. "And you must carry my love in your heart." Maria wiped her tears and nodded. "Promise me you'll be happy and free here." "I promise, Mama." Miguel smiled, his voice resonating with warmth and love. As they hugged one last time, the meadow began to shimmer, and Maria felt herself being pulled away. She felt a final gentle kiss on her cheek and a whisper, "Te quiero, Mama." For an hour, Augusta waited anxiously, her mind filled with worries. When the machine finally hummed down and Maria's eyes fluttered open, Augusta held her breath. Augusta stood next to her, offering a comforting hand. Maria stood up, her face serene. "Thank you, Augusta, I found what I needed." Maria's eyes were wet, but there was a calmness about her, a peace that hadn't been there before. She looked at Augusta, her lips curving into a small smile. I saw him, Augusta. My boy, he's okay." Hearing these words, Augusta let out a breath she didn't realize she'd been holding. At that moment, she knew she had done the right thing. As Maria left the chamber, Augusta knew this was what the spectral interface was truly meant for, not the pomp and glamour, but as a bridge of love between the worlds. Maria's grief didn't vanish. A sense of peace and purpose now accompanied it. She had seen the beauty that awaited beyond, and knew that love transcended the realms of mortality. She committed to living fully, carrying Miguel's spirit within her, ensuring that his love and light continued touching the world through her. That evening, Augusta returned to her cozy home. As she stepped inside, she was greeted by the familiar sound of her cats, Tesla and Schrödinger, purring softly in anticipation of her arrival. She fed the cats, their soft purring providing comforting background noise. Afterward, she prepared a light dinner for herself, a simple salad with grilled chicken, her mind too preoccupied to make anything more elaborate. Augusta couldn't help but revisit the day's events as she ate. The fear and anticipation of Maria's spectral journey, the relief of her safe return, the knowledge of having facilitated a reunion between a grieving mother and her deceased son. All of it whirled in her mind, forming a poignant tapestry of human emotions. Once done with dinner, Augusta found herself drawn to an old family album. She thumbed through the pages, pausing at a picture of her mother, her eyes reflecting the same strength and compassion that Augusta saw in Maria today. A gentle smile tugged at her lips. Yes, her mother would indeed be proud. Feeling a sense of contentment washing over her, Augusta decided to call it a night. She went through her nightly routine, brushing her teeth, changing into her comfortable nightdress, and finally climbing into her bed. The cats followed her, curling up at the foot of the bed, their soft purrs lulling her into a state of relaxation. As Augusta switched off the bedside lamp, she felt immense peace. She lay there in the quiet, the moonlight streaming in from the window, casting a gentle glow around the room. For the first time in a long time, Augusta felt truly at ease. The tension that had held her captive for so long seemed to loosen its grip. Tonight, there were no worries about the ethical implications of her invention, no anxiety about government control, and no guilt about the exclusivity of the ghost tours. Tonight she had made a difference, a real, tangible difference. With these comforting thoughts, Augusta drifted off to sleep, her dreams filled with memories of her mother and profound hope for a future where the spectral interface could be a beacon of comfort and closure for those in need. Tonight, she slept as the inventor of the spectral interface, and as a woman who had used her creation to soothe a grieving mother's heart, and that made all the difference. The following day, Augusta awoke to rays of sunshine peeking through the curtains. There was a sense of calm in her heart that she hadn't felt for a long time. It was a Saturday, and she had the entire day off. As she prepared her morning coffee, she decided to do something she had not done in a while: spend the day shopping and exploring the vibrant city of New York. She put on a comfortable dress and a pair of sneakers and set out with her favorite shopping bag slung over her shoulder. The city was abuzz with activity. Street performers, artists, and shoppers thronged the streets. The tall skyscrapers reflected the sun's rays, giving the town an almost ethereal glow. Augusta's first stop was the Baker's Hearth, a quaint little bakery known for its artisanal bread and pastries. The smell of freshly baked bread filled the air as she walked in, and Mrs. Fieldstone, the owner, greeted her warmly. Augusta picked up a loaf of multigrain bread and some raspberry scones. Next, she headed to Flora's Green Thumb, a nursery and flower shop. The variety of plants and the riot of colors were breathtaking. Augusta loved plants and believed they brought life and energy to her home. She bought a small potted peace lily, which the shopkeeper told her symbolized healing and rebirth. As she walked down the streets of New York, she marveled at how the city had evolved over the years, blending old-world charm with modern innovation. The cityscape was dotted with old bookshops next to state-of-the-art tech stores and charming cafes near futuristic restaurants. She couldn't resist entering Bookhaven, a two-story bookstore that had been in New York for over a century. As she browsed through the shelves, she found a book on ancient spiritual rituals and another on the latest advances in neuroscience. These epitomized her interests, and she decided to purchase them. Lunch was delightful at Garden Rooftop Cafe, where Augusta enjoyed a salad with ingredients grown right on the rooftop garden. After lunch, she visited the Innovate and Create store with the latest gadgets and technological wonders. Though her work revolved around cutting-edge technology, there was a childlike wonder in her eyes as she loo-ked at the inventions meant to make life easier and more enjoyable. As the day drew close, Augusta decided to sit at a park. She reflected on the day with the sun setting, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink. It had been simple but filled with joy. It reminded her of the beauty in the world and the importance of cherishing the moments. She realized that her work with the spectral interface was important, but so was living her life to the fullest and enjoying the simple pleasures. She made a silent promise to never lose sight of the balance between her duty and her happiness, as she headed home with a light heart and a smile. The next day, as the sun rose over the horizon painting the sky in shades of gold and pink, Augusta drove to the Spectral Interface facility. The peaceful moments of the previous day still resonated in her heart, and she felt invigorated, ready to make a difference in people's lives. Upon her arrival, Richard informed Augusta that the next appointment was particularly special. The client was a military veteran named James Marshall, who had served in a conflict overseas. The details of his case file revealed that he was the sole survivor of a tragic incident where an enemy missile hit his tank. 5 of his comrades had lost their lives, and James had sustained severe injuries, losing both legs. He was battling depression and survivor's guilt. His father, Robert Marshall, a multimillionaire real estate tycoon, had reached out to Augusta's team and arranged for James to have a session with the Spectral Interface. Robert hoped that James might find some solace and heal from his emotional wounds by communicating with his fallen comrades. As James arrived at the facility, Augusta saw the pain in his eyes. He was a man who had been through unimaginable turmoil. His journey had been long, starting in a war zone, spending months in the hospital recovering from physical wounds, and now sitting here at the precipice of an extraordinary experience. James spoke to Augusta and her team in the conference room about the day his tank was hit. He recounted how they had been patrolling a conflict-ridden area and how he remembered joking with his comrades, brothers in arms. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion, and everything turned into chaos. James's last memory before losing consciousness was of the desperate cries of his comrades. When James woke up in the hospital, Dr. Hunt and an army chaplain informed him of the loss of his legs and the death of his comrades. The sense of loss was overwhelming. He had lost his legs and a part of his soul, and months of physical therapy and counseling followed. Recurring nightmares tormented James, and he felt guilty for being the only one who survived. One of Augusta's assistants assisted James onto the platform at the Spectral interface room. His father, Robert, sat nearby, his face etched with worry and hope. James was transported to the other side as the machine whirred to life. There he found himself in a peaceful meadow, and to his astonishment, his comrades were standing before him, smiling. They were whole, unharmed. He noticed that he was standing on his own 2 legs. His friend, Michael, came forward and embraced him. "We've been waiting for you," he said, "not to stay, but to know that we're okay." They talked about the incident, and his comrades assured James that there was nothing he could have done. They told him that they didn't blame him, and that he needed to live his life for all of them. They encouraged him to honor their memory by finding peace and purpose. As James returned to the physical world, tears streamed down his face. But this time, they were tears of relief and newfound resolution. Robert hugged his son, and he couldn't hold back his tears. Augusta, watching from a distance, felt a sense of fulfillment. This was why she had worked so hard, to bring healing to wounded souls. In the following weeks, Augusta learned that James had started counseling other veterans and discussing his experience openly. He became an advocate for mental health and healing, and in his way, he honored the memory of his fallen comrades by living his life with purpose. For Augusta, James's story was a testament to the potential of the spectral interface and an affirmation of the balance she had promised herself to pursue her work with dedication and savor the beauty of life. Chapter 6. The Blind Date. Augusta's best friend, Jenny, had always been a meddling sort when it came to Augusta's love life, and this time she had set Augusta up with a retired Navy pilot named William. Augusta, albeit a bit hesitant, decided to give it a chance. Jenny Carstairs had been Augusta's rock since their undergraduate days at Cambridge, when they had shared a small dorm room and survived the rigors of academia together. A radiant personality with an infectious laugh, Jenny could lighten up a room just by her presence. She was a brunette with lively green eyes and a smile that could light up any room. Her figure was fuller after the birth of her children, but she carried herself with enviable grace and confidence. Her vivacity was magnetic, her humor disarming, and she had an uncanny ability to make everyone around her feel comfortable. She had married her high school sweetheart, Alex, a charming and successful investment banker. Together they had 2 beautiful children, an energetic 10-year-old boy named Liam, and an adorable 8-year-old girl, Katrina. Despite her busy life as a mother, wife, and part-time event planner, she never failed to bring a sense of warmth and vibrancy to those around her. Jenny loved her life, but fiercely protected her friendships, particularly her bond with Augusta. Their friendship was a blend of companionship, support, and occasional harmless meddling, particularly regarding Augusta's love life. Despite her occasional annoyance at Jenny's matchmaking tendencies, Augusta sincerely appreciated Jenny's concern for her. Over the years, Jenny had become her sounding board, providing her with much-needed distraction from her high-pressure work and occasional existential crises. In Jenny, Augusta saw the beautiful chaos of a life filled with love and warmth. Her friend's boisterous household, filled with laughter, squabbling, and pure love, sharply contrasts her solitary existence. Jenny was the constant reminder and force that propelled Augusta towards seeking more than just her work, towards seeking companionship, love, and maybe a family. Jenny had a knack for organizing remarkable events. She was known for her creativity and attention to detail, which she considered the key to her success. When she was hired to plan the annual charity gala for British Airways, she was determined to make it an unforgettable evening. As a retired Navy pilot now working for British Airways, William Steele was a guest of honor at the gala. He was known in the industry for his distinguished career and amiable personality, and he was respected by both his peers and the junior pilots who looked up to him as a role model. Despite his decorated past, William remained humble and grounded, qualities that made him well liked among his colleagues. Jenny first spotted William from across the room, holding court with a group of young pilots, sharing stories of his daring feats in the Navy. Despite the din of the gala, his laughter was infectious, echoing around the room and drawing attention to his tall, striking figure. His charisma was undeniable, and Jenny was instantly drawn to him. Jenny had met many remarkable men and women in her line of work, but something about William intrigued her. Perhaps it was his deep, hearty laugh, or his eyes sparkled when he shared stories about his time in the service. Or it was the respectful way he treated everyone, regardless of their rank or status. Always one to trust her instincts, Jenny approached William during the event. She introduced herself as the event planner, and they soon found themselves engaged in a pleasant conversation. Jenny's warmth and vivacity took William, and they instantly clicked. As the evening wore on, Jenny learned more about William, his childhood in Portsmouth, his time in the Gulf War, his passion for flying, and his transition to a commercial airline. Throughout their conversation, Jenny found herself thinking about Augusta. She knew Augusta had a penchant for intellectual men with a sense of adventure, and William seemed to fit the bill perfectly. As the gala concluded, Jenny took a chance. She mentioned her friend Augusta, and suggested that William might enjoy meeting her. Surprised but intrigued, William agreed to a blind date. Thus, the stage was set for a meeting between the brilliant inventor and the charismatic pilot. Little did they know then, but this chance encounter at an airline gala would lead to a turning point in their lives. William was a man who was as intriguing as he was charming. Born and raised in Portsmouth, England, he'd spent his childhood staring out at the vast expanse of the sea, dreaming of soaring the skies. A sense of adventure had been ingrained in him from an early age, and his heart was filled with the thrill of discovery and exploration. He joined the Royal Navy at 18, his sights set on becoming a pilot, and indeed he did. With his unwavering dedication and natural talent, he excelled in his training, his dream becoming a reality as he finally found himself behind the controls of a fighter plane. William was well liked among his peers, tall and well-built, with a rugged charm and an easy smile. His generous nature and quick wit made him popular within and outside the Navy. When the Gulf War broke out, William was one of the pilots selected for the crucial air missions. His exceptional flying skills were tested during those turbulent times, but he emerged victorious, earning commendations for his courage and tactical understanding. Yet amidst the accolades and heroes' welcome, William was changed by the experiences of war. He emerged as a man who understood the value of peace, unity, and life. After retiring from the Navy, William found a new avenue for his passion for flying, becoming a commercial pilot for a prestigious British airline. The charm of the skies never left him, and he loved the opportunity to connect people across countries, cultures, and continents. His effortless charisma and genuine warmth made him a favorite among his colleagues and passengers. William was a bachelor, which baffled many considering his handsome features and winning personality. Standing at 6 feet, with a lean physique honed by years of military training and an easy smile that rarely left his face, he was the epitome of an attractive man. Yet he remained single, his commitment to his profession and love for the skies never leaving much room for a serious relationship. At 45, he was content with his life. His work kept him occupied, his friends kept him company, and his love for the skies kept him passionate. He had never seriously considered marriage, always maintaining that he'd settle down once he found someone who could understand and share his love for the skies. When Jenny, Augusta's best friend, mentioned setting him up on a blind date with Augusta, he found himself curiously drawn to the idea. As a man always up for an adventure, the prospect was enticing. The more he learned about Augusta from Jenny, the more intrigued he became. Her brilliance, dedication, and relentless pursuit of her passion for her work were all qualities he deeply admired. These were qualities he could relate to, echoing his love for his career and drive as a Navy pilot. The thought stirred in him that perhaps Augusta could be someone who would understand his passion and his dedication to his work. The idea of meeting someone with such intensity for her career made him wonder if they might find common ground and possibly something more. Thus, with curiosity and a hopeful heart, William decided to take a chance on this blind date. He looked forward to meeting this remarkable woman, optimistic about the prospect of finding a connection and excited about the new adventure ahead. William arrived promptly at 7, wearing a crisp navy blue suit. His hair was cropped short, his face bore a few harsh lines, and his eyes twinkled with infectious enthusiasm. There was a certain charm about him, an aura of quiet strength and adventure that intrigued Augusta. The restaurant Jenny had chosen was one of London's finest, the Azure Pearl, a high-end dining establishment famous for its seafood delicacies. As William held the door open for her, Augusta was immediately enveloped by a symphony of enticing aromas. The smell of baked oysters, seared scallops, and freshly baked bread filled the air. "Dr. Augusta," William began as they were seated at a table with an intimate view of the city's skyline, "I must admit I've been looking forward to meeting the woman who made it possible for us to talk to ghosts." Augusta chuckled. "Well, it's not as glamorous as it sounds. A lot of science, lot of late nights." "I can imagine, but it's fascinating nonetheless." His admiration was sincere, and Augusta found herself warming up to him. The night was filled with interesting conversation, laughter, and delightful food. William shared stories of his naval adventures, missions, the storms he'd flown through, and the countries he had seen. Augusta found herself engrossed in his stories, forgetting her initial hesitations. As they sampled the night's special, a delectable lobster bisque, Augusta shared stories about her work, dreams, and cats. To her surprise, William listened with genuine interest. "Sounds like you've made a real difference in people's lives, Augusta," he said, his gaze meeting hers. Hearing her sentiments echoed by William, she felt a warmth spreading through her. She seldom shared this side of her life with others, let alone someone she had just met. But with William, it felt right. As the night wore on, their conversation flowed naturally, punctuated with laughter and moments of comfortable silence. It was easy, it was fun, and for Augusta, it was a welcome change. As they left the restaurant, Augusta looked forward to seeing William again. Despite her initial reservations, the blind date was an unexpected joy. Perhaps Jenny was onto something after all. Arriving home, Augusta was met with enthusiastic purring from Tesla and Schrödinger. She fed her cats, and then her thoughts returned to her wonderful evening. It was late, but Augusta knew Jenny would still be awake, probably anxiously awaiting her call. She dialed Jenny's number, the dial tone echoing her anticipation. The line clicked as Jenny picked up on the first ring. "Hello!" Jenny's voice came through, laced with eager curiosity. "Augusta, how'd it go?" Augusta couldn't help but laugh at Jenny's eagerness. "Hello to you too, Jenny. And yes, it went very well." "Really?" Jenny squealed. "Tell me everything." Settling into her favorite armchair with a sigh, Augusta began recounting her evening. The restaurant, the food, the conversation, and of course William was perfect. As she talked, she smiled, her heart filled with a giddy warmth she hadn't felt in a while. "Oh, Augusta, that sounds lovely. I knew you two would hit it off," Jenny exclaimed, her satisfaction palpable. "It was, Jenny," Augusta affirmed. "Thank you truly. I needed this more than I realized." Jenny's soft laugh rang through the phone. "I'm glad you enjoyed it, Augusta. And remember, there's no harm in taking a break and having some fun. You work too hard." "Yes, I've realized that," Augusta admitted. Her conversation with William had reminded her that there was more to life than work and the spectral interface. "Good. The real question is, will there be a second date?" Jenny teased. Augusta laughed, the sound echoing around her quiet living room. "Well, if William is up for it, why not?" The words had barely left her mouth when a text notification chimed from her phone. Glancing at it, Augusta found a message from William. "Thank you for a wonderful evening, Augusta. I'd love to see you again if you're interested. Looking at the message, Augusta couldn't help but smile. Actually, Jenny, I think there might be a second date. She could practically hear Jenny's triumphant grin through the phone. I knew it! This calls for a celebration. Augusta ended the call with a soft laugh, her heart filled with renewed optimism and excitement. Little did she know this was just the beginning of a new chapter in her life, one filled with not just spectral interfaces and ghost tours, but also shared laughs, spontaneous dates, and perhaps even love. For their second date, Augusta decided to switch roles. Instead of being served, she would be the one doing the serving. As a woman of science, she was well accustomed to precision, and cooking was just another form of it. The Quiet Storm radio station played softly in the background, a mix of smooth jazz and soulful classics filling her home. Augusta moved in sync with the music, her hips swaying as she diced vegetables and stirred sauces. The menu was a fusion of her favorite dishes: caprese salad for the appetizer, homemade pasta in a rich tomato basil sauce for the main course, and a tangy lemon tart for dessert. The enticing aroma of garlic and fresh basil filled her kitchen, mingling with the soothing tunes from the radio. Augusta was humming along to a familiar tune when the doorbell rang. Taking a glance at the clock, she smiled, right on time. "Hello, William," Augusta greeted, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "You look lovely, Augusta," he said, his eyes twinkling with appreciation. "Thank you, William. Please make yourself at home," she said, leading him inside. The living room was cozy and inviting, lit by the warm glow of a few scented candles. The aroma of the cooking food wafted in from the kitchen, causing William's stomach to rumble audibly. "Smells delicious," he commented, a hint of admiration in his voice. Augusta chuckled. "I hope it tastes as good as it smells." She led him to the dining room, the table set for two with her finest china. The soft strains of the Quiet Storm playing in the background added to the intimate ambience. As they sat down to eat, the conversation flowed easily. They spoke about everything from hobbies to work, dreams and fears. William was a good listener, his responses thoughtful and insightful. After dinner, Augusta offered to give him a tour of the Spectral interface facility. Despite the late hour, the facility was still a beehive of activity. Scientists and engineers worked on maintaining and improving the machinery, while administrative staff prepared for the next day's appointments. "It's impressive," William commented as he surveyed the vast expanse of the facility. "Your vision, your determination, it's all here." Augusta smiled at him, her heart warming at his words. This was her life's work, her passion, and sharing it with him felt right. He turned to her as they ended the tour and prepared to leave. "Thank you, Augusta, for the wonderful meal and the tour. It's been an extraordinary evening." Her eyes met his, a soft smile playing on her lips. "I'm glad you enjoyed it, William. I did too." And as he drove away, Augusta felt a sense of contentment. She shared her work and life with someone willing to understand and appreciate it, and it felt wonderful. When William's car disappeared around the corner, Augusta couldn't contain her excitement. She hurriedly dialed Jenny's number, her heart still racing from the joy of the evening. "Jenny, you won't believe how amazing tonight was," Augusta blurted out as soon as her friend answered. Jenny laughed. "Okay, slow down, girl, tell me everything." Augusta recounted the evening, describing the dinner, their conversations, and the tour she gave William of the Spectral interface facility. "And guess what?" Augusta continued. "He was genuinely interested in the Spectral interface, asked insightful questions, and was respectful and kind." "That sounds wonderful," Jenny exclaimed. "I knew you two would hit it off. What do you think about him?" Augusta paused for a moment before speaking. I think Mum would have liked him," she said, her voice tinged with emotion. Jenny's voice softened. "That's a beautiful thought, Augusta. It's a sign that he might be someone special." "I feel like he understands me, Jen," Augusta whispered. "And it's been so long since I've felt this way. That's fantastic. But remember to take it slowly, okay? Get to know him more and let things develop naturally," Jenny advised. "You're right. "Thank you, Jenny, for always being there," Augusta replied. "Always, girl. Now get some sleep and we'll catch up later. Night." Jenny ended the call with a hint of excitement in her voice. As Augusta put down her phone, she felt a wave of emotions. She looked around her living room, and her eyes landed on a framed photograph of her mother. She picked up the photo and spoke softly. "Mum, I wish you could have met him. I have this feeling you would have adored him." She felt warmth enveloping her, as if her mother's spirit embraced her. Augusta placed the photo back and felt a newfound determination. She would pursue this budding relationship, not just for her, but as a testament that life and love could flourish even after a great loss. With hope in her heart, she retired for the night, dreaming of possibilities and future promises. As William drove back to his flat through the silent streets of New York, his thoughts were swirling around the evening he had just spent with Augusta. The city lights, usually a cascade of colors and energy, seemed to pale compared to the vibrancy he had experienced tonight. When he reached his flat, William sat on his couch and looked out the large windows. The view of the city was magnificent, but tonight it was Augusta who filled his thoughts. Her laugh and eyes lit up when she talked about her work and passion. It was all captivating. William hadn't expected to feel such a connection. Having served in the Navy, he was accustomed to forming bonds quickly, but this was different. With Augusta, it was as if a part of him that had been dormant was reawakening. He picked up an old photograph from the bookshelf. It was a picture of his squad, taken during his service days. They were his brothers, his family. He had lost touch with most of them and, in a way, a part of himself. As he looked at the photograph, his thoughts shifted back to Augusta and the spectral interface. The possibility of reconnecting with the past, with those who have departed, was staggering. He started to wonder what it would be like to experience that and how it might change him. He took out his phone, typed a message, and then stopped. After a moment's hesitation, he began again. "Augusta, tonight was truly special. Thank you for sharing your world with me. I find myself both inspired and humbled by your passion and dedication. I'd love to spend more time together if you're up for it. William." After sending the message, William felt a mix of excitement and anxiety. This was new territory for him, and the stakes felt high. Suddenly his phone buzzed. It was a message from Augusta. "William, I'd like that. How about a walk in the park tomorrow evening? Augusta." A smile spread across William's face. Tomorrow couldn't come soon enough. As he settled into bed, his thoughts were a mix of the past and the future, the possibilities that lay ahead, not just for him but for humanity, through Augusta's invention. And perhaps, just perhaps, through something more personal that was beginning to bloom between them. With a hopeful heart and a mind buzzing with thoughts, William drifted off to sleep, feeling more connected to the world than he had in a long time. Chapter 7. The Cold Case Connection. One morning, as Augusta sipped her usual coffee at a local cafe, a man in a charcoal grey suit approached her. His sharp eyes looked weary but determined, as she'd seen in law enforcement officers. He introduced himself as Detective Samuel Rodriguez, a cold case investigator. Detective Samuel Rodriguez commands attention when he walks into a room, not because he seeks it, but because of the authority and integrity he radiates. Standing at a solid 6 feet with dark hair, a stern countenance, and eyes sharp with focus, he embodies the quintessential image of a seasoned detective. Now 40, Samuel has dedicated the past 7 years to the Detective Bureau after serving several years as a beat cop. His relentless pursuit of justice, keen intellect, and uncanny ability to read people quickly elevated him. Despite the tough exterior he presents to the world, Samuel is a devoted family man. He is committed to his wife, Mary, of 18 years, and their 14-year-old daughter, Diane, who is his pride and joy. He tries to shield his family from the harsh realities of his job, but his work often bleeds into his personal life, a sacrifice he willingly makes in his quest for justice. Samuel's relentless determination can sometimes be misconstrued as stubbornness. but those who know him well understand that it is his unwavering commitment to his beliefs. He refuses to accept no for an answer when it comes to a case, especially when he's convinced of the truth. His approach to work, while rigorous, is grounded in empathy. His mantra is to care about people, and this ethos has won him the respect of his peers and the community he serves. He is known for his empathetic approach to victims and their families, often going beyond the call of duty to support them. Serious by nature, Samuel reserves his rare smiles for moments of success, when justice is served, or when he spends time with his family off duty. His relentless dedication and empathetic approach have marked him as one of the city's finest detectives, earning him the respect and admiration of his peers, superiors, and the community he works tirelessly to protect. "Dr. Augusta Forsyte?" He extended his hand, a courteous smile gracing his lips. "I've seen your interviews on TV. It's an honor to meet you." Augusta returned the smile, shaking his hand. "Just Augusta, please. And the pleasure is mine, Detective Rodriguez." The detective's gaze held a hint of an idea, the kind Augusta had seen a spark in the minds of fellow scientists. "I was wondering, Augusta," he began, "do you think your spectral interface could help solve cold cases?" Augusta leaned back, intrigued. "It's a fascinating idea, Detective. The technology allows communication with the deceased, so theoretically, it could provide some leads." Detective Rodriguez looked relieved, his shoulders relaxing. "That's what I was hoping to hear. I work on cases that have gone cold, some decades old. The victims and their families deserve justice and closure. Your machine could help provide that." Augusta nodded, her mind whirring with the possibilities. "It's worth exploring, Detective. However, such a decision needs approval from the board of directors. They control the utilization of the machine." "I understand," Samuel said, looking hopeful. "Do you think they'd be open to the idea?" "I can't make promises, Detective, but I believe in what you're doing," Augusta assured him. "I will present this to the board at our next meeting. They value the machine's potential for positive impact." Detective Rodriguez looked grateful. "Thank you, Augusta. That's all I can ask for." As they parted ways, Augusta couldn't help but feel excited. Using the spectral interface to aid in cold case investigations was a breakthrough. She was already formulating how to propose this to the board of directors. After all, if the spectral interface could bring justice and closure to grieving families, shouldn't they explore that path? A week later, Augusta stood before the facility's board of directors in the modern high-rise boardroom. The members sat around the expansive, glossy table, their gazes sharp and expectant. She cleared her throat, the silence in the room almost tangible. "Ladies and gentlemen, I've been approached with the idea that I believe could significantly expand the societal impact of our spectral interface technology." She paused, noticing the interest peaked in their eyes. Detective Samuel Rodriguez, a cold case investigator, suggested using the spectral interface to communicate with victims of unsolved crimes. The idea is to obtain leads that could solve these cases, bringing closure to the victims' families and delivering overdue justice. There was silence in the room as the board members digested this information. The board chairman, Richard Klein, broke the silence first. "An interesting idea, Augusta. But wouldn't this significantly complicate our operations? The logistics and legal implications are an entirely different ballgame." "I agree, Richard," Augusta nodded, anticipating such concerns. "But it also opens a new frontier for our technology, moving beyond personal healing and closure towards a broader societal benefit." The vice chairwoman, Linda, a former attorney, chimed in. "She's right, Richard. The legal implications are indeed complex, but not impossible. I'd argue it's a step towards establishing our technology as an essential societal tool, not just a lucrative enterprise." Richard tapped his fingers on the table, a thoughtful expression on his face. "Well, we can certainly explore the idea further. It's only fair we consider every potential application of the spectral interface." Augusta let out a breath she didn't realize she'd been holding. "Thank you, everyone. I'll coordinate with Detective Rodriguez and our legal team to ensure we navigate this responsibly. And of course, I'll keep you updated on our progress." The meeting adjourned on a promising note. As Augusta left the boardroom, she felt a renewed sense of purpose. Her invention was already doing so much for individuals. Now, it has the potential to do much more for society at large. The day after the board meeting, Augusta met Detective Rodriguez at the same cafe where their initial conversation occurred. The cafe was quiet and cozy, a comforting escape from the bustling streets of London. She spotted the detective at a corner table, engrossed in a stack of files. As she approached, he looked up and gave her a warm smile. "Detective Rodriguez," she greeted, sitting across from him. "Please call me Sam," he insisted with a friendly nod. "So how did the meeting go?" "The board has agreed to explore the possibility," Augusta said, her voice laced with excitement. "They understand the complexities but are willing to try it." Sam's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. "That's wonderful news, Augusta. Thank you. This could mean so much to the families waiting for justice." Encouraged by his enthusiasm, Augusta said, "So tell me more about this first cold case you have in mind." Sam paused momentarily, drawing a deep breath before he began. "The case involves a young woman, Lisa Carmichael. She was 25 when she disappeared back in 2012. She had just graduated from Oxford University and had her whole life ahead of her." His fingers traced the edge of a photograph, an image of a smiling young woman. "She vanished one night after a work party. Her car was found abandoned on a deserted road, but there was no sign of her. Despite extensive searches and investigations, we found no leads. Her family has been in limbo ever since." Augusta felt a pang of sadness. A promising life was cut short, and a family was left in anguish. "How tragic," she murmured. "We've never forgotten about Lisa," Sam continued. "We owe it to her and her family to solve this case. If we can use your machine to talk to Lisa, it could make all the difference." Augusta nodded, determined. "Then that's what we'll try to do, Sam. For Lisa and her family." A week later, Sam found himself in the heart of the Spectral Interface facility. The futuristic building was an architectural marvel, its design as sophisticated and complex as the technology it housed. The cool white walls and state-of-the-art equipment felt strangely soothing to the detective. Augusta led him towards the main chamber, her voice echoing in the sterile, quiet halls. "This is where the spectral interface process takes place," she explained, gesturing towards a large pod-like machine in the center of the room. Sam gulped, his heart pounding in his chest. He was a seasoned detective, hardened by years of confronting the grim realities of life and death. But today he found himself unnerved. "I must admit, Augusta," Sam confessed, "I'm a little nervous. I've interviewed suspects and been in tense standoffs, but this is uncharted territory." "I understand, Sam," Augusta said, reassuringly smiling. "Just remember, this is a journey for a good cause. It's a unique opportunity to give a voice to those who can no longer speak for themselves. I appreciate your words, Augusta. They help, they really do," Sam said, his voice steadier. As he lay down in the machine, he stared at the ceiling, lost in thought. His mind was filled with images of Lisa Carmichael's radiant smile, the promise of her life, and the mystery of her fate. "Ready, Sam?" Augusta's voice brought him back to reality. Taking a deep breath, he nodded. "Ready as I'll ever be. Remember, stay calm. We're here watching over you. Don't be afraid to tell us if anything feels wrong," Augusta instructed. With that, the spectral interface machine hummed to life, its low, rhythmic sound echoing through the room as Sam prepared to journey into the unknown. As Sam felt the spectral interface engaging, he braced himself for the unknown. At first there was darkness, but slowly his senses started perceiving an ethereal quality, a silent whisper of colors and shimmering lights that didn't belong to the physical world. He found himself standing in what seemed to be a beautiful, endless landscape, a sky aglow with hues of twilight arched overhead. He was surrounded by fields of iridescent grass that gently swayed in an unseen breeze, like waves on a mystical ocean. Soft melodies drifted from nowhere and everywhere, a chorus of harmonic whispers that seemed to echo the universe's secrets. But he wasn't alone. Figures glowed in the distance, emanating their radiant light. Each was unique, like individual stars in a vast galaxy, and among them, a figure began to approach him. It was a young woman with a radiant smile that felt familiar. The spectral figure that resembled Lisa Carmichael stopped before him. "Detective Rodriguez?" Her voice was soft, filled with a knowing warmth. "Lisa? Is that you?" Sam asked, feeling an uncanny calm despite the surreal situation. "Yes, Sam," she said. "I've been waiting for a long time." He swallowed, feeling the gravity of the moment. "Lisa, we're here to help to solve your case. Can you tell me what happened?" Lisa's spectral eyes seemed to look into the distance. "I didn't suffer. It was quick. But my family, I worry for them. They need to know the truth." As she began to recount her last night, Sam listened attentively, absorbing every detail. The surreal beauty of the spirit world was a stark contrast to the tragic story being unveiled. But Sam knew he was there for a purpose, to bring justice for Lisa and closure for her grieving family. Hours later, when Sam was resurrected back in the physical world, he carried Lisa's story etched deep into his heart. It was a story he was determined to tell, a mystery he was committed to solving. As Sam sat up, his eyes slowly adjusting to the clinical lights of the facility, Augusta approached him. Her eyes were filled with concern and anticipation. "Sam, are you okay?" she asked, offering him a glass of water. "I'm fine, Augusta," he reassured her, accepting the glass. "And I think we've just made a breakthrough." Augusta nodded, her face grave. "Tell me everything." So Sam recounted the story Lisa had told him, how a late-night conversation with a co-worker named Alan had turned fatal. They had argued over a work project. The argument had escalated, and in a fit of rage, Alan had struck Lisa. In a panic, he had disposed of her body, leaving her car abandoned. Back at the police station, the evidence began to pile up. Sam found discrepancies in Alan's alibi, and a search of his house revealed a pendant that Lisa's family identified as hers. Cornered by the evidence, Alan confessed to the murder. "Lisa's family finally has the closure they've been waiting for," Sam told Augusta over the phone, "and it's all thanks to you and the spectral interface." "I'm just glad we could help, Sam," Augusta responded, a mixture of relief and sorrow in her voice. "This is exactly why I created Spectral Interface, to help the living connect with the ones they've lost, to help them find closure." The news of Lisa Carmichael's case being solved hit the media. The story of how the Spectral Interface had played a crucial role sent shockwaves through society. Suddenly, the world's view on Spectral Interface and the ghost tours shifted, and technology was seen not just as a tool for the wealthy, but as an instrument of justice and closure. Augusta felt renewed purpose, hopeful about the difference she could make with her invention. The Spectral Interface facility was abuzz with an energy unlike any before. Colorful balloons, banners and streamers added to the celebratory mood. Laughter echoed through the spacious halls, and the air was filled with vibrant enthusiasm. It was a celebration for the facility's team and the entire community. Colleagues, friends and several city council members joined the celebration. Everyone was in high spirits, talking excitedly about the recent success and its implications for the future. "I never imagined that Spectral Interface would be used for something like this," fellow researcher Dr. Martin confided to Augusta. "It's astounding how it's changing how we approach law enforcement." "Yeah, it's a game changer," agreed Dr. Chen, a neurologist who had collaborated closely with Augusta. "Who knows what other boundaries it can push?" Even the usually reserved janitor Fred couldn't contain his excitement. "I told my wife, I said, 'Mary, we're making history here.'" The highlight of the evening was Augusta's speech. She stood before the applauding crowd, overwhelmed by the support and appreciation. "I want to thank every one of you," she began, her voice full of emotion. "When I started this journey, I wanted to bridge the gap between life and death, to help us connect with the ones we've lost. But the impact of the Spectral Interface has surpassed even my wildest dreams. Together, we've not only comforted the grieving, but now we've brought a murderer to justice and provided closure to a grieving family." The room erupted into applause, the sound echoing throughout the facility. However, Augusta continued, "Our work is far from over. Our mission has always been to make this technology accessible to all, and I assure you that we will continue to work towards that goal. Here's to the future, justice, connections, and making a difference." As the crowd roared in approval, Augusta felt a sense of accomplishment. The spectral interface was fulfilling its purpose, changing lives for the better. This celebration was just a glimpse of the future. She couldn't wait to see what was next. After the applause and cheers subsided, Augusta made her way through the crowd, graciously accepting congratulations and words of appreciation from those who attended the event. She felt like a weight had been lifted off her shoulders, and her heart was brimming with fulfillment. As she stepped outside, the cool night air was refreshing. The city lights of New York twinkled like stars on the horizon. Augusta hailed a cab to take her home, where she longed for the comforts of her own space. As the taxi drove through the bustling streets, Augusta's thoughts raced with excitement and contentment. She thought of the day's events, of the spectral interface's positive impact, and how proud her mother would have been to see this day. Upon arriving home, Augusta was greeted by her beloved cats, who purred and nuzzled against her legs. She smiled and picked them, cradling them in her arms as she moved around the flat, turning on lights and making her way to the kitchen. She decided to make herself a cup of chamomile tea, known for its soothing properties. As the water boiled, she looked around her cozy home, filled with books, plants, and memories. It was her sanctuary. With her tea in hand, Augusta moved to the living room and sat on her comfortable armchair. She thought of her late mother, and her voice wavered as she whispered, "Mum, we did it." After finishing her tea, Augusta went to her bedroom and changed into her nightclothes. Before slipping into bed, she peered through her window. The night sky was clear, and the stars were in full glory. She felt as if the universe was smiling down at her. As she slipped under the covers, her cats curled up beside her. The bed was warm and inviting, and she felt an overwhelming sense of peace as she closed her eyes. That night, Augusta slept like she hadn't in years. Her sleep was deep, and her dreams were filled with loving memories, hope, and visions of a future where science and humanity walked hand in hand for the betterment of all. This night marked not just the end of an eventful day, but the beginning of a new chapter in her life and the journey of the spectral interface. Chapter 8, Echoes of Love. The next guest to visit the spectral interface facility was not seeking fame or fortune. Instead, she was searching for solace. A wealthy older woman, Mrs. Clarice Whitman, arrived at the facility with a heavy heart and the weight of a profound loss. Her husband, Sir George Whitman, a philanthropist and a titan in the world of finance, had recently passed away, leaving her in a world suddenly empty and silent without him. Having been married for over 50 years, George was not just Clarice's husband. He was her partner, confidant, and rock. The sudden void that his absence left was insurmountable. The days were too quiet, the nights too long, the house too big, the memories too painful. Clarice had heard of Augusta's spectral interface and its potential to bridge the chasm between life and death. She had no interest in specters or messages from the beyond for personal gain. She only wished to see her beloved George once more, hear his voice, and say the things left unsaid. Mrs. Whitman's visit to the facility was quiet and solemn, unlike the media frenzy that usually accompanied the wealthy and influential. She requested privacy and discretion, and Augusta ensured that she got it. The spectral interface chamber felt more like a sacred space that day. Sensitive to the older woman's emotional state, Augusta gently guided her through the process. Mrs. Whitman, despite her evident apprehension, displayed a brave front, her longing to connect with her departed husband overpowering her fear. Clarice was enveloped in a soft spectral glow as the interface activated. Usually filled with curiosity and excitement, the chamber was now imbued with an air of anticipation and tender longing. Augusta watched from the observation deck, her heart aching for the woman about to revisit a chapter of her life that had ended too soon. As the spectral interface hummed to life, Clarice was transported into a world as beautiful as it was ethereal. A golden, shimmering landscape unfolded around her as a painting came to life. Vibrant fields of spectral flowers swayed in an unseen breeze. The air was filled with a symphony of celestial harmonies, and a sense of peace and tranquility pervaded the atmosphere. It was a beauty beyond comprehension, a place where the worries of the mortal world felt insignificant. And amidst this ethereal landscape stood George. He looked just as she remembered him, his eyes twinkling with warmth and love, the familiar lines of his face etched with an eternal smile. With a joyful gasp, he extended his hand toward her, and Clarice embraced him. This was her George, the man who had been her companion in life's journey, now standing before her in the spectral realm. Their reunion was touching and poignant. Words of love and longing poured from their hearts, filling the space between them with the echoes of their shared past. They laughed, and they reminisced about the decades they'd spent together. Every memory, every moment was relived and cherished. George led Clarice to a place that looked surprisingly like their favorite park, complete with a spectral rendition of the bench they used to sit on, watching the sunset. Hand in hand, they sat there, lost in their own world, wrapped in tranquility only true love can bestow. They spoke of things they missed, the love they still held, and the pain that parting inflicted. But there was no sorrow in the spectral world. Each word and memory was a balm, healing the wounds of their separation. The spectral realm, a mirror to their eternal love, allowed them a semblance of the life they once had, offering Clarice a chance to find closure and peace. Clarice wished to stay in this haven where her George was still with her, where their love was as palpable as it had been in life. But she knew she had to return. With a heavy heart, she bid her husband a loving farewell, promising to keep him alive in her memories. As she emerged from the interface, she was visibly changed. There was a serene glow about her, a calm acceptance of her reality. She had danced with her past, revisited her love, and found solace. It was a bittersweet departure, but she carried with her an experience of a lifetime. The session lasted a little over an hour, and when Mrs. Whitman emerged from the spectral interface, she was not the same woman who had walked in. Her face, earlier etched with grief and longing, now held a sense of peace and resolution. She didn't speak of her spectral encounter, and Augusta didn't ask. It was a private moment, a deeply personal experience that needed no words. For Augusta, observing from the deck, Clarice's experience reaffirmed the purpose of her invention: to provide healing, to offer closure, and to bridge the gap between the realms of the living and the departed. It was moments like these that reassured Augusta that despite the controversies, the spectral interface had the potential to be a beacon of comfort and healing for those in need. After an emotionally charged day at the facility, Augusta went home. She felt a warm satisfaction radiating within her as she recalled Clarice's heartfelt experience. She unlocked her flat door and stepped into the welcoming familiarity of her living room, the soft evening light pouring in through the windows. After freshening up, she settled into her plush couch, her favorite mug of chamomile tea by her side. She picked up her phone, her fingers hovering over the screen before dialing William's number. William picked up after the second ring, his voice deep and soothing. "Hey, Augusta, how was your day?" Augusta smiled, leaning back against the cushions. "It was beautiful, William," she began, her voice soft, carrying a trace of the day's emotional intensity. "I witnessed an elderly woman connect with her late husband today. It was so moving. She returned with a sense of peace I hadn't seen in a while. I could almost see the weight lifting from her shoulders." There was a pause on the other end of the line before William spoke again. "That must have been something, Augusta. Your invention is changing lives." Augusta sighed, her gaze falling on the cityscape outside her window. "I hope so, William. I genuinely hope so. All I've ever wanted was to help people heal, to bring them some semblance of peace. And today felt like a small victory." She could hear the pride in William's voice as he responded, A small victory? Augusta, what you're doing, it's extraordinary. You should be proud. As they continued their conversation into the evening, Augusta felt an unexpected sense of contentment. She had a challenging day at work, an emotional roller coaster, but sharing it with William, hearing his words of admiration and encouragement, it felt right. She went to bed that night with her heart full, ready for the next day, the next challenge, and the subsequent small victory. Augusta was engrossed in her work as the morning sun filtered into the spectral interface facility. Amidst the interface system's rhythmic hum and her colleagues' scurrying, her phone rang, disrupting her focus. The name flashing on her screen was one she hadn't seen in a while, Detective Samuel Rodriguez. "Sam," she said, picking up. "It's been a while." "Augusta, good to hear from you," Sam replied. His voice was gruff, yet carried a certain warmth that Augusta remembered fondly from their previous interactions. "I won't beat around the bush. I've got another cold case on my hands, and I think you could help." Augusta paused, considering. The last time Sam had used the spectral interface, he had made a breakthrough in his investigation. The spectral interface had allowed him to communicate with a murder victim's spirit, leading him to clues those forensics had missed. It was a new frontier for the justice system and Augusta's invention, which held much promise and risk. "Sam, you know I'm all for helping," she said cautiously, "but we have to be careful. We've been fortunate so far, but I don't want us to get carried away." "I understand, Augusta," Sam replied earnestly, "and I assure you we're not taking this lightly. The case I'm dealing with is a decade-old missing child case. The parents are still looking for answers. If we could give them some closure, it would mean the world." Augusta sighed, running her fingers through her hair. She knew the importance of the task at hand. The potential to offer closure and justice was too significant to be ignored. "All right, Sam," she relented, her tone resolute. "Tell me about the case, and remember, we proceed with caution." Sam expressed his gratitude, his relief palpable even over the phone. He then described the case, the disappearance of a 6-year-old girl named Lily Adams. She had vanished from a local park, and despite an extensive search, no trace of her had ever been found. The prime suspect, a neighbor with a criminal record, had been acquitted due to lack of evidence. With each detail Sam shared, Augusta could feel the gravity of the situation. She could only imagine the heartache Lily's parents must have felt, their lives hanging in limbo for over a decade. The spectral interface, if successful, could provide the closure they'd long been seeking. "Sam, I'll make arrangements," she told him, her voice firm. As the call ended, Augusta found herself plunged into deep thought. She was acutely aware of the challenges ahead and the importance of Sam's task. With a determined sigh, she turned her attention back to her work, her mind already strategizing their next steps. As the days rolled by, Sam dedicated his time and effort to the case of Lily Adams. He spent hours poring over old case files, crime scene reports and witness statements, hoping to unearth any detail that might lead him to Lily's spirit. Sam had arranged a meeting with Lily's parents, Mr. and Mrs. Adams. He wanted to explain the process and seek their consent. The idea of communicating with their daughter's spirit after all these years was understandably overwhelming for them. Yet they clung to the sliver of hope that they might finally get some answers. The day came when Sam would step into the spectral interface chamber once again. His previous experience had taught him a level of respect for the spectral realm and the potential secrets it held. He knew this wasn't just about solving a case, but about bringing peace to a family that had been in pain for far too long. As Sam settled into the capsule, Augusta, stationed at the control panel with a deep breath, initiated the sequence, watching as the spectral energy enveloped Sam, and he was transported into the spirit realm. In the spectral world, Sam found himself in a park, the same park from which Lily Adams had disappeared. It was as though he had stepped into a memory, the scene vivid and almost surreal. Then he saw her, a small figure sitting on a swing, Lily Adams. The encounter was poignant and heartbreaking. Lily was confused and scared, lost in this spectral playground. Sam talked to her, drawing on every ounce of his courage and empathy. He explained who he was and why he was there and promised to do everything he could to help her find peace. In return, Lily gave Sam a crucial piece of information. She spoke of a man, the neighbor who had been the prime suspect. She described a locket he wore, one she had seen up close, a detail that had never made it to the case files. Armed with this new evidence, Sam returned to the physical world. His appearance was one of profound exhaustion, but also determination. He shared the information with Augusta, who listened with a mix of awe and sorrow. They now had a tangible lead that could crack open the cold case. Sam immediately took this information to his department, advocating for the reopening of the case. The revelation was met with surprise and skepticism, but Sam's dedication and the compelling nature of the evidence eventually convinced them. In the days that followed, the police department sprung into action. They managed to get a search warrant for the suspect's property, hoping to find the locket Lily had described. Augusta and Sam waited with bated breath, knowing that they were on the precipice of a breakthrough. When the call came in from the precinct, Augusta could tell from the urgency in Sam's voice that they had found something significant. It was the locket Lily had described. It was more than just a piece of jewelry now. It was the critical piece of evidence in a decade-old mystery, a tangible connection between the spirit world and the physical realm. The locket's discovery led to the arrest of the neighbor. The man had lived a seemingly ordinary life while concealing his dark secret. News of the successful arrest quickly made headlines, and Augusta's spectral interface was again under the national spotlight. The case was a testament to Spectral Interface's undeniable effectiveness in criminal investigations. It wasn't just a scientific breakthrough anymore. It had become a beacon of hope, a tool that could delve into the past and illuminate truths that had been shrouded in mystery for years. Word of the Spectral Interface's success in solving cold cases spread quickly through law enforcement agencies nationwide. Detectives handling unsolved cases began contacting Augusta, curious how her invention could aid their investigations. The machine was no longer seen as a mere contact point with the spirit world, but as a groundbreaking innovation that could redefine criminal justice. In particular, the news piqued the interest of the National Cold Case Investigation Bureau. After closely following Sam's successful use of the spectral interface, they contacted Sam and Augusta with an offer to collaborate on a national level. Overwhelmed but excited, Augusta saw the offer as an opportunity to broaden the scope of the spectral interface's contribution to society. Though it meant additional pressure and scrutiny, Augusta was ready to meet the challenge. This was the future she had envisioned for her invention, a future where it served humanity in profound and meaningful ways. Meanwhile, Sam was hailed as a pioneer for his innovative approach to solving cold cases. His persistence and belief in Augusta's invention had borne fruit, establishing a new precedent in law enforcement. News of the neighbor's arrest brought a sense of closure to Lily's family. They expressed their gratitude to Sam and Augusta, whose relentless pursuit of justice had given them something they had lost all those years ago: hope. Outside the courthouse, a swarm of media representatives and cameras awaited the much-anticipated press conference. Lily's family stood together on the podium, united in both grief and relief. The resolution of Lily's cold case had captured the hearts of the nation, and many had come to witness this historic moment. Lily's mother, Mrs. Rosalie Davies, was the first to approach the microphone. Her voice quivered, but was determined as she spoke. First of all, I want to thank everyone for being here today and for supporting us throughout this ordeal. Our hearts have been heavy for many years, and though nothing can bring our dear Lily back, knowing the truth brings us a sense of closure we thought we would never have. She continued, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to Detective Samuel Rodriguez and Dr. Augusta Forsythe. Sam, for his unwavering dedication to solving my daughter's case, and Dr. Forsythe, whose groundbreaking invention, the spectral interface, has proved to be a beacon of justice. Lily's older brother Matthew then took the stand. His voice was strong and filled with emotion. What my family has experienced today is something many families of unsolved cases can only dream of resolution. I want to plead to law enforcement agencies, not just here but worldwide, to embrace innovation and technology in their pursuit of justice. Today, let Lily's case be the catalyst for a renewed commitment to solving cold cases. The crowd erupted in applause as Matthew finished speaking. Amidst the clapping, Sam and Augusta, who were standing at the back, locked eyes for a moment. There was an unspoken acknowledgement and gratitude between them. A reporter raised her hand and asked Mrs. Davies, "How do you feel about the spectral interface? Do you believe it should be made more accessible for cases like these?" Mrs. Davies took a deep breath and said, "I believe that the spectral interface is not just a tool, but a gift. It has the power to heal wounds and answer prayers. I hope that it will be used responsibly and compassionately to bring peace to the hearts of those who have lost loved ones." As the press conference came to a close, Sam approached Augusta. "Thank you," he whispered, his voice heavy with emotion. Augusta nodded, her eyes misty. "We did good," she whispered back. They both looked on as Lily's family left the podium, their steps lighter than they had been in years. Chapter 9. Diverging Paths. The boardroom was thick with tension. The board of directors surrounded the heavy mahogany table, and each one engaged in hushed discussions, their faces revealing a mix of concern and calculation. Augusta sat at one end of the table, her face a picture of determination and defiance. "Ladies and gentlemen," the chairman began, his deep voice echoing through the spacious room, "we have given this matter serious thought. Our primary goal has always been to ensure the financial success and stability of spectral innovations. Are we forgetting that this technology has the potential to revolutionize criminal justice?" Augusta interrupted, her voice firm, challenging. "The partnership with the National Cold Case Investigation Bureau could make a real difference in solving cold cases. This is not just about profit." "Richard," the chairman responded, "we understand your passion and respect your dedication to this cause. However, we need to consider the bottom line. Ghost tours for the wealthy have proven to be lucrative and have great growth potential. This is where our focus should be." The room went quiet. Augusta's heart pounded in her chest. This was her invention, her brainchild. To see it reduced to a mere novelty for entertainment was heartbreaking. She understood the board's concerns about profitability, but her vision for the spectral interface had always been broader and more significant. "I refuse to let my invention be reduced to a toy for thrill-seekers," she declared, her voice ringing out clear and defiant in the tense silence. "The spectral interface was designed to help people. It can potentially change lives, not just amuse the rich and bored." Her impassioned plea was met with contemplative silence. The board members shared looks, but it was clear that their decision had been made. The room, once filled with lively debate, was now eerily quiet, echoing Augusta's profound disappointment. This was a setback, but Augusta was not ready to give up. Her invention had always faced skepticism and doubt, and she'd always proven the naysayers wrong. Augusta's footsteps echoed through the empty hallway as she left the boardroom, her heart sinking with disappointment. The board's rejection of collaborating with the National Cold Case Investigation Bureau felt like a heavy blow. She knew she had to share the bad news with Sam. Arriving home, Augusta sank into her favorite spot on the sofa, her two cats curling beside her. With a deep breath, she dialed Sam's number. The phone rang, and Sam's voice came through, filled with curiosity. "Augusta." "Sam, I just got out of the board meeting. They said no to the collaboration with the National Cold Case Investigation Bureau." "Oh no, Augusta, I can't believe it. That was such a promising opportunity. What happened?" Sam said. "I know, Sam. It's a setback, but we can't let it deter us. The spectral interface is too important to abandon. We'll find another way," Augusta responded. "I'm disappointed, Augusta. We had hoped this collaboration would be a game-changer, but you're right and we can't give up. What's our next move?" Sam responded. "Sam, I want to keep fighting. The board's decision won't be the end of this. I believe in the potential of the spectral interface. It's time to explore other avenues, gather more support and prove them wrong, Augusta said. I admire your determination, Augusta. Your passion for justice is unwavering. I'll be here for you, supporting you however I can. We'll find another path forward, Sam responded. Thank you, Sam. Your support means the world to me, Augusta said. Absolutely, Augusta. I'm with you every step of the way, Sam responded. A renewed sense of purpose washed over her as Augusta hung up the phone. She knew she couldn't let this setback define her or the Spectral interface. As Sam absorbed the news of the collaboration rejection, he channeled his disappointment into another cold case the next day that had haunted him for years. It was a high-profile murder case from a decade ago, known as the London Bridge murders. The case had remained unsolved, leaving a cloud of uncertainty over the victims' families and the community. Late nights were spent poring over the old case files, studying every detail and searching for overlooked leads. The passage of time had posed challenges, as many witnesses had either passed away or relocated. But Sam remained undeterred. He scoured through the evidence, re-interviewed witnesses still within reach, and reconnected with retired detectives who had worked on the original investigation. The environment in Sam's office reflected the gravity of the case. The room was dimly lit, with the only illumination source being the glow from the computer screen and a desk lamp. The walls were adorned with crime scene photographs and newspaper clippings, a constant reminder of the weight he carried. Sam's determination and focus were unwavering, driven by the desire to bring justice to the victims and closure to their loved ones. Sam sought the advice and expertise of his fellow detectives, engaging in passionate discussions and brainstorming sessions. The atmosphere during these conversations was a mix of intensity, frustration, and hope. They dissected every aspect of the case, challenging each other's theories and seeking fresh perspectives. The camaraderie among the detectives was palpable, as they shared a common goal of unearthing the truth and ensuring justice prevailed. Weeks turned into months as Sam meticulously pieced together the puzzle. He traveled to different cities, retraced the steps of witnesses, and meticulously reviewed every interview transcript. The case consumed his thoughts day and night, pushing him beyond his limits. Finally, a breakthrough emerged. A previously uncooperative witness came forward with new information that shed light on a potential suspect. The discovery breathed new life into the investigation, igniting renewed hope and purpose. Sam's relentless pursuit of justice had paid off. Word spread through the department, and Sam's dedication and perseverance caught the attention of the board once again. Recognizing his commitment and the impact he had made, they agreed to grant him access again to the Spectral interface machine once a quarter. Augusta had been preparing Sam for his next journey into the spirit world, hoping to solve the London Bridge murders that had remained unsolved for 2 decades. As Sam stepped into the Spectral interface, anticipation filled the air. This time things felt different, as if an invisible veil separated him from the realm of the spirits. In the spirit world, Sam found himself face to face with the killer, a malevolent presence exuding an aura of pure evil. The killer reveled in his past acts of violence and longed for the thrill of taking lives once more. Sam listened, his heart pounding as the killer shared his twisted desires. But as the conversation progressed, Sam sensed a malevolent intent emanating from the spirit. The evil presence sought a way back into the world of the living, using Sam as a vessel. Unbeknownst to Augusta and Sam, the repeated use of the machine had inadvertently opened Sam up to the influence of the spirit world. Sam's spirit fought desperately against the dark entity's attempts to possess him. He resisted with every ounce of strength, determined not to let the evil spirit cross over. The battle raged within the spirit world as Sam's spirit clung to its tenuous grip on reality. Augusta noticed the erratic readings on the machine's instruments in the lab. She realized something was wrong and rushed to revise Sam's connection, desperately trying to bring him back to the safety of the physical world. Finally, Sam's spirit weakened, but still intact, managed to break free from the clutches of the evil spirit. He returned to his body, gasping for breath, and recounted the harrowing encounter to Augusta. They both grasped the dangers that lurked within the spirit world and the risks they had unknowingly embraced. The revelation shook them to their core, but also ignited an unyielding determination to employ their knowledge and experience to safeguard others from the malevolence that hid in the shadows. In the face of adversity, Sam and Augusta stood resolute, determined to wield the power of the spectral interface for good, while remaining vigilant against the forces that sought to exploit their connection to the spirit realm. Their journey had taken an unexpected turn, yet their resolve to bring closure to the victims and vanquish the darkness that plagued the London Bridge murders burned stronger than ever. With newfound insight, Augusta understood the inherent dangers of repeated machine use. She shared her concerns at the next board meeting, conveying the vital need for caution. The board, recognizing the potential risks, agreed that a maximum of 3 uses per individual would be enforced. As Sam continued his investigation, he clung to his only clue about the killer's identity: a deep-rooted hatred for women and a past marriage to a dancer. Determined to uncover the truth, he meticulously combed through old case files, delving into potential suspects' lives and painstakingly reconstructing the events surrounding the murders. His tireless efforts finally bore fruit. The evidence he meticulously gathered led him to a shocking revelation. The killer's name was Jonathan Reynolds, a police officer. Reynolds had harbored a deep-seated resentment towards women, stemming from a bitter divorce from his dancer wife. However, as Sam dug deeper into Reynolds' past, he unearthed a chilling twist. It turned out that Reynolds had met a tragic end 19 years ago during an armed robbery gone wrong, and the dark tendrils of fate had enmeshed him with none other than Victor Sullivan, a nefarious criminal. Their connection details began to take shape as Sam sifted through witness testimonies and archived police reports. Sam's theory grew darker as he surmised that Reynolds and Sullivan had not merely crossed paths, but were in fact accomplices. The pair, united by twisted motives, seemed to have orchestrated the series of gruesome London Bridge murders. On the fateful day of the robbery, it appeared that Sullivan didn't recognize Reynolds in his uniform, leading to a tragic case of mistaken identity and the fatal shooting of his accomplice. Haunted by the horrifying possibility that a police officer was involved in the crimes he had vowed to solve, Sam's resolve to seek justice grew stronger. He believed that Sullivan, still at large, had been Reynolds' partner in the gruesome murders and was the missing link to solving both the London Bridge murders and the cold case surrounding the armed robbery. The precinct became Sam's second home as the days blurred into nights. His desk was littered with photographs, reports, and snippets of information. He knew he was close to unveiling a truth that had remained buried for too long. A breakthrough came when Sam received a tip regarding the sighting of Victor Sullivan. His heart raced as he led a task force to apprehend him. The city seemed to hold its breath as they zeroed in on a derelict building where Sullivan was rumored to be hiding. As they entered the building, the air grew tense. Shadows seemed to dance on the walls, and echoes of the past reverberated through the cold, empty halls. Sam, leading the team, felt the weight of justice on his shoulders. But as they reached the room where Sullivan was believed to be hiding, they found it empty. The room contained remnants of what looked like a makeshift living area, but Sullivan was nowhere to be found. On a table lay an old photograph of Reynolds and Sullivan, validating Sam's theory of their alliance. Sam's gaze swept over the derelict room again before turning and leading the team back down the hallway. Outside the building, he noticed a small group of homeless people gathered around a fire in a barrel, trying to ward off the evening chill. An idea sparked in Sam's mind. He approached the group calmly, not wanting to scare them off. He showed them the photograph of Victor Sullivan that he found inside the building. "Have any of you seen this man around here?" Sam inquired, pointing to Sullivan's face in the photo. An older man squinted at the picture, his face weathered by the years. "Aye, I've seen him," he said, his voice gravelly, "but that was years ago. He used to come round here often. Always looked nervous, he did." Another man, younger with a scruffy beard, piped up. "I saw him a couple of months ago, I swear it. He was here in the same building. Talked to himself a lot. I didn't think much of it then, but it's him all right." The others nodded in agreement, murmuring amongst themselves. Sam's heart raced. Did he say anything? Anything that could tell us where he might have gone? The younger man shrugged. "I only caught snippets. He talked about some bridges, mentioned a name. Reynolds, I think. Then one day he just up and left. Haven't seen him since." The mention of the bridge sent a shiver down Sam's spine. The pieces of the puzzle were coming together. London Bridge, Reynolds, Sullivan. They were all connected. Sam thanked the homeless individuals for their help and regrouped with his task force. His mind was abuzz with the newfound information. This isn't over, Sam muttered to himself as they climbed into their vehicles. The London Bridge murders case will not be closed until all parties involved are brought to justice. Sam felt a sense of resolve stealing within him as the night darkened. He had come too far and sacrificed too much to let Sullivan slip through his fingers. This was no longer just a case for him, but a mission to restore justice and to ensure that the shadows of the past did not continue to haunt the present. Chapter 10. Shadows from the Past. The precinct was abuzz with activity when Detective Rodriguez walked in. The walls seemed to breathe with anticipation as officers hurriedly moved about, the scent of coffee mingling with the crispness of paperwork in the air. Sam, still bearing the weight of the London Bridge murders, had his eyes set on another enigma that had been nagging at him. The more he looked into the cold cases from the past 15 years, the more he was struck by the eerie resemblance they bore to the murders from 20 years ago. Patterns emerged. Victims with similar profiles, the same distinct ligature marks, and even the positioning of the bodies. He couldn't shake the feeling that Victor Sullivan was behind these, and that his dark shadow loomed over the city. After hours of reviewing files and consulting with forensic experts, Sam sought a different perspective. He remembered Augusta and the Spectral interface. Although he knew he couldn't use the machine, maybe she could offer some insight. He arrived at Augusta's laboratory, which was a stark contrast to the bustling precinct. It was serene, with soft lights illuminating the sleek machines and lab equipment. The air was tinged with the scent of chemicals and a hint of something ethereal. Augusta greeted Sam warmly. "Sam, what brings you here today?" Augusta inquired. "I need your insight, Augusta," Sam began, his eyes betraying the gravity of his words. "I've found similarities between the London Bridge murders and 13 cold cases over the past 15 years. It's as if the same person committed them. I'm convinced that Sullivan is still out there, continuing his macabre legacy." Augusta's eyes widened slightly. "That's chilling. But how can I help if you can't use the spectral interface?" she asked. "Your understanding of patterns and the human psyche. Maybe you can see something I've missed," Sam answered earnestly. They spent hours poring over the case files. Augusta's knowledge of the human mind and Sam's detective instincts painted a vivid, albeit horrifying, picture. Sam requested a meeting with his fellow detectives at the precinct. The conference room was a cacophony of phones ringing and officers discussing cases, but it fell silent as Sam entered. "I've made a discovery," Sam started, his voice commanding attention. "The London Bridge murders are not isolated. There have been 13 similar cases in the last 15 years. The room erupted into murmurs, but Detective Laura Harris, a fiery, sharp-minded colleague of Sam, spoke up. "Are you suggesting a serial killer who's been active for 2 decades? "Yes," Sam affirmed, "and I believe it's Victor Sullivan." The team was on edge, the weight of the revelations settling in. With Sam and Laura leading, they quickly formed a task force to dive deep into the cases. Days turned into nights as the team tirelessly gathered evidence, and through a mix of forensic science, historical data, and sheer determination, a chilling tapestry began to weave itself. Sam knew the net was closing on Victor Sullivan, and the city would never be the same. This time, justice would not wait. The shadows of the past were coming into the light. and Detective Samuel Rodriguez was ready to face them head-on. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of London, in a quaint village blanketed by a sense of timelessness, Victor Sullivan, now known as Bill Harper, led a seemingly idyllic life. His bakery, Harper's Hearth, was a cherished spot among the locals. The aroma of freshly baked bread wafted through the streets each morning, drawing in villagers and weary travelers. 19 years ago, Victor escaped into the shadows after the armed robbery and the fatal shooting of Reynolds. He adopted a new identity, taking up the name Bill Harper. Over the years, he meticulously crafted a new persona, a gentle, hard-working baker who was always ready with a warm smile. Bill had undergone a physical transformation as well. His once lean and rugged appearance had given way to a more rotund figure with a thick beard and glasses. His menacing glare had softened, or so it seemed, behind the round spectacles he wore. In his personal life, Bill married a kind and unsuspecting woman named Joy, and together they had 2 children. They lived in a cottage near the bakery, enveloped by a garden that Joy tended with love. The house was a picture of domestic bliss with a cozy fireplace, a kitchen always filled with delectable smells, and walls lined with family photos. However, beneath this veneer of normalcy lurked a chilling secret. Bill, the devoted baker and family man, was still driven by sinister impulses he couldn't control. He continued to commit murders, meticulously planning them to echo the original London Bridge murders. His twisted mind savored the dark thrill, and he was alarmingly adept at concealing his heinous acts. Worse still, Bill was tormented by the ghost of Reynolds. In the quiet of the night, Reynolds' spirit would appear at the foot of Bill's bed, his hollow eyes piercing into Bill's soul. The ghost was relentless, its spectral whispers clawing at the edges of Bill's sanity. Reynolds would recount the agony of his death and the screams of their victims. Striking a dark bargain within his frayed psyche, Bill believed committing new murders would grant him reprieve from the hauntings. He felt that each act would appease Reynolds' spirit and grant him a night of peaceful sleep. As days blurred into nights, Bill's crimes increased in frequency and brutality. He would seek out victims resembling those they had killed in the past, repeating the same patterns in the murders. However, as Detective Rodriguez began piecing together the horrifying tapestry of the cold cases, Richard could feel the noose tightening around his secret life. The ghost of Reynolds appeared more frequently, its whispers growing louder, almost a cacophony that threatened to pull Bill into the abyss. As the hunt for Victor Sullivan intensified, the shadows that had kept Bill Harper's secret life shrouded for 19 years began to waver. The idyllic village remained unaware of the storm brewing, as the past stood on the precipice of crashing into the present, threatening to engulf everything in its path. One night, as a particularly chilling storm rolled into the village, the ghost of Reynolds appeared to Richard with an ominous warning. They are closing in. The reckoning is at hand. Meanwhile, Detective Rodriguez, poring over the old case files, noticed that the dates of the recent murders corresponded with the anniversaries of the original London Bridge murders. The parallels were too much to ignore. Sam decided to pay a visit to Augusta to discuss the case. Augusta, engrossed in her spectral studies, was stunned to learn of the recent murders' uncanny resemblance to the cold cases. Back at the precinct, Sam's fellow detectives stumbled upon a clue. An old photograph revealed that Victor Sullivan had a tattoo of a wheat sheaf similar to the Harper's Hearth bakery logo. Sam's heart raced. He knew he was onto something monumental. As dawn broke, Sam and a team of detectives descended upon the sleepy village. As Bill was kneading dough at the bakery, his hands suddenly froze. A chill ran down his spine. He felt the presence of Reynolds and knew that his past was catching up. The door to the bakery swung open and Sam walked in. His eyes met Bill's, and at that moment the facade of Bill Harper crumbled. "Victor Sullivan, you are under arrest for the London Bridge murders," Sam announced, his voice steady and resolved. Suddenly the bakery was plunged into darkness, and the whispers of Reynolds echoed throughout. The ghostly figure appeared, and an intense cold gripped the room. As the spectre of Reynolds reached out, Bill, driven to madness, made a break for the door. A chase ensued through the rain-soaked streets of the village. The pursuit led them to an ancient bridge where Bill teetered at the edge. He shouted at Reynolds' ghost, begging for release from his torment. Sam tried to talk him down, speaking of the families that needed justice. For a brief moment, Bill's eyes showed a glimmer of humanity, but Reynolds' ghost loomed closer. In a final act, Bill Harper, born Victor Sullivan, plunged into the raging waters below. The night was filled with the eerie silence that followed a storm. The village, the Harper family, and even Sam were left to grapple with the wreckage of a past that had finally found its reckoning. Days later, as Sam visited Augusta, he recounted the harrowing events. Augusta wondered if in some twisted way the spectral realm had sought its form of justice. Sam had brought the victims' families closure, but he wondered if the spirits could also find peace. Chapter 11. Shadows in the Night. In Augusta's lab, a dimly lit room filled with the hum of machines and a faint smell of antiseptics, Sam sat across from Augusta. An anxious, haunted expression replaced his usual confident demeanor. Outside, rain pattered against the windows, mirroring the turbulent thoughts swirling in Sam's mind. "Augusta, there's something I haven't told anyone," Sam said, barely above a whisper. His hands shook slightly. She leaned forward, her eyes searching his face. "What is it, Sam?" "I've been having nightmares ever since the incident at the bridge. But that's not all." He paused, his breath shaky. "I saw him, Augusta. I saw Reynolds' ghost in my room." Augusta's eyes widened. The ramifications of what Sam was suggesting weighed heavily on her scientific mind. "Tell me everything," she urged. "I wake up in the middle of the night, drenched in sweat," Sam began. "The room is cold, unnaturally cold. Then I see Reynolds standing in the shadows, staring at me. He's trying to say something, but I can't make it out. I've tried to convince myself it's just stress, but it's too real." Augusta's mind raced. Her invention was meant to be a gateway. But what if it had unintended consequences? What if Sam had inadvertently brought something back from the spirit world? "I think you should talk to a priest," Augusta suggested. "We are dealing with something that goes beyond science." "I'll do anything to make this stop," Sam replied, desperation in his voice. That night, as Sam lay in bed, the room turned frigid. He knew what was coming. He opened his eyes and saw Reynolds standing by the window, the pale moonlight casting an ethereal glow around him. Suddenly, Reynolds spoke, his voice a ghostly whisper. "Protect them." Sam bolted upright. "Protect who?" he shouted. But the room was empty. The next day, Sam went to see Father O'Connell, an old priest who had served the community for decades. The church's interior was soothing, with the scent of old wood and incense lingering in the air. Father O'Connell listened as Sam recounted his experiences. "It sounds like Reynolds is trying to deliver a message," Father O'Connell mused. "The spirits sometimes reach out to us for help." "But what does it mean, and why me?" Sam questioned. "Perhaps you are the one who can help. Be vigilant, my son. Watch for signs and follow your instincts." Armed with Father O'Connell's words, Sam was determined to discover what Reynolds was trying to communicate. Meanwhile, Augusta worked tirelessly to see if her spectral interface had any malfunctions that might have enabled a portal between the realms. As both delved into the mysteries that had become intertwined with their lives, they couldn't help but wonder if destiny had chosen them for a reason. A week after his nightmarish encounter, Sam found himself once again at the doorstep of Father O'Connell's church. His heart was pounding in his chest as he considered the possibility that Reynolds' spirit was evil and was taunting him. Inside the church, sunlight filtered through stained glass windows, casting a spectrum of colors onto the wooden pews. Father O'Connell, an older man with wisps of white hair and soft, compassionate eyes, sat across from Sam. "Father, I think Reynolds is threatening me. The phrase, 'protect them.' I fear he means my family." Sam's voice trembled. The priest's face became somber. "The spirit world is a complex tapestry. It is possible that what you are dealing with is an entity that feeds off fear and despair." You must protect your heart and mind, and above all, have faith, he said. I will give you a talisman. It has been blessed and may offer protection. Sam nodded and thanked him, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. After hearing about Sam's experiences, Augusta suggested they seek the counsel of Madame Zara, a reputed psychic and tarot reader. Madame Zara's shop was nestled in an old part of the city. The facade was a deep purple, and the window was adorned with crystals and mystical symbols. Inside, the air was heavy with the scent of incense and herbs. Shelves lined the walls with tarot decks, amulets, and ancient tomes. Madame Zara was an enigmatic figure, a woman draped in layers of colorful fabrics, her eyes lined with kohl, and numerous silver necklaces hanging around her neck. She gestured to them to sit at a round table covered in dark cloth with celestial patterns. I sense you bring a troubled spirit. She spoke in a voice that seemed to echo from a different time. Sam, slightly skeptical yet desperate, said, I need to know if my family is in danger. What does the spirit want? Madame Zara began laying out tarot cards on the table. The air grew dense and whispers seemed to float around them. After a moment that felt like an eternity, she spoke. The cards speak of an old darkness, an evil force seeking vengeance. The Five of Swords, conflict and tension, the Tower, sudden upheaval, and the Devil, bondage and materialism. Madame Zara's voice was heavy. But there is also the Star Hope. Surround yourself and your family with love and light. It may be your strongest protection. As they left the shop, the evening air felt chilling to Sam. I will do whatever it takes, he said to Augusta, clutching the talisman from Father O'Connell. They decided to combine their resources, Augusta's scientific prowess with Sam's relentless determination, and the wisdom imparted by Father O'Connell and Madame Zara, to protect Sam's family and confront the evil spirit of Reynolds. The stage was set for an ultimate confrontation between the earthly and the spectral, as forces beyond their understanding gathered around them. The shadows of the past were rising, and the battle for the future was about to begin. Augusta made her way to the opulent boardroom of Spectral Technologies, Inc., where the board members were scheduled to meet. The board members, dressed in sharp business attire, enthusiastically discussed the quarter's financial reports. As Augusta entered, the room fell silent. Her face was stern, and her voice carried the weight of her concerns. Thank you for seeing me, Augusta began. I need to discuss a matter of utmost importance and gravity. The chairman of the board, Richard, gestured for her to continue. I believe the spectral interface has awakened something dark beyond our understanding. Detective Sam Rodriguez, who used the spectral interface to solve a couple of murder cases, has encountered an evil spirit. Augusta's voice wavered as she spoke. And why, Dr. Forsythe, should this concern us? One of the board members interjected, clearly unimpressed. Because the technology we've created has potentially grave consequences. We don't know the extent of what we've opened, or what else might come through, Augusta retorted. Richard leaned back in his chair. Dr. Forsythe, while your concerns are noted, the spectral interface has become the pinnacle of technological achievement. Our profits have tripled, and the demand is ever growing. We are on the brink of revolutionizing human experiences. But at what cost? Augusta shot back. We are dealing with forces we do not fully comprehend, the ethical implications, the potential dangers. Dangers that have not been empirically proven, another board member interrupted. Augusta's eyes swept the room, the faces of men and women who had lost sight of the original purpose of the spectral interface. Her heart ached with disappointment and fear. If we do not act responsibly, we risk not just our downfall, but an unimaginable consequence for humanity, she finally said, her voice barely above a whisper. Richard, unswayed, closed the discussion. Dr. Forsythe, your concerns are noted and will be documented. However, we will proceed as planned. The spectral interface represents progress, and progress, as you know, often comes with risks. Augusta left the room with a heavy heart, the clinking of champagne glasses behind her as the board members celebrated their record profits. Outside, the city lights were gleaming, but to Augusta they seemed to flicker like the fragile flames of candles about to be snuffed out by a looming darkness. She knew it was up to her and Sam to face whatever was coming for the sake of humanity and the spirits caught in the crossfires of ambition and ignorance. She decided she needed someone to talk to. She dialed William's number, and as she heard his calming voice on the other end, she felt tears welling up in her eyes. "Augusta, what's wrong?" William's voice was tinged with worry. "I need someone to talk to. The board—" Her voice broke. "Come over, we'll figure this out together," William assured her. With that, Augusta set her destination to William's flat on her vehicle's navigation system. The transportation in Neo York in 2028 was a marvel of technology. The cars were autonomous, gliding effortlessly along magnetized lanes. The traffic was highly synchronized as the vehicles communicated to avoid congestion. However, as Augusta's car made its way through Neo York's bustling streets, she couldn't help but notice the city's stark contrasts. Towering skyscrapers with holographic advertisements stretched high into the sky, while down below people from all walks of life hustled through the streets. The neon lights bathed the city in an otherworldly glow. People in the crowd appeared both advanced and antiquated. Augusta's eyes were drawn to a small park by the riverside as her car crossed the bridge over the Cygnus River. She saw a little girl, maybe 5 or 6, sitting on a bench and talking animatedly to what seemed like an imaginary friend. At that moment, Augusta wondered if the child conversed with a spirit. Her invention had made the thin veil between the worlds even thinner. Turning her gaze away, Augusta looked up at the sky. The drones flitted about, some making deliveries, others projecting advertisements into the night sky. Neo York was a city that never slept, and now it was on the brink of never dying either. Thoughts swirled through Augusta's mind: the spectral world, the board's greed, and now the unforeseen consequences she had to tackle. She felt the weight of both worlds on her shoulders. Finally, the car pulled up to William's building. She took a deep breath as she stepped out. The night air was cool, and the scent of rain hinted at a storm brewing. She thought about the spectre that now haunted Sam. This wasn't just about science anymore. It was about realms intertwining, the fabric of existence. As she rode the elevator up to William's flat, she knew that together they had to face what was coming. For the living and the spirits, the challenges ahead were inseparable from the choices they made in the present. Chapter 12. Plans and Promises. Augusta found solace in the cozy confines of William's flat. It was situated on the top floor of a heritage building with a brick facade, nestled in a tree-lined street in the heart of Neo York. William's love for the classics was evident in the decor, with shelves full of books, vinyl records, and an old-fashioned fireplace that added warmth to the modern setting. As she entered, William greeted her with a gentle hug and a smile that always seemed to put her worries at bay, even if momentarily. The smell of freshly brewed coffee wafted through the air, and the soft jazz playing in the background created a serene atmosphere. They settled into the plush leather couch by the fireplace. Augusta, feeling a mix of exhaustion and comfort, began to recount her concerns about the spectral interface, the board's dismissal, and Sam's harrowing experiences. William listened intently, his brow furrowed. "And you said Sam visited a tarot card reader. Madame Zara, was it?" he asked. "Yes," Augusta replied. "She told him the cards warned of impending danger, and you should have seen the shop. It was like stepping back in time, a small, dim-lit place with antique furniture, shelves of ancient books, and a peculiar smell of herbs and incense." William took Augusta's hands. "I can't help but be concerned for your safety, Augusta. This technology has already unlocked more than we can understand. Please promise me you'll be careful." Augusta nodded. "I promise." In an attempt to shift the mood, William brought up their holiday plans. "Now, how about we discuss something more uplifting, like our trip to Madrid? I've always wanted to visit the Prado Museum." Augusta's face lit up at the mention of the holiday. They dove into planning, talking about art, Spanish cuisine, and the history they would be immersed in. As they spoke, Augusta felt lighter, a brief escape from looming shadows. Later that evening, after dinner, they decided to watch an old romantic movie. With the fireplace crackling and wrapped in each other's arms, they let the world outside cease to exist. As the night grew late, Augusta decided to stay over. "Augusta, know that whatever comes, we'll face it together," William whispered. "Yes, together," Augusta echoed, feeling the warmth and safety she longed for. As she drifted to sleep, thoughts of spirits, tarot cards, and dark shadows mingled with dreams of Madrid, love, and a future where hope prevailed. The night was a blend of foreboding and promises that were meant to be kept. Augusta and William were heading to the airport for their much-anticipated holiday 2 weeks later. Augusta had packed lightly, but William, ever the prepared traveller, had a suitcase filled with almost everything one could imagine needing on a trip. As they made their way to the airport, the excitement was palpable between them. Augusta hadn't taken a vacation in years, and the thought of leaving the pressures of New York behind even for a little while felt liberating. Before they left, Augusta had a conversation with Sam. "Call me if anything happens, Sam. Day or night," she had said firmly. "I will, Augusta, but you need this break. Don't worry about me. Enjoy your vacation," Sam replied with a reassuring smile. New York International Airport was a hive of activity. People from all around the world donning various outfits could be seen waiting in queues, greeting loved ones, or hastily catching their flights. The amalgamation of languages and accents created a fascinating cacophony. As they waited in line to board their flight, Augusta noticed a family with 2 small children, their faces alight with excitement. She smiled at the innocent joy and nudged William, who grinned back. The flight itself was smooth. The airliner was equipped with the latest technology, ensuring maximum comfort for its passengers. Augusta and William shared stories, laughed and dreamt about the days ahead as the hour flew by. Upon landing in Madrid, the aroma of the city filled the air. A mix of spices, coffee, and an ancient urban spirit enveloped them. They took a cab to their hotel, the Palacio Real, a 5-star establishment known for its luxurious accommodations and rich history. As they entered the lobby, the grandeur took their breath away. The marble floors, crystal chandeliers, and classical Spanish paintings transported them to a different era. The staff greeted them warmly. "Bienvenidos al Palacio Real," said the concierge with a wide smile. "Gracias," replied Augusta, her rusty Spanish making a reappearance. Their room was on the top floor, overlooking the magnificent city. The room was exquisitely furnished, with a plush, king-sized bed, antique furniture, and a balcony that offered a panoramic view of Madrid. As they settled in, William turned to Augusta, taking her hands in his. "This is our chance to breathe, Augusta. A chance to live a little," he whispered. She smiled back, her eyes shining. They stepped onto the balcony together as the sun set over Madrid, casting a golden hue across the horizon. Little did they know that this trip would be more than just a getaway. It was the beginning of a journey that would bind them closer than ever as the threads of the past, present, and realms beyond started weaving into the tapestry of their destinies. Day 1, Madrid's historic city centre was a mosaic of colours, sounds, and aromas. As Augusta and William walked hand in hand, street performers played Spanish guitar and danced the sevillanas, their heels clicking rhythmically against the cobblestones. The air was heavy with the scent of freshly baked churros and savoury jamon iberico. As they made their way into Plaza Mayor, Augusta's eyes widened. The grand square was alive with activity. Artists painting, children chasing pigeons, and the laughter of people enjoying their morning cafes. "Look at the frescoes on the Casa de la Panaderia. They're like living stories painted on the walls," Augusta said. William responded, "You're absolutely right. The artist aimed to encapsulate the essence of Madrid through mythology and allegory." A street vendor caught their attention with a cart loaded with roasted chestnuts and caramelized nuts. "Do you want to try some castanas?" William asked. Augusta responded, "Yes, please." They continued to explore, and a sudden downpour added excitement to their day, They darted under an archway, laughing. "This is an adventure within itself," William said. They sought refuge in a cozy eatery with vintage bullfighting posters. The aroma of garlic and saffron enveloped them as they sat at a rustic wooden table. Augusta savoured her paella's richness, and William couldn't get enough of the tapas. "This albondigas tapa is divine, you have to try it," William said. Augusta responded, "Only if you have a taste of my paella." As night fell, the two found themselves at a traditional tablao. The room was dimly lit, with the spotlight focused on the stage. As the guitarists began playing, a flamenco dancer took the stage. Her fiery red dress flowed like flames as she moved. The intensity in her eyes, the speed of her movements, and the beats of her heels seemed to speak directly to their souls. "Feel the duende, the spirit of flamenco," William whispered. Augusta responded, "It's like the dancer's soul is bared open for the world to see." After the show, they danced through the streets, trying to mimic the flamenco moves, laughing as they stumbled. They ended their night sharing churros con chocolate at San Gines, an iconic churro place serving since 1894. Their hearts were full, as were their tummies. "This day it's been just perfect," Augusta said. William responded, "And this is just the beginning." They raised their churros in a toast to the adventures yet to come. Day 2. The morning sun gently kissed the ancient stones of the Prado Museum as Augusta and William joined an eager group of art lovers waiting to enter. The museum was a treasure trove of artistic expression, with rooms dedicated to the grand masters of the Spanish Golden Age. They found themselves in a hall where the haunting gaze of the man in Goya's The 3rd of May 1808 captured their attention. The painting was a chilling representation of war and injustice. It's like you can feel the fear and desperation in his eyes. The way Goya used shadows and light, it's almost as if the painting is alive, Augusta said. William responded, "You're right. He captured a moment in time and it's now immortalized through his brush." They spent hours immersing themselves in the masterpieces and even participated in a spontaneous sketching session with art students. "Look, I tried to draw you," Augusta said, giggling. William responded, "That's abstract. Here's my sketch of you." They laughed heartily at their amateur drawings and continued to explore. As evening dawned, the city was painted in hues of gold and orange. Augusta and William made their way to El Retiro Park. The sprawling gardens were lush and full of families enjoying picnics, musicians, and a puppet show with children cheering. "How about a boat ride?" William asked. They rented a rowboat, and William took the oars, gliding them through the lake's calm waters. The water was a mirror reflecting the warm tones of the setting sun. Ducks swam beside them, and couples and families enjoyed boat rides around them. "It's so peaceful here, like we're in the middle of a painting," Augusta said. They reached into a bag of bread they had bought and began feeding the ducks. "Look at that one with the green head. He's quite the character," William said. As the sun set, William rowed them under a bridge where a saxophonist played a soulful tune. "This is magical," Augusta said. They docked the boat and walked through the rose garden, where the scent of blooming flowers lingered. Suddenly, a lively street band playing rumba caught their attention, and they couldn't resist joining the dancing crowd. Augusta felt an overwhelming sense of contentment as they danced with joyous abandon. Madrid's beauty and genuine connection with William made her heart sing. They capped off the night with gelato from a nearby vendor, sitting on a park bench, watching the stars emerge in the night sky. "Today was just beautiful," Augusta said. "Like you," William responded. They shared a sweet kiss as the soft murmur of the park's nighttime symphony played around them. Day 3. As the dawn unfolded, Augusta and William, armed with cameras and maps, boarded a bus to the enchanting city of Toledo. The sun bathed the landscape in warm light as they journeyed through the rolling hills. Upon arrival, the ancient city walls welcomed them as if inviting them to a time long ago. The city, perched atop a hill, was a symphony of spires, turrets, and cobblestones. Their first stop was Zocadova Square, bustling with activity. Cafes spilled onto the streets, and street performers captivated the crowd with their craft. There was a sense of liveliness that was infectious. "Let's explore," William said. They meandered through narrow alleyways lined with charming stores selling damaskinado, gold and black enamel swords, hand-painted ceramics, and traditional marzipan, a fragrant scent wafted from a shop. "Hola, quieren probar el mazapan de Toledo?" "Hello, would you like to try Toledo's marzipan?" The shopkeeper said. "Sí, gracias," Augusta responded. The marzipan was delectable, a sweet, almond-rich taste that melted in their mouths. "We must buy some to take back home," Augusta said. They ventured to the Toledo Cathedral, a colossal, ornate structure with soaring towers. The moment they entered, they were enveloped by the sheer majesty of the place. The sunlight filtered through the intricate stained glass, casting a kaleidoscope of colors on the floor. Augusta, whispering, "It feels almost sacred here, like you can feel past whispers." They sat down on a pew for a moment of reflection. Later, they joined a local guide who took them to the Jewish Quarter and the Mosque of Cristo de la Luz, a blend of architectural styles indicative of Toledo's multicultural past. Toledo is known as the City of Three Cultures due to the historical coexistence of Christian, Muslim and Jewish communities, the guide said. "The blend is harmonious, and it feels like the cultures are woven into the city's very fabric," Augusta responded. After exploring, they stopped at a hillside restaurant with a terrace overlooking Toledo. The view was breathtaking. "A toast to a day full of discoveries," William said. They clinked glasses and indulged in a feast of local delicacies: manchego cheese, serrano ham, and garlic soup. As dusk descended, they took a leisurely walk along the Tagus River, the sound of the water serenading them. Suddenly, a group of local musicians set up nearby and began playing vibrant Spanish tunes. People gathered around, clapping and dancing. Augusta and William joined in, dancing joyously. The crowd cheered as William twirled Augusta. As they headed back to the bus, hearts full and feet tired, they both felt they had shared an adventure that had bonded them even closer. "Toledo has been unforgettable," William said. "Every step here has been like walking through a living storybook," Augusta said. As the city lights of Toledo twinkled in the distance, they made their way back to Madrid with memories that would last a lifetime. Day 4. Malasana greeted Augusta and William with an eclectic charm. The narrow streets were alive with art. Murals, graffiti and installations turned the neighborhood into an open-air gallery. The pieces ranged from surrealistic to politically charged, each telling its own story. "The creativity here is intoxicating. Look at that mural with the giant eyes. It's as if it's looking into my soul," Augusta said. William responded, "Malasana is known as the heart of Madrid's counterculture. It's where the old and the new collide." They strolled past vintage stores, quirky boutiques and vibrant cafes, each with its unique personality. The smell of freshly brewed coffee was irresistible. "Let's try this cafe. I hear they serve the best café con leche in town," William said. They entered a cafe with worn wooden tables and shelves lined with books and vinyl records. The barista, a friendly man with tattoos and a beard, greeted them warmly. "Hola, que les apetece?" "Hello, what would you like?" the barista said. William responded, "Dos café con leche, por favor." They settled into a cozy nook by the window. The coffee was rich and aromatic, and as they sipped, they talked about everything, from their childhood dreams to the books they loved. "You know, William, this trip has made me realize how important it is sometimes to take a step back and truly live," Augusta said. "I couldn't agree more. We often get caught up in the daily grind and forget what really matters," William responded. In the evening, they headed to a rooftop restaurant with an unparalleled view of Madrid. As they stepped onto the terrace, the view took their breath away. The city stretched out like a sea of lights, with historical landmarks bathed in a golden glow. They settled into a table overlooking the Royal Palace and Almudena Cathedral. Soft jazz played in the background as the moon rose. "This is magical," Augusta said. William raised his glass. To magic and memories. They clinked glasses. The night was filled with laughter, shared stories and plans for the future. After dinner, they strolled along Gran Via, the city's main artery. The street was abuzz with night owls, and the Grand Theatre's lights competed with the stars. Madrid by night is a different kind of beautiful, Augusta said. As they walked hand in hand, the city lights twinkled, and the soft breeze carried the sounds of a city that never sleeps. They felt at peace, as though for this moment, time was infinite, and the world was theirs to savor. Day 5. On the 5th day, they dawned bright and crisp. Augusta and William decided to immerse themselves in the bustling atmosphere of El Rastro, the most popular open-air flea market in Madrid. As they entered the market, a cacophony of voices, colors and scents enveloped them. Vendors animatedly called out to passers-by, showcasing everything from antiques and vintage clothing to handmade crafts. Oh, look at these antique earrings. They are exquisite. William, and check out these old maps of Spain. They would look great framed, Augusta said. They found themselves in front of a stall selling artisanal cheeses and chorizo, and the aroma was irresistible. Hola, quieren probar? Hello, would you like to try? The vendor asked. Augusta responded, Sí, por favor. They couldn't help but buy a selection to take back home as they tasted the samples. They continued to wander through the market, soaking in the energetic vibe. Musicians played lively Spanish tunes, and Augusta and William joined an impromptu dance session with locals. Their laughter echoed through the market. As dusk approached, they stumbled upon a quiet, picturesque plaza with a small trickling fountain at its center and ivy-laden balconies overlooking it. The orange hues of the setting sun gave the place a magical glow. It was here that William decided it was the perfect moment. He went down on one knee, his eyes locked on Augusta's. Augusta, these days have been a taste of what life can be, full of love, joy and adventure. I want to spend the rest of my life making memories with you. Will you marry me? William asked. As he opened the box to reveal a dazzling 3-carat diamond ring, Augusta's heart skipped a beat. Tears welled up in her eyes. Yes, William, 1,000 times yes, Augusta responded. As they embraced, the few people in the plaza started clapping, and an old Spanish lady sitting on a bench with a smile as wide as the sea shouted, Viva los novios! They chose a nearby restaurant for a celebratory dinner. It was an intimate place with wooden beams, hanging garlic strands, and the aroma of paella cooking somewhere in the back. As they sat at their table with plates of tapas, gambas al ajillo, and glasses of the finest Spanish wine, they couldn't stop stealing glances at each other, and their faces lit up with joy. Back at the hotel, Augusta was bubbling with excitement. She picked up her phone and dialed Jenny's number. Jenny, I have to tell you something. I'm engaged. It was so romantic. Madrid is incredible, and I can't believe this is happening, Augusta said. Oh my God, Augusta, I'm so happy for you. We need to celebrate as soon as you get back, Jenny screamed. As they packed their bags for their journey back to New York, Augusta felt her heart would burst from the sheer joy and love she had experienced. She and William had found something rare and beautiful, and this adventure in Madrid was just the beginning. Augusta and William made their way to Madrid Barajas Adolfo Suarez Airport, with a sense of fulfillment in their hearts. The Spanish sun bathed the city in golden hues, and the cool morning breeze carried the scent of blooming flowers. As they entered the airport, the air buzzed with excitement and possibilities. Travelers hurried along, dragging suitcases, cradling coffees, or holding their children's hands. The check-in counters and information board rows announced destinations to the world's farthest corners. Augusta took in the diverse tapestry of people around her. Families embarking on vacations, couples lost in each other's eyes, and lone travelers looking forward to new adventures. She felt incredibly grateful to be sharing this moment with William. At a small cafe near their gate, they grabbed cups of café con leche and freshly baked croissants. They toasted to their new beginning, their eyes locked in silent appreciation. As they boarded the plane, Augusta settled into her seat next to the window. and William took the one beside her. The aircraft was modern and spacious, with passengers happily chatting and cabin crew members moving gracefully up and down the aisles. William took Augusta's hand as the plane taxied down the runway. She felt a reassuring warmth as their fingers intertwined. They looked out the window as Madrid became smaller, the city's beauty framed in the rectangular window. Once in the air, the clouds seemed like fluffy cotton candies against the cerulean sky. The plane soared above the clouds, the tranquility above a stark contrast to the bustling city below. During the flight, Augusta and William shared stories, laughed, and even dozed off, leaning on each other. The flight attendants served them a delightful meal, and the onboard entertainment kept them engaged. The city's futuristic skyline appeared as the plane descended into New York. The majestic towers and sprawling landscapes were bathed in the setting sun's light. Augusta turned to William, her heart full. "We're home," she whispered. Chapter 13. Echoes of the past and a future beckoning. Augusta and William landed in New York with a sense of having lived a lifetime in just a few days. The city's towering skyscrapers welcomed them back, but now Augusta felt an added warmth. After a day of settling in, Augusta decided it was time to call her father in Wales and share the good news. Due to her work commitments, she hadn't seen him in years, but they maintained a strong bond. Her father, Edwin, was a retired history professor who had always encouraged Augusta's inquisitive mind. Dialing. "Hello, Dad?" Augusta asked. "Ah, my star, how are you, Augusta?" Edwin responded. "I'm wonderful, Dad, and I have some great news. William proposed and we're engaged," Augusta said. Yes, I know," Edwin said, laughing. "Wait, what? How?" Augusta asked. "That young man called me before your holiday to ask for my blessing. He's a fine gentleman, Augusta," Edwin said. Augusta was touched that William had reached out to her father. Her heart swelled with love for him. "I love him, Dad. And guess what? He's now working as an executive in British Airlines corporate office here in New York," Augusta said. "That's splendid. I'm so proud of both of you." "Take care, my dear, and don't take too long to visit, okay?" Edwin said. "I promise. I love you, Dad," Augusta responded. After the call, Augusta felt content. She decided to catch up with Sam and talk about their next steps. Meanwhile, William was in his new office, adorned with large windows overlooking the city. His desk was sleek, and the atmosphere was invigorating. He felt ready to take on this new challenge. Sam made his way to Augusta's office at the Spectral interface facility. The facility was a contrasting mix of cold metal and illuminated computer screens with an eerie ambience. Augusta was poring over some documents when Sam knocked. "Augusta, can we talk?" Sam asked. "Of course, come in. What's on your mind?" Augusta responded. Sam hesitated for a moment, looking quite disturbed. His eyes had dark circles as if he hadn't slept in days. "It's about Reynolds' ghost. I saw him while you were away. I didn't want to worry you during your trip, but it's important, you know," Sam said. Augusta, alert, motioned for him to sit. "It was late at night. I was working here alone. The air became heavy and it felt like time was slowing down. The lights flickered and the temperature dropped. Then I saw him, Reynolds' ghost, in the corner," Sam said. "Was he like before?" Augusta asked. "No, he was clearer, almost solid. His eyes were hollow, his voice a whisper that felt like it was coming from inside my head. The room was filled with the smell of decay and cold earth. It felt like the grave," Sam said. Augusta felt shivers run down her spine. "He pointed at me and said, 'I'll stop this haunting if you send me a soul. Kill a young woman and offer her soul to me,' Sam said." Augusta gasped. "I was horrified. My grandmother was a devout woman, and a prayer she taught me as a child came to mind. I recited it with all my might, and then the room seemed to vibrate, and he disintegrated into the mist," Sam said. "What did the prayer say?" Augusta asked. "It was an old Latin prayer for protection against malevolent spirits," Sam responded. Augusta was deep in thought. Then she remembered what Sam had mentioned earlier. "You said your wife saw something too?" Augusta asked. "Yes, she said she felt a presence at our home that night. She saw a shadow in the shape of a man outside the window, but when she looked again, it was gone. She was terrified, Sam said. Sam's voice was tinged with worry as he spoke of his family. I need to make sure my family is safe. Sam said this, whatever it is, can't get near them. I completely understand. Have you thought of sagging your house? It's said to purify and protect the space from negative energies. Augusta asked. That's a good idea. I'll do that tonight, Sam responded. Later that evening, Sam stood outside his house with a bundle of sage. His wife Mary stood beside him, holding their 2 children close. The lights from the house spilled onto the front yard, casting a warm glow. The night was eerily silent. Sam lit the sage bundle until it smoldered and began to release thick, fragrant smoke. He spoke words of protection, asking for the safety and well-being of his family. Spirits and energies that mean harm to my family, I command you to leave this place, Sam said. The smoke from the sage swirled around them. As they went through each room, the air felt lighter. The tension that had gripped them seemed to dissipate. I feel like we can breathe again, Mary said. Yes, but we need to be vigilant, Sam responded. Back at the Spectral interface facility, Augusta was approached by a gentleman in his 50s. His once dark hair was now peppered with grey, and his eyes seemed to carry the weight of countless sleepless nights. He introduced himself as Charles McDermott, a self-made multimillionaire, but one haunted by the ghosts of his past. He shared his story with Augusta, how as a young man he was part of a university rugby team involved in a terrible plane crash. He was the only survivor, and for years he struggled with the survivor's guilt, the faces of his fallen friends never leaving his thoughts. I feel like part of my soul perished with them on that mountain. Charles's voice trembled as he spoke. His therapist had recommended the Spectral interface as a way for him to seek closure. Augusta, moved by his story, meticulously set up the Spectral interface machine. As the machine hummed to life, Charles looked both anxious and hopeful. As Charles entered the spirit realm, a misty landscape unraveled before him. The surroundings felt otherworldly, with colors more vivid than he had ever seen. He found himself on a rugby field where his teammates played, their laughter echoing. They all looked so young, just as he remembered them. Tears welled in his eyes. One of them, his best friend John, approached him. Charlie, we've been waiting for you. But why? Charles managed to say through tears. We wanted you to see that we are at peace, John replied warmly. His teammates approached him individually, sharing memories and laughter, and telling him how proud they were of the man he had become. We live through you, Charles. Live your life with joy for all of us, John said as they all stood around him. As Charles returned from the spirit world, tears of catharsis flowed down his cheeks. He looked lighter, like a massive weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Thank you, he whispered to Augusta as he left the room. Augusta couldn't help but feel a deep satisfaction in her heart, seeing the peace that the Spectral interface had brought to a tormented soul. This was why she was here, and this was her life calling, to be a bridge between the worlds, to mend the torn souls, and in doing so, perhaps mend a part of her own. Aboard Charles' luxurious private jet, his family eagerly awaited his arrival. The jet's interior was decked with plush leather seats, mahogany woodwork and fine art. The air was thick with anticipation as Charles's wife and adult children, Emma and Michael, settled into the spacious seating area. The large windows offered a glimpse of the clouds outside, painting an ethereal backdrop to the story unfolding. As Charles entered the cabin, there was a serene glow about him. He looked content, lighter somehow. His wife Elizabeth held his hand and asked softly, "How did it go?" Charles sat down and looked at his family, his eyes glistening with tears. "It was more than I could have imagined," he began. "When I entered the spirit world, it was like stepping into a realm where time and space had no meaning. The landscape was both familiar and otherworldly." Emma, his daughter, was holding her breath. "Did you see them?" she whispered. "Yes." Charles nodded. "I saw the entire Ruby team. They were playing on a field that was like an endless sea of green. The sky was ablaze with colors I can't even describe. and then they saw me. His son Michael leaned forward. What did they say? They were happy, Charles replied with a smile. They told me that they were at peace, that there was no pain or regret. They were just free and joyous. They were young, just as I remember them. And what did they say about you? Elizabeth questioned gently. They said they were proud of me. Charles's voice broke. They said they had been with me all these years, cheering me on. They wanted me to let go of the guilt, live my life to the fullest, and honor their memory by cherishing every moment. Charles's family was teary-eyed. They had not seen him this peaceful in a long time. They gathered around him, enveloping him in a warm embrace. As the jet soared through the clouds, a new chapter began for Charles and his family. Through his ethereal journey, Charles had found closure and brought back a message of hope and living life with love and gratitude. Meanwhile, at the Spectral Interface facility, Augusta felt an immense sense of fulfillment. She had been part of something that had profoundly changed a life. Chapter 14. A Lottery of Hope and Spirits. The Spectral Interface facility had a grand conference room where the board of directors gathered for their monthly meetings. The atmosphere in the room was usually serious, but today there was an unmistakable air of excitement. Members eagerly exchanged glances as the meeting was called to order. Augusta and the chair of the board, Richard, sat side by side, eagerly awaiting the discussions. One of the board members, a lively woman named Isabella Sanford, was the first to speak. She pitched the idea of a lottery drawing allowing anyone, regardless of financial status, to visit the spirit world through the Spectral Interface. Imagine the hope and solace we can bring to so many people. Isabella's voice resonated with genuine passion. Richard's eyes lit up as he listened. He leaned over to Augusta and whispered, "This could change everything." Augusta agreed wholeheartedly. She'd always wished for the Spectral Interface to be accessible to everyone, not just the wealthy. A board member named George Thompson, known for his business acumen, added that the sale of lottery tickets could not only cover the operational costs, but also be highly profitable. We can also contribute a portion of the proceeds to charities that assist with burial costs or offer grief counseling. It would be a win-win, he suggested. The room buzzed with enthusiastic chatter as the board members discussed the logistics and potential impact of the idea. Augusta stood up and addressed the board. This is not just a business venture, this is a chance to touch lives and make a real difference. This embodies the spirit of what the Spectral Interface was created for. A vote was called, and the air was thick with anticipation. One by one, hands were raised in approval. The decision was unanimous. The Spectral Interface facility would host a monthly lottery, opening the doors of the spirit realm to the hopes and hearts of many more individuals. Augusta felt a wave of fulfillment sweep over her. The thought of the joy and closure this initiative could bring to countless souls warmed her heart. This was a day of change that marked a new chapter in the journey of the Spectral Interface as it spread its wings to embrace a wider world. The Spectral Interface facility embarked on a mission unlike any other in history. It was the dawn of a global marketing campaign set to captivate the hearts and imaginations of people worldwide. The campaign was for the launch of the Spectral Interface Lottery, a chance for ordinary people to journey into the spirit world. In the United States, television commercials took on an emotional tone. They depicted families recounting stories of loved ones they'd lost, then imagining what it would be like to see them again. A soft voiceover said, "Reconnect, heal, find closure. The Spectral Interface Lottery, a doorway to beyond." In Japan, marketing was highly technological and interactive. Holographic displays projected a serene spirit world landscape in busy places like Shibuya Crossing. Passers-by could use augmented reality through their phones to experience a taste of what the Spectral Interface could offer. India's campaign was saturated with cultural references. Bollywood celebrities endorsed the lottery in commercials set in lavish old-world palaces, creating a bridge between the ancestors and the present generation. The tagline was, "Sat Samundar Par, Wo Pukare Tumhe Yaar," which translates to "Across the seven seas, they call out to you." In Brazil, The campaign blended the vibrant carnival with spiritual traditions. Advertisements showcased people in colorful costumes dancing in the streets, with the spirits of their ancestors joining the festivities. Newspapers ran headlines like Encontro dos Mundos, Uma chance para o além, or Meeting of the Worlds, a chance to the beyond. As the campaign spread across Europe, Africa, and other parts of the world, social media erupted with #Beyond the Veil. People shared stories of who they would want to meet in the spirit world and what they would say. The hashtag trended globally for weeks. On Twitter, a woman from Kenya wrote, "I'd give anything to see my grandmother smile again. She was my world. #Beyond the Veil." A popular breakfast show in Australia hosted a live segment where a grief counsellor discussed how the spectral interface could bring closure and healing. Coffee shops in Paris buzzed with discussions over espresso. In Istanbul, strangers chatted about it on the bustling ferries crossing the Bosphorus. In Moscow, university students debated the philosophical implications in study halls. As days turned into weeks, the excitement escalated to a fever pitch. The lottery ticket sales were staggering, quickly approaching $1 billion. At the board of directors meeting, the atmosphere was electric. Richard, the chairman, couldn't contain his enthusiasm. "This is unprecedented," he exclaimed, looking at the sales figures. "We have tapped into something that resonates with every human being." Augusta was overwhelmed. Her invention, born from her deepest pain and loss, had become a beacon of hope for millions. She had imagined helping people, but the scale of this phenomenon was beyond her wildest dreams. Meanwhile, charities that help with burial costs and grief therapy started receiving donations from the lottery proceedings. News outlets covered stories of how the funds changed lives even before anyone stepped into the spectral interface. As the day of the first lottery draw approached, the world held its breath. This wasn't just a lottery, but a symbol of universal longing, hope, and the indomitable human spirit that seeks to transcend the barriers of life and death. Augusta stood in her lab, surrounded by the machine that had made everything possible. She realized that she had become a part of something far greater than herself through science and human connection. Her heart brimmed with joy and gratitude as she silently thanked her beloved mother, whose love had been the catalyst for this extraordinary journey. In New York, the city buzzed with an energy that hadn't been seen for a long time. The day of the Spectral Interface lottery draw was upon them, and the Spectral Interface facility was the epicenter of this global event. A sea of international flags waved outside the facility, and the world's media descended upon New York. The venerable BBC, America's CNN, Japan's NHK, and countless others were all present, their cameras trained on the facility's entrance. The atmosphere was royal, quite literally, as members of the British royal family graced the event. Their presence symbolized the importance and the international nature of this extraordinary moment. Inside the facility, the anticipation was tangible. A massive stage was set up, with a transparent globe holding millions of lottery tickets. The world was a technological marvel designed to mix the tickets using anti-gravity technology. A giant screen displayed live feeds from different parts of the world where people were eagerly waiting. Augusta, in her lab coat, stood on the stage. Her heart raced. She was proud, nervous, and excited all at once. The time had come. A member of the royal family stepped forward to press the button that would spin the globe. The world watched in collective anticipation. After what seemed like an eternity, the globe slowed down. A robotic arm with precision reached in and pulled out a single ticket. The winner was announced. A 22-year-old woman from America named Trina Robinson, cut to a small living room in Ohio, USA. The cameras captured Trina as she found out she won. Tears streamed down her face, and her family erupted into screams of joy. Trina had lost her twin sister Lily in a car accident a year earlier when a drunk driver struck her car. The world's heart swelled for Trina. Social media was flooded with messages of support and joy for her. #Trina's journey trended worldwide. As the media thronged her residence, Trina spoke through tears. This is for my sister, my other half. Lily, I love you. she stammered. Trina was flown to New York in a private jet. As she disembarked, she was greeted like a head of state. Augusta was there to receive her. They embraced, and Augusta whispered, "I'm so glad it's you." The world's media was allowed to document the events under the condition that they would respect the sacredness of Trina's experience. An air of sacred silence enveloped the room inside the facility as Trina was led to the spectral interface. She was clad in flowing white garments reminiscent of a guardian angel, and her face flushed with trepidation and hope. Augusta gently squeezed her hand and whispered words of reassurance. As Trina settled into the machine, a soft, ethereal light bathed her. Her heart pounded as she crossed the threshold into the spirit realm. Suddenly the room seemed to expand into a boundless, verdant meadow. The grass was lush and green, swaying to a gentle breeze that carried whispers of laughter and songs long forgotten. The sky was a tapestry of pink and gold, casting a warm embrace upon the land. Trina's breath caught in her throat as she walked through a grove of trees laden with blossoms. The petals fell around her, and she could hear soft whispers in the rustling leaves. As she reached a clearing, the air became still. The meadow was bathed in a radiant golden light that emanated from everywhere yet nowhere. And then she saw her. Lily, her twin, stood there with a smile that could heal the world's sorrows. She was in a dress they had both loved, surrounded by a soft halo of light. Lily?" Trina's voice was but a whisper. "Trina!" Lily's voice was like the softest melody. "I've missed you." The sisters ran towards each other, embracing in a swirl of light and petals. They spoke about their shared childhood memories and the dreams they had woven together. Lily's laughter was like wind chimes, and as Trina looked into her eyes, she felt an overwhelming sense of love and peace. "You need to live for both of us." Lily's voice resonated in the air. "Laugh, love, and make this world beautiful. I'm always with you." Slowly, the golden light grew brighter. Lily's figure began to shimmer, and as she stepped back, she became a part of the light itself. "I love you," whispered Trina, tears streaming down her face. "I love you always," echoed in the breeze as Lily's form dissolved into thousands of petals that soared into the sky. As Trina returned, she was a changed person. Though streaked with tears, her face showed a calm and almost divine peace. During the press conference, Trina spoke eloquently. "Today I found what my soul was searching for. I want everyone to know that our loved ones are with us, always. Love transcends everything." The world was moved. Trina's journey had become everyone's journey. People found solace, hope, and a renewed connection with the beyond. There was not a dry eye among the millions who witnessed her experience. Augusta stood in the background, her heart filled with contentment. The spectral interface was a harbinger of peace and hope to the bereaved hearts around the globe. Trina decided to use her newfound global platform to establish a charity in her sister's name to help victims of drunk driving. As Trina left the facility, the crowd erupted in applause. She had touched the world, and the world had embraced her with open arms. The spectral interface had united the world, if only for a day, in love, hope, and remembrance. Chapter 15. Blossoms and Bridal Bells. The following weeks were enveloped in a whirlwind of joy and excitement as Augusta threw herself into the wedding preparations. The experience with Trina had given her an even deeper appreciation for the bonds that hold people together, and she was eager to celebrate her own. Jenny, Augusta's enthusiastic best friend, was an unstoppable force. When Augusta asked her to be her wedding planner, she squealed with delight and began churning out ideas like a tornado of creativity. One bright Saturday morning, Augusta and Jenny ventured into the heart of New York for wedding dress shopping. They entered the Bridal Garden, a renowned boutique with a vintage flair. The interior was adorned with cascading ivy, fragrant blooms, and the soft glow of chandeliers, while rows of exquisite wedding dresses awaited their turn to be adored. Augusta was in awe as she ran her fingers over the intricate lace and satiny fabrics. With her unerring eye for style, Jenny handpicked a few gowns for Augusta to try. They laughed, critiqued and cheered each other through the fitting session. Finally, Augusta emerged from the dressing room in an ethereal gown that took everyone's breath away. The dress was an amalgamation of tradition and modernity, with lace representing roots and crystal embellishments capturing the spirit of New York. With tears in her eyes, Jenny exclaimed, "This is the one." In the following weeks, Jenny's house office became a command center for wedding planning. Swatches of fabric, guest lists, seating arrangements, and floral arrangements spread across the room. Jenny's pet cat, Sir Whiskers, often napped among the organized chaos, providing light-hearted moments. The duo decided on an intimate yet elegant wedding, with a mix of traditional elements and avant-garde style to represent the fusion of their lives. They opted for a historic New York mansion with a beautiful garden for the venue. William and Augusta decided that instead of a gift registry, they would ask guests to make donations to a charity dedicated to helping families who lost loved ones, inspired by her experiences at the Spectral Interface facility. Jenny organized tasting sessions for the menu, and they decided on an eclectic mix of Spanish and traditional British cuisine, a nod to the couple's engagement trip. Days turned into weeks, and as May 17th drew closer, the excitement reached a fever pitch. Jenny sent invitations, received RSVPs, and implemented the final touches. As Augusta stood amid the flurry of preparations, she couldn't help but feel a sense of fulfillment. This was not just a celebration of her love for William, but a testament to the bonds that shape our lives, the joys that lift our spirits, and the love that, like a never-fading blossom, holds us forever in its embrace. Augusta's heart was still aflutter from all the joy and excitement of the wedding preparations when her phone rang. A shiver went down her spine when she saw Sam's caller ID. She sensed that something was amiss. "Augusta, you have to come over to the facility. Reynolds is back, but this time it's different." Sam's voice was frantic over the phone. "Different? How?" Augusta inquired. "He looks solid, more real, as if he could touch things. I don't know how to explain it, but you must see this." Augusta had never actually seen Reynolds's ghost, only photographs. Nonetheless, she left her flat without wasting a moment and raced to the Spectral Interface facility. The air inside the facility was cold and oppressive. Looking pale, Sam directed her attention to a monitor displaying the Spectral Interface's room. On the screen was a figure, unmistakably Reynolds, appearing solid with menacing, twisted features. "Is that—" Augusta's voice trailed off as she recognized Reynolds from the pictures. "Yes, and it's far from the ethereal ghost I've encountered before," said Sam. "He was here when I dropped off some documents from the police department. The board needed them for tax purposes. They show the company's charitable donations." "We need help," Augusta whispered. Together they rushed to Madame Zara's abode, a quaint space filled with the rich scent of incense and old books. Madame Zara listened as they explained the situation. Her face grew somber as she spoke. "What you are dealing with is far more sinister than a restless spirit. Reynolds has crossed into another plane. He's gaining the strength to interact with the physical world. What do we do?" Augusta's voice was shaky. Madame Zara handed them a small pouch of herbs and crystals. "Confront him, but protect yourselves physically and spiritually," she advised. As they left, a thunderstorm began to brew. The world seemed to mirror the darkness they were about to face. Back at the facility, chaos ensued inside the room. Papers were flying, and furniture was levitating. In the center was Reynolds, his eyes glowing with malevolent energy. With all his might, Sam shouted, "Leave this place!" as he brandished the pouch of herbs and crystals. Reynolds let out a chilling snarl and lunged at them. Suddenly, Augusta felt a presence. Glancing to her side, she saw a luminescent spectral figure of a woman. She was radiant, exuding a calming aura. In a serene and commanding voice, the spirit spoke, "You are not welcome here. Be gone." A brilliant light enveloped the room, and with a scream, Reynolds was expelled in a vortex of energy. As calm returned, the protective spirit turned towards Augusta and Sam, and with a warm smile, faded away. They stood in stunned silence, absorbing what had just occurred. They had witnessed forces beyond comprehension, but had also felt the warmth and safety of guardians from the other side. Resolved and humbled, they knew they were part of something bigger than themselves and needed to remain vigilant in protecting the delicate balance between the worlds. Augusta and William found solace in each other's arms as she recounted the eerie events at the facility. William was supportive and encouraged her to take time off for the wedding. The weeks leading up to the wedding were frantic, with last-minute fittings, flower arrangements, and meetings with the caterers. Augusta's father flew in for the wedding, and she was overjoyed. On the wedding day, the weather was perfect with clear blue skies. The venue was a beautiful garden adorned with white roses and lilies. Soft classical music played as guests took their seats. 200 people gathered to witness the couple's union, including Jenny and her husband, William's family, co-workers, friends, and Augusta's father. As the ceremony began, a hush fell over the guests. The soft chords of a violin started playing Pachelbel's canon, and all eyes turned to the entrance where Augusta stood with her father. She was a vision of grace in her classic white gown, adorned with delicate lace, and a flowing train that trailed behind her like whispers of a dream. Tiny pearls and sparkling crystals were sewn into the fabric, catching the sunlight and making her seem ethereal. Her father, clad in a distinguished charcoal suit, beamed with pride as he held her arm. As they walked down the aisle, Augusta's eyes met William's, and it felt like time slowed down for a moment. William was elegant in his tailored navy suit, and a white rose boutonniere affixed to his lapel. Under an arch of flowers, the priest, a kind older man with twinkling eyes and a gentle smile, awaited them. His voice, comforting and serene, reverberated through the garden as he spoke about love, commitment, and the bond of marriage. When the time came for the vows, Augusta took a deep breath and spoke from her heart. Her voice wavered with emotion as she promised to be William's partner, confidant, and eternal love through all the chapters of their lives. William's voice was steady and filled with conviction. He vowed to honor, cherish, and protect Augusta, and to build a life filled with adventure, compassion, and boundless love. As they exchanged rings, a soft breeze rustled through the trees as if nature was celebrating their union. The priest pronounced them husband and wife, and as they shared their first kiss as a married couple, the guests erupted into cheers. A shower of rose petals fell upon them as they made their way down the aisle hand in hand. The elegantly draped-in ivory and gold reception area was bathed in the soft glow of fairy lights, entwined with delicate vines and blossoms. Crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling, casting a magical aura over the guests. Jenny had adorned the tables with floral centerpieces, and the gentle scent of roses and lilies filled the air. In the center of the room stood the wedding cake, a rich, towering confection of white and gold. 5 tiers of the delicately flavored cake were enrobed in white fondant and adorned with gold accents and intricate sugar flowers. Cascading down one side, a sugar-crafted vine with leaves and blossoms mirrored the floral theme. As Augusta and William stood hand in hand, ready to cut the cake, there was a pause, a breath of anticipation. Sam and his wife were among the first to cheer as the couple made the first slice. The crowd joined in with applause and exuberant cheers. Soon after, the mellifluous voice of Etta James filled the air as At Last began to play. Augusta and William took to the dance floor, and as they swayed gracefully to the music, it seemed they were in a world of their own. Augusta's gown flowed around her as they moved, and William held her close. Their eyes locked, and their smiles were as radiant as the moonlight. The guests were soon invited to join, and the dance floor came alive with friends and family's joyful steps and laughter. Sam, enthusiastic and light-footed, danced with his wife, and even Augusta's father was twirling with a lady he had just met. Clinking glasses for toasts, heartwarming speeches, and the laughter of loved ones painted a tapestry of happiness. The stars seemed to dance in the night sky, reflecting the joy in everyone's hearts. As the night drew close, Augusta and William, encircled by their loved ones, felt overwhelming gratitude. The love, warmth, and joy that enveloped them were palpable, and they knew that this day would be a cherished memory, a treasure in the story of their lives. Together, with hearts interwoven, they embraced a future filled with love and infinite possibility. The wedding night was pure enchantment for William and Augusta. They stayed in a lavish suite at a historic hotel in the heart of New York. The room was adorned with rose petals, and a bottle of champagne was waiting for them, courtesy of Jenny, who had taken care of every detail to make their night special. They spent the night talking about their future, reminiscing about how they met, and reveling in the joy of being newlyweds. They made promises to each other, pledges of love and support, and shared adventures. They laughed and cried a little, and as they finally fell asleep in each other's arms, they felt a sense of completion. The following day, still aglow with the joy of their union, they set off for the airport. Dressed comfortably yet stylishly, they arrived at the private jet terminal. A chartered jet was waiting to whisk them away to the romantic city of Paris. The flight was a luxurious experience. The cabin was spacious, with plush seats that could be reclined into beds. The flight attendants were attentive and congratulated them on their wedding. They served them a sumptuous breakfast of croissants, fresh fruit and coffee. As they flew over the Atlantic, Augusta and William talked excitedly about the sights they wanted to see in Paris: the Eiffel Tower, the Louvre, the charming cafes, and the Seine River. Day 1. Arrival and evening in Paris. As Augusta and William's plane descended over Paris, the sight of the River Seine meandering through the heart of the city was mesmerizing. Upon landing, the couple was greeted by the fragrance of blooming flowers mingling with freshly baked croissants. The atmosphere of Paris was enchanting, like stepping into a painting. They checked into a charming boutique hotel in the 7th arrondissement, and their room was a dream come true, with a balcony overlooking the Eiffel Tower. "Oh, William, c'est magnifique!" Augusta exclaimed as they stepped onto the balcony. "I couldn't have imagined anything more perfect," William replied, wrapping an arm around her. They decided to freshen up and explore. As dusk settled, the city lights began to sparkle. The couple strolled along the Seine, the gentle current reflecting the glowing lights. Street musicians filled the air with melodies, and artists painted on the sidewalks. When they reached the Eiffel Tower, its lights illuminated the night sky. "A dream of mine was to be here with someone special," Augusta whispered. "I feel like the luckiest man," William whispered back, and they kissed under the glimmering tower. Day 2. Art, History, and Romance. The following day they ventured to the Louvre Museum. The massive structure with its iconic glass pyramid was awe-inspiring. They spent hours admiring artworks, including the Mona Lisa. "She's smaller than I expected," Augusta remarked, "but her smile is just as mysterious," William grinned. They savored a leisurely lunch at a nearby cafe, enjoying bœuf bourguignon and red wine. The friendly Parisian waiter suggested they visit Montmartre for an unforgettable experience. Taking his advice, they headed to Montmartre. The cobblestone streets, lined with artists and cafes, were vibrant. They reached the summit, where the Basilica of Sacré-Cœur stood. From there, they had a panoramic view of Paris. "It's like the world is embracing us," Augusta said, her voice barely above a whisper. They concluded the day with a romantic dinner cruise on the Seine and the city lights dancing on the water. Day 3. Leisure and Promises. On their final day, they decided to explore at a leisurely pace. They visited the Luxembourg Gardens, where the fountains and flower beds were exquisite. Sitting beside a fountain, they spoke about dreams and the future. "I wish for a lifetime of days like these," Augusta mused. "And I wish to spend that lifetime with you," William responded, holding her close. They went to the Latin Quarter, where they stumbled upon Shakespeare and Company, an iconic bookstore. They browsed through books, sharing favorites. As evening descended, they chose a small cafe for dinner. As they sipped wine, William took Augusta's hand. "This has been the best time of my life, Augusta." "Mine too," she replied. They promised each other that this would be the beginning of countless adventures together. They vowed to live with love, curiosity and wonder, just as the City of Love had shown them. Returning to their hotel, they stood on the balcony, the Eiffel Tower standing tall and proud. "Au revoir, Paris," Augusta whispered. "Until next time," William added. With their hearts full, they began packing. Paris had given them more than memories. It had cemented their bond and given wings to their dreams. As they headed to the airport the following day, the city seemed to wave goodbye, the Seine winking in the morning light. Paris had been everything they'd imagined and more. Their 3 days in Paris were filled with romance, laughter, and exploration. Their flight back was filled with laughter, stories, and plans for the future. This was the beginning of their new chapter together, and Paris was the perfect backdrop for the start of their lifelong adventure. Chapter 16. Expanding Horizons. As Augusta and William returned from their honeymoon, they were greeted by their loved ones and Augusta's cats, Schrödinger and Tesla. The cats had taken a liking to William, and it seemed like the little family was already bonding well. They decided to live in William's spacious flat in New York, with plans to start hunting for a house to call their own. The flat was cozy and contemporary, with floor-to-ceiling windows that offered an enchanting view of the city. Augusta was pleasantly surprised to see how William had made space for Schrödinger and Tesla, with a little cat tree and toys scattered about. Seeing him embrace every aspect of their new life together warmed her heart. Augusta dove back into her work at the Spectral interface facility with renewed vigor. She was just in time for the second lottery drawing, which had already generated an unprecedented buzz around the globe. The sales of lottery tickets had skyrocketed to a staggering 3 billion. Meanwhile, William returned to his work, but not without the constant cheer of having Augusta in his life. They supported each other in their professional pursuits, and their synergy was infectious. The Spectral Interface Board convened for a meeting to discuss the astounding success of the second lottery. The conference room was abuzz with excitement. Richard, the chairman, was visibly thrilled, as were the other board members. "We're making history, my friends," Richard exclaimed as he addressed the room. The massive screen at the end of the conference room displayed real-time numbers and stats related to lottery ticket sales, and the board members discussed future strategies. One of the board members, a visionary entrepreneur named Claudia, suggested, "We should think about expanding globally. Imagine spectral interface facilities across different continents. The demand is there." The boardroom was suddenly filled with chatter as members voiced their agreement or concerns. "I think that's an excellent idea," Richard said, cutting through the chatter. "But we need to analyze all aspects of such an expansion. The cost, logistics, cultural sensitivities, everything." He assigned the task of conducting a business case analysis, BCA, to Alan, a board member with a strong background in international business. The weeks rolled by, and the day of the second lottery drawing arrived. The world media again focused on the Spectral Interface facility in New York. The drawing was conducted, and this time the winner was a young man from India who had lost his entire family in a natural disaster. The young man who won the second lottery was named Arav. Arav was a 24-year-old native of Kerala, a picturesque state in the southern part of India. His life had been simple yet fulfilling. His family consisted of his parents, an elder sister, and a younger brother. They lived in a humble house surrounded by lush green fields and coconut trees. Arav's father was a farmer, and his mother cared for the home. His sister was married and lived nearby, while his younger brother was still in school. Arav himself had recently completed his studies in engineering and was looking for a job. Before the tragedy, their house was filled with laughter and love. Arav's family was close-knit, often spending evenings together, sharing stories over a cup of chai. However, the fateful day came when a devastating flood hit Kerala. Arav's home was destroyed, and he lost his entire family to the raging waters. His world was shattered. The laughter, the stories, and the warmth were all washed away. Arav moved to Kochi, a major city in Kerala, and started working as an engineer. But his heart was heavy with the weight of his loss. One day, as Arav was walking back from work, he saw a crowd gathered around a small shop. There was a television broadcasting the news of the Spectral Interface lottery. Arav had heard stories about the first winner and how she met her deceased twin sister. A deep longing welled up within him. With trembling hands, he bought a lottery ticket, secretly cherishing the hope of seeing his family just one more time. The day of the drawing arrived. Arav was in his small rented room in Kochi. His colleagues had come over, and they were all eagerly watching the live broadcast on television. The room cheered when Arav's name was announced as the winner, but Arav sat still, his eyes welling up with tears. His heart was pounding, and he felt as if time stood still at that moment. His friends embraced him, and neighbors who had gathered outside started celebrating. News reporters arrived to interview him, and Arav's humble neighborhood transformed into a hive of activity. Arav's heart, though, was a whirlwind of emotions. He felt joy, anticipation, and a tinge of sadness as he prepared for the journey to New York in 6 weeks. While the world celebrated another heartwarming opportunity for someone to find closure, behind the scenes, Alan was deeply engrossed in the business case analysis, BCA. He contacted experts, studied market demands, and considered the technological challenges. Meanwhile, Augusta and William started house hunting. They visited several properties, but one particular house caught their attention. It was an old Victorian house with a beautiful garden, something Augusta had always dreamed of. After 2 weeks, Alan presented his findings to the board. The BCA revealed that expanding the spectral interface in other locations would not only be profitable, but would also help countless people across the world cope with their losses. The board unanimously initiated global expansion, starting with Europe and Asia. The news was shared with Augusta, who was overjoyed at the prospect of helping more people. Life was busy but fulfilling for Augusta and William. They moved into the Victorian house, and Augusta started spending her weekends gardening. Schrödinger and Tesla were happier than ever, exploring the new surroundings. Finally, the day has come. Arav's arrival in New York was nothing short of a spectacle. The media had already started buzzing with anticipation, and as he stepped off the plane, cameras flashed, and reporters swarmed around him, eager to capture his thoughts and emotions. Arav was a humble young man, and despite the overwhelming attention, he managed to greet everyone with a smile and a nod. The Spectral Interface Facility Board had arranged a luxurious stay for Arav, taking him on a guided tour of London. The young man's eyes widened as he soaked in the city's rich history and stunning architecture, a stark contrast to the rural landscape of his hometown in India. He was taken aback by Tower Bridge's magnificence and Westminster Abbey's timeless beauty. One of the evenings, the board arranged for Arav to dine at a renowned restaurant in London. The restaurant, known for its sumptuous dishes and impeccable ambience, was frequented by celebrities and dignitaries. Arav was treated to an array of dishes, from traditional British cuisine to some Indian delicacies, specially prepared for him. The board saw this gesture as a generous act and an opportunity to foster goodwill for the future opening of a spectral interface facility in India. On the second day of Arav's visit, Augusta and William met him for lunch at a quaint little cafe. The environment was cozy, the aroma of freshly baked pastries wafting through the air. The couple greeted Arav warmly and settled down at a corner table. As they indulged in their meal, Arav's curious eyes sought answers. He started by asking Augusta about the spectral interface and what he should expect. "Firstly," Augusta began, "I want you to know this is a safe and profound experience. It is a window into a world beyond ours, where energies and spirits coexist." She explained how the machine works, creating a temporary bridge between realms, allowing for a brief but meaningful interaction with loved ones who had passed. Arav's next question was more personal. "Will they be happy?" he inquired with trepidation. "From what I've gathered and understood from people who have experienced the interface and my close work with Sam, the spirits often project peace and contentment. They usually aim to comfort the living," Augusta gently told him. She talked about Charles's experience and how it had changed him. She mentioned the sheer emotion and relief individuals often feel, knowing their loved ones are at peace. William chimed in now and then, reassuring Arav and emphasizing the positive impact the experience has had on so many lives already. As they parted ways, Arav thanked Augusta and William, his voice quivering with gratitude and anticipation. "You're most welcome, Arav. We will be with you every step of the way," Augusta assured him with a smile. Arav was overwhelmed. He was miles from home, about to embark on a journey that few could even dream of. The kindness and support he received from Augusta, William and the board filled his heart. The day leading up to his session was a whirlwind, but within Arav there was a calm, a readiness to face what lay ahead. As the world watched, this humble young man from a small village in India was about to bridge the realms and reunite with his beloved family. The anticipation was palpable, and at that moment humanity stood together in hope and in the belief of the bonds that transcend this earthly life. The atmosphere at the Spectral Interface facility was electric. News crews and journalists from around the world had gathered, their cameras and microphones at the ready. A special section was cordoned off for the Indian news channel, which had been given a front-row view of the proceedings. The significance of this day was felt not just in the facility, but around the globe as billions tuned in through television broadcasts and live streams. People congregated around screens in living rooms, cafes and public spaces. Their conversations a mix of anticipation, hope and speculation. Friends and strangers exchanged stories of loved ones they had lost and how they wished for a chance like Arav's. Back at the facility, Augusta gently prepped Arav. His eyes were wide with anticipation and his hands trembled slightly. He donned the specialized equipment, and as he lay down, Augusta squeezed his hand reassuringly. As the machine whirred to life, Arav felt an initial jolt, and then an incredible lightness enveloped him. His senses were overwhelmed by the beauty that unfolded before his eyes. He was in a world unlike any other. The colors were more vivid, the air fresher, and the sounds purer. He floated over verdant meadows, and as he glanced below, he saw children playing, their laughter like tinkling bells. He saw couples sitting on pristine beaches, the waves gently caressing their feet. A profound sense of peace and connection permeated the very air. It was as though love was a tangible element here. As he floated, he felt drawn to a grove surrounded by tall, majestic trees. There he saw them, his family, his parents, younger sister and grandparents, all huddled together. His heart swelled as they turned and saw him. Their faces broke into the most joyous smiles. "Arav!" his mother called out, her voice like the sweetest melody. He rushed into their arms. They felt solid and real. "I've missed you so much." Arav's voice broke. "We have missed you too," his father said, his arm around him. "But we are always with you, Beta," his grandmother added, her eyes twinkling. They sat on the soft grass, and Arav asked questions and shared stories. He wanted to know everything. "We're happy here, Arav," his sister spoke, "and we want you to be happy too. Don't be afraid of death, but while you're alive, focus on love, on kindness." His grandfather, a wise older man, chimed in. "God loves everyone, Arav. It's not about religion, it's about love and goodness. This place is a testament to that. But you must also be cautious." His grandmother's tone turned serious. "Evil does exist in the living world and beyond. Prayers and a good heart can protect you." There was more they wished to say, but they conveyed that some things were beyond words, and some secrets of this realm were meant to stay here. As Arav felt himself being pulled back, his family waved, their smiles etched in his heart. As Arav's eyes fluttered open at the facility, he was overcome with emotion. He sat up, and Augusta offered him a glass of water. Billions of eyes were on him as Arav, this humble young man, became the messenger for humanity. He spoke articulately, his voice firm yet tinged with emotion, as he described the beauty and love he had experienced. He conveyed his family's words, the universal love that binds us, the importance of goodness, and the caution against the evil that exists. As people worldwide listened, they felt a collective sense of peace, hope, and a renewed belief in the goodness of the human heart. His words resonated with the young and old, with people from different backgrounds and beliefs. There were tears, smiles, and an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Araf's journey was not just his own. He connected the world in a web of love, hope, and collective humanity. He reminded us that even as the world advances in technology, the core of human existence remains tethered to love and the bonds we create. This day was remembered as a turning point, a gentle reminder to the world to hold on to love and kindness, and tread cautiously with the knowledge that light and darkness coexist. And in the heart of Augusta, a quiet pride that her life, her work had served a purpose greater than herself. It had touched humanity. Chapter 17. Soaring High. Augusta and William's life fell into a comfortable and fulfilling routine. They made sure to be home by 6 p.m. every day to spend quality time with their beloved cats and enjoy the quaint charm of their Victorian house. The days were filled with love, laughter, and the contentment of being in each other's company. One fine day, as the weekend was approaching, William had an idea. He saw an opportunity to share a part of his life that he had been missing: flying. His heart longed to be in the air again, soaring high among the clouds. And this time, he wanted to share this experience with Augusta. He called his close friend Thomas, who owned a couple of small airplanes. Greg was more than happy to lend one to William. "You can take it any time you like, mate," he exclaimed over the phone. The day of the flight dawned clear and bright. The weather was perfect, a gentle breeze and a cloudless sky. Augusta was excited. She'd flown countless times, but never as a co-pilot in a small airplane. They drove to the airstrip on the outskirts of New York. William's eyes lit up when he saw the small Cessna airplane waiting for them. "There she is," he whispered reverently. They did a walk-around of the aircraft. William explained various parts and functions to Augusta, his voice brimming with passion. They climbed into the cockpit, and as William went through the pre-flight checklist, Augusta watched with wide-eyed amazement. "You ready?" William grinned as he turned towards Augusta. "I can't believe we are doing this. I'm so excited," she replied. The engine roared to life, and the little airplane began its journey down the runway. Within moments, they were airborne. The earth seemed to fall away beneath them as they climbed higher and higher. The view was stunning. Augusta's breath caught as she looked out at the vast expanse of the countryside unfolding beneath them. They flew westward towards Wales. William pointed out landmarks and explained some of the controls and instruments. Augusta listened intently and even took control of the yoke for a brief moment under William's guidance. "Oh my God, this is exhilarating," Augusta exclaimed. "Told you you'd love it," William replied with a grin. As they approached the Welsh coast, William pointed out the beautiful castles and the lush greenery that Wales is famous for. They decided to land at a small airfield near a coastal town. Once on the ground, they spent a couple of hours exploring. They had a lovely meal at a local inn, and then took a short walk along the coastline. "This day is perfect," Augusta said, as they sat on a bench overlooking the sea. "It is," William replied, taking her hand. "I'm so glad I got to share this with you." As the sun lowered in the sky, they climbed back into the airplane for their flight home. The return journey was just as magical. The setting sun painted the sky orange, pink, and purple hues. The world seemed to be aglow with a warm, ethereal light. Once back at the airstrip in New York, they exited the airplane with contented sighs. "That was an experience I'll never forget," Augusta said softly. "I miss flying, and it's part of who I am. And sharing it with you made it even more special," William said, his voice full of emotion. They drove back home, their hearts lighter and their bond even stronger. This day spent soaring above the clouds mirrored how their hearts felt for each other, boundless, free, and full of love. Through all the otherworldly experiences and the routine of daily life, their love remained the one constant that carried them through, and they cherished it with all their hearts. Meanwhile, in New York's bustling police station, Sam was knee-deep in a new homicide case. The case was alarming. A local, well-liked shopkeeper, Mrs. Mabel Patterson, had been found dead in her store. Clearly she had fought her attacker, with signs of struggle evident in the shop's chaos. A well-respected figure within the department, Sam was a consummate professional with uncompromising integrity. His unique experiences with the spectral interface had made him somewhat of a celebrity amongst his peers, which he often brushed off with a modest chuckle. Police Chief Frank Mills, a burly man in his late 50s, had the stern face of a veteran law enforcer etched with deep lines of experience. He moved with the authority of a man who had seen it all, with a characteristic slow but deliberate walk that commanded respect. "Damn mess this one, Sam," Mills said, scratching his greying beard. "Mabel was a fine lady. This is a blow to the community." Sam nodded, his eyes scanning over the case files. "Any leads yet?" "Not yet," Mills replied with a grim shake of his head. "But the boys are on it, going over the scene with a fine-tooth comb. We've got the lab working overtime." The environment at the police station was one of heightened tension. The weight of the unresolved murder hung heavy in the air. Sam spent hours talking with other detectives, going over statements, reviewing CCTV footage and constructing theories. A critical break came when a potential witness was located. Emma, a young woman who lived above the shop, claimed she had heard strange noises on the night of the murder. Sam saw a spark of hope as he sat across from her in the dimly lit interrogation room. Emma was nervous, her hands fidgeting in her lap. "Emma, I know this is tough, but anything you can remember may help us catch whoever did this," Sam said, his voice soft yet firm. Emma nodded and shared her recollection of that night. While some of her accounts were vague, she remembered hearing a distinctive raspy voice that sent chills down her spine. Over the following days, Sam spent long hours reviewing every piece of evidence with meticulous care. His desk was littered with papers, photos, and take-out coffee cups. Despite the chaos, he remained focused, determined to get justice for Mrs. Patterson. The case was complex, and every lead seemed to end in a dead end. During these nights, surrounded by the faint buzz of the station's fluorescent lights and the distant echoes of dispatch calls, Sam felt the sting of his limitation. No longer able to use the spectral interface to gain insight, he had to rely solely on traditional detective work. Still, Sam was undeterred. He knew the importance of his mission to serve and protect the living. Every dead end was merely another opportunity to find a new path. And so he soldiered on, committed to bringing peace to Mrs. Patterson and her grieving community. His resolve was unwavering, his spirit unbroken, because for Sam, this was more than a job. It was a calling. The following day, Sam gathered all the evidence available and laid it out on a large table in a conference room. He needed to connect the dots. There was something that he was missing. He felt that he was on the brink of a breakthrough. As he examined the crime scene photos, his attention was drawn to an old pendant that Mrs. Patterson wore at the time of her murder. It looked like an old family heirloom. It struck Sam that the pendant was untouched in all the chaos of the crime scene. This was odd for a supposed robbery gone wrong. He decided to dig into Mrs. Patterson's background. She was a widow who had inherited the shop from her family. She had a passion for antiques and often traveled to acquire them. She had no known enemies, and everyone spoke highly of her. After hours of background checks, Sam discovered that Mrs. Patterson had recently returned from an antiquing trip to Eastern Europe, where she had acquired several pieces, including the pendant. The pendant was a family heirloom sold by a distant relative of a noble family. This led Sam to contact historians and experts on Eastern European antiques. He was eventually led to Dr. Alexei Morozov, a historian specializing in ancient artifacts. Sam met Dr. Morozov at the local university, who explained that the pendant was rumored to have some historical significance and was believed to have once belonged to a royal lineage. There were also local legends of a treasure associated with the family, and the pendant was thought to be the key to finding it. Meanwhile, a lead came through. Emma, the witness, identified the voice she had heard through the voice recognition software. The man was identified as Viktor Ivanov, a known smuggler of antiques with a history of violence. Everything clicked in place. Ivanov must have known about the pendant and its significance. and was likely trying to acquire it. Sam shared his findings with Police Chief Mills, and a task force was assembled to apprehend Ivanov. They located him in a dilapidated warehouse on the outskirts of New York. Sam and the task force, armed and wearing bulletproof vests, surrounded the warehouse. "New York police, come out with your hands up," Chief Mills announced through a megaphone. There was silence, and then a sudden eruption of gunfire from the warehouse. The task force returned fire, while Sam skillfully maneuvered to the back of the warehouse. He spotted Ivanov trying to escape and gave chase. The pursuit was a blur of adrenaline as they weaved through alleyways and over fences. Eventually, Sam cornered Ivanov in an alley. Both were panting, their breath visible in the cold night air. "Give it up, Ivanov!" Sam shouted, his gun aimed steadily. Ivanov, wild-eyed, screamed about the treasure and how he had been robbed of his destiny. With the swiftness that only comes from years of experience, Sam managed to disarm Ivanov and bring him down as backup arrived to secure the scene. At the station, Sam received commendations for his relentless dedication and for solving Mrs. Patterson's murder. As he sat at his desk, a sense of accomplishment enveloped him. He had brought justice for Mrs. Patterson and ensured the safety of his community. This was the essence of his duty, the heart of his calling. Chief Mills stopped by his desk. "Great work, Sam. You're a damn good detective." "Thank you, Chief. Just doing my part," Sam replied humbly. As Sam left the station that night, he felt a weight lift off his shoulders. He had faced the darkness and held it at bay. He knew there would be more challenges ahead, but tonight he could go home knowing he had made a difference. In the grand tapestry of life, with all its complexities and uncertainties, Sam was a guardian, a protector, and a seeker of truth. Through diligence and unwavering resolve, he served as a beacon of justice in a world often shrouded in shadows. As Sam settled into his armchair with a cup of tea that evening, his phone rang. The caller ID showed it was Augusta. He answered with a smile on his face. "Hey, Sam." Augusta's voice sounded cheery and full of life. "Augusta, how are you? It's been too long," Sam replied warmly. "I know, but first let me tell you, I saw the news about the case you solved. That was just amazing, Sam. You are a hero." Sam chuckled. "Thank you. It was quite the case, but it feels good to bring justice and closure to Mrs. Patterson's family." "How have you been otherwise?" Augusta inquired. "You know, keeping busy. And the strangest thing, I haven't seen Reynolds' ghost in months. It's like he's just vanished," Sam shared. "That's odd, but maybe it's for the best. He was pretty relentless," Augusta commented. "And how have you been? What's new in the world of the spectral interface?" Sam asked. "Oh, things are going great. But guess what? William took me flying last weekend," Augusta exclaimed. "Flying? Like in a plane?" "Yes. He's got a friend who owns a couple of small planes. We flew from New York to Wales and back. I was even in the co-pilot seat." Augusta's voice was giddy with excitement. "That sounds incredible. Were you not terrified?" Sam asked with a playful tone. "A bit at first, but William was so confident and skilled. He showed me how everything in the cockpit works, which was breathtaking. The views, the sense of freedom. It was just magical," Augusta recounted. "It sounds like a dream. I'm happy for you, Augusta. You and William make such a wonderful couple," Sam said sincerely. "Thank you, Sam. We should all get together soon. Maybe you and your wife, me, William and Jenny and her husband could have dinner together." "That sounds like a wonderful idea. Let's make it happen," Sam agreed. They chatted for a bit longer, catching up on the other aspects of their lives before finally saying their goodbyes. As Sam hung up the phone, he felt a warmth in his heart. Friendship was a treasure, and in this sometimes cold and unforgiving world, the bonds they shared were the beacons that guided them through the storm. Little did they know that new adventures and challenges awaited them in the coming days. But for now, at this moment, life was good. Chapter 18. The Awakening. As the sun began to set over the Carpathian Mountains in Romania, the distant sounds of construction machinery filled the air. The board built a new spectral interface facility between the dense forests and ancient castles. The design was inspired by the Gothic architecture of Romania, with pointed arches, intricate stone carvings, and grandeur reminiscent of an age-old castle. Meanwhile, another facility was rising among the skyscrapers in Tokyo, Japan. This facility was modern, sleek, and infused with elements of traditional Japanese design, a blend of shoji doors, Zen gardens, and cutting-edge technology. Augusta, now a key figure in the expansion of the spectral interface, found herself flying back and forth between Romania and Japan. She was involved in ensuring that the integration of the local culture was respected and maintained. The excitement across the world was palpable. With 2 more facilities opening, people would have 3 chances every month to potentially communicate with their loved ones beyond the veil. The lottery tickets were selling like hotcakes. In Romania, Augusta was invited to meet the local government officials and discuss the implications and benefits of the facility. The Romanians, rich in folklore and legends, were excited yet cautious. Their culture had strong ties to the spirit world, and some worried about the awakening of ancient spirits. Augusta also visited a local monastery, where she met an elderly monk named Father Andrei. He was knowledgeable about the old legends and warned Augusta of the strigoi, spirits of the ancient world that might be awakened with frequent interactions between the worlds. In Tokyo, the energy was different. The local government was very supportive, and people, though respectful of spirits, viewed this as a new age of technological advancement. During a tea ceremony, Augusta met with a Shinto priest who spoke of the harmony and balance between the realms. He gifted her a talisman, saying it would protect her in times of turmoil. 6 months flew by, and the opening day for both facilities was near. Augusta and William decided to be present at the opening in Romania, while Richard and several other board members managed the Tokyo facility. On opening day, the Romanian facility looked magnificent, like a castle brought back to life from centuries past. Crowds gathered, and the media was present in full force. As the first participant in Romania was ushered in, whispers filled the hall. His name was Ionel, a man in his late 40s with a kind face that bore the weight of sorrow. Ionel was a local farmer from a small village in Transylvania. He had spent his life tending to the fields, living a simple life steeped in tradition. Ionel had been chosen to be the first participant for a poignant reason. His wife Elena and 2 daughters had tragically lost their lives in a fire that consumed their farmhouse a year ago. The village had supported Ionel through his grief, and when the Spectral Interface facility announced the selection process, the entire town pooled resources to buy lottery tickets for Ionel. When his name was selected, it was as if the whole village had won. Ionel entered the Spectral Interface chamber with tears and a clutched locket with his family's picture. Watching from the observation room, Augusta felt a surge of emotions as she saw Ionel's trembling hands. As the machine started, the atmosphere changed dramatically. The sky darkened, and an eerie silence fell upon the facility. In the spirit world, Ionel saw meadows where he hoped to find his family were overtaken by a vastly different landscape. The skies, which were a moment ago blue and welcoming, turned into an ominous, stormy swirl of clouds. But what caught Ionel's attention was a gathering of dark spirits towards the west where he stood. Their figures seemed more shadow than substance, with wisps of darkness trailing behind them. Their eyes glowed a deep red, and their countenances were twisted in what appeared to be perpetual anger and discontent. They emanated an aura of bitterness and malice, and as Ionel glanced at them, he felt an inexplicable coldness seep into his very core. Whispers in ancient tongues filled the air as the dark spirits seemed to communicate amongst themselves. The spectral interface's connection to the spirit world disturbed or awakened them. Suddenly, one of the dark spirits, taller and even more menacing than the others, broke away from the crowd and faced Ionel. It spoke in a voice that seemed to echo from the depths of time itself. "Why have you disturbed us? This realm is not for the living to trifle with. You have torn the veil too far through your machines, and now you must face the consequences." Ionel, though terrified, gathered his strength and spoke. "We meant no disrespect. We seek connection and understanding. As the dark spirit spoke, Ionel felt an overwhelming sense of despair. But just as he felt an urgent pull, as if he was being forcibly pulled back through the interface, a blinding white light enveloped the landscape. The dark spirits recoiled and faded away as if the light were anathema to them. The environment began to change drastically. The stormy skies cleared, revealing a radiant blue, and the air turned warm and fragrant with the scent of blossoming flowers. The landscape around Ionel transformed into lush, rolling meadows, with a gentle breeze playing with the leaves of ancient trees. Tears welled up in Ionel's eyes as he saw two figures emerge from the light. It was his beloved wife and their two daughters. They looked as beautiful as he remembered, and their eyes were full of love. "Elena! Maria! Eliza!" Ionel exclaimed, his voice choked with emotion. They moved towards him, and their forms were ethereal and graceful. "Ionel," Elena spoke in a voice as gentle as the wind, "we are so happy to see you. We've been watching over you." The four of them embraced. It felt like a warm, comforting light surrounding him, and Ionel felt an immense peace momentarily. His daughters, Maria and Eliza, spoke up with maturity beyond their years. "Father, you must be careful. The realms are delicate, and there are entities, like the ones you saw, who are not pleased with the living encroaching upon the spiritual plane. You must ensure that the boundaries are respected." Ionel, listening intently, nodded. Maria added, "There is so much love and beauty here, but just as on Earth there is darkness too. Always remember the power of love and goodness." Ionel felt a final, gentle embrace, and the world around him seemed to blur. He opened his eyes to find himself back in the spectral interface chamber in Romania. He was still momentarily absorbing the profundity of what he had just experienced. Anxiously waiting alongside Father Andre, Augusta asked him if he was all right. With tears streaming down his face, Ionel began to recount everything he had seen and experienced, including the warning from the dark spirits and the loving counsel from his wife and daughters. Augusta listened intently, her resolve solidifying that their work needed to be handled with great reverence and care, acknowledging the dual nature of the realms they were delving into. A similar chain of events unfolded in Tokyo, Japan, where another spectral interface facility had opened. The first participant chosen in Japan was a young woman named Yuki. She was a soft-spoken, graceful lady in her late 20s. Yuki, a talented violinist, had lost her mentor and grandmother, Kimiko, to an illness a few months ago. Her grandmother had been a prominent koto player, and they often performed traditional Japanese music together. The duo was adored in their community, and their music was said to have a healing touch. When Yuki's name was selected, she intended to use the spectral interface to see her grandmother one last time and seek her blessings. The day was bright and clear as the facility opened its doors to Yuki. The Japanese facility was designed to blend traditional and modern architecture, featuring Zen gardens and shoji screens alongside cutting-edge technology. As Yuki entered the spectral interface chamber, adorned in a traditional kimono, she carried a small koto, which once belonged to her grandmother. As the machine activated in the Tokyo facility, the atmosphere took on an eerie similarity to what had occurred in Romania. The skies above the facility darkened, and the air grew chillingly cold. An ominous silence fell over the building. Inside the spectral interface chamber, Yuki was surrounded by a thick mist in the spirit world. She could make out dark figures, their shadows darting across the mist. The whispers of ancient languages filled the air. Yuki stood there, her heart racing as she tried to comprehend the scene unfolding before her. Suddenly, one of the shadowy figures approached her. It was a tall, imposing spirit, clad in traditional samurai armor. "Yuki Tanaka," the spirit spoke in a deep, reverberated voice. "You have ventured into a realm that the living should tread cautiously. The veils between worlds are delicate and must be respected." Yuki, trembling, mustered the courage to speak. "I mean no harm. I am here to connect with my grandmother." Another figure emerged beside the dark spirit. It was an elegant woman dressed in a traditional kimono with flowing hair. This figure radiated a gentle light that seemed to push back the shadows. It was Yuki's grandmother, Kimiko, ethereal and beautiful, surrounded by a celestial light. The dark spirit initially approaching Yuki seemed to recoil and retreat into the shadows as Kimiko's presence filled the space. Kimiko looked at Yuki with a warm and loving smile and spoke in a voice reminiscent of a gentle breeze. "My dear Yuki, the spirit world is rich with love and connection that transcends time. However, a balance must be maintained, and the ancient forces residing here should be undisturbed. Your intentions are pure, but remember, every realm has guardians and shadows. The living must approach with respect, humility, and love for all that is." As Kimiko spoke, she gracefully took a koto that materialized out of the celestial light surrounding her. She began to play a beautiful, otherworldly melody. The notes seemed to ripple through the air, calming the atmosphere and enveloping Yuki in a serene embrace. As the final note lingered, Kimiko leaned closer to Yuki and whispered with a loving gaze, "Remember, my child, the music we create is a bridge between worlds. It is the expression of our souls and the love we carry. Cherish it, and let it guide you in creating harmony." Those words made the environment lighter, and her grandmother's spirit gracefully faded into the mist. Yuki felt herself being pulled back to the physical world, her heart filled with emotions she couldn't articulate. She was profoundly astonished as Yuki opened her eyes in the spectral interface chamber. The engineers, Richard, and other board members were looking at her anxiously. She took a deep breath and recounted her experience, just as Einl had done in Romania. The weight of the message she brought back was heavy but essential, and she knew she needed to share it with Augusta. In Romania and Japan, the spiritual energies delivered a clear and resonant message. The interface between realms must be navigated with respect and care. It was evident to Augusta that the activation of the spectral interface in multiple locations had opened gateways to layers of the spiritual world that were meant to remain undisturbed. Richard convened an emergency board meeting at the Spectral Interface headquarters in New York. The sprawling conference room, with its high ceilings and state-of-the-art technology, was abuzz with tension. Augusta, with a determined expression on her face, was ready to address the board. Richard was already seated at the head of the table with a stern expression. Augusta began, "Ladies and gentlemen, we've embarked on a journey transcending human understanding. The events in Romania and Japan were not mere anomalies, but warnings." She took out the reports and eyewitness accounts from Romania and Japan and continued, "It appears that operating multiple spectral interface facilities simultaneously has had unforeseen consequences. While one facility in New York was like a single string of communication, adding more facilities acted like amplifiers, disturbing the fragile balance in the spiritual realm." She took a deep breath and explained, "With one facility, the energy channels were limited, and the contact remained relatively controlled. But with multiple facilities, we've unknowingly widened the pathways, allowing benign and darker ancient energies to come through. We must consider the possibility that we've opened portals that should have remained sealed." There was a murmur among the board members. Many were deep in thought, while some seemed skeptical. Richard cleared his throat and spoke, "While I understand the concerns, we must also consider the financial aspects. Closing the facilities, even temporarily, would lead to a loss of hundreds of billions of dollars, not to mention the faith people have put into this venture." Another board member added, "And we must consider the global impact. People around the world are looking forward to communicating with their loved ones. We can't deny them that." Augusta, undeterred, replied firmly, "But at what cost? We've been entrusted with something beyond measure. We need to act responsibly. I propose temporarily closing the facilities in Romania and Japan until we understand more and find ways to ensure the balance is not disrupted." The room was tense as the board members cast their votes. The result was in favor of keeping the facilities open. The financial implications and global pressure seemed to have tipped the scale. Augusta felt a sinking feeling in her chest. She was apprehensive about the repercussions. As the meeting adjourned, she approached Richard. "I hope we don't come to regret this decision. We are dealing with forces that we barely understand." Richard, though usually unshakable, looked slightly troubled. He gave a slight nod. "Let's remain vigilant. We'll have to take it one step at a time." Augusta left the conference room with a heavy heart, resolved to watch the developments closely. She knew that the responsibility to ensure the safety and balance between the realms was immense, and she was determined to stand as a guardian, no matter what challenges lay ahead. Chapter 19. Shadow's Return. Augusta was still in her office at the Spectral Interface headquarters, contemplating the decisions made during the board meeting, when her cell phone chimed. It was a call from Sam. His face on the screen looked somewhat frantic, which was uncharacteristic of the usually composed detective. "Augusta, you won't believe what happened," Sam blurted out as soon as she accepted the call. "What's going on, Sam?" Augusta asked, her brow furrowing in concern. I saw Reynolds again last night." Sam's voice quivered slightly. Augusta's heart skipped a beat. "After all this time, what happened?" "I was in my study going through case files when I felt a cold breeze. I looked up and there he was, Reynolds glaring at me like before. But this time he seemed even more agitated," Sam explained. "Did he say anything?" Augusta inquired. "No, he didn't say a word, but his eyes, Augusta. His eyes were haunting. They were filled with rage and something else. Despair, maybe. Then he just vanished. I thought he was gone for good. What brought him back? Why now?" Sam's voice was filled with a mix of frustration and worry. Augusta sighed. "Sam, there's something you should know. The spectral interface in Romania and Japan were activated for the first time on the same day." "Wait, what? What does that have to do with Reynolds showing up again?" Sam asked. "I think it's related. When activated simultaneously with the one here in New York, the new facilities seem to have opened gateways to layers of the spiritual world we didn't intend to touch. I believe this has allowed spirits like Reynolds to gain strength and re-emerge," Augusta explained with a grave tone. "Oh no, my family? What if he tries to harm them?" "We need to do something," Sam exclaimed. "Yes, we do. I've tried convincing the board to close the new facilities temporarily, but they voted against it. We need to find another way to protect your family and close these gateways," Augusta stated firmly. "All right, let's meet up tomorrow and make a plan. My family is out of town for the weekend, so we have some time. Can you come over to my place tomorrow?" Sam suggested. "Yes," Augusta replied. When Augusta arrived at Sam's house, she could feel the air pulsing with an unspoken urgency. The study where they decided to sit was dimly lit, with shelves lined with books and a large desk piled high with case files. Sam's face, already lined with concern, seemed more somber under the soft light. "We need to protect this place before anything else happens," said Sam in a determined voice. "I've got crosses, and Father Bernard agreed to bless the house this afternoon." Augusta nodded, supporting his decision. "I think it's an excellent idea, Sam. It's a step towards ensuring the safety of your family. And you should consider having protective amulets or anything similar which you believe in." Later that afternoon, Father Bernard, a kindly old priest with a soft voice and compassionate eyes, arrived at Sam's house. Clad in his white cassock, he carried a small wooden box with holy water, a Bible, and other essentials for the blessing. As Father Bernard walked through the house, he chanted prayers in Latin. Augusta and Sam followed him quietly. The air seemed to change with every room they entered. The house's ambience lightened as a soft breeze carried away the shadows. Simultaneously, Reynolds and a horde of other dark entities gathered in the spirit world. The spirit plane appeared twisted and grim. Clouds formed shapes of despair and anguish, and the air was thick with the scent of decay. With his hollow eyes and a twisted smile, Reynolds addressed the entities. "We've been dormant for too long," he rasped. "The living has breached the threshold, and we must seize this opportunity to reclaim what was once ours." The gathering of dark spirits murmured, their voices sounding like the echoes of long-forgotten nightmares. Back in the world of the living, Sam hung crosses in each room. He placed a large cross above the entrance to protect the house from unwelcome spirits. As he secured the final cross, Augusta's phone rang. It was her husband, William. She quickly explained what had happened and how Sam was taking measures to protect his home. William was supportive and concerned. "We must be vigilant, Augusta," he said earnestly. "There are things in this world and beyond that we barely understand. We tread a path that's perilous but also necessary. I stand by you. Please be safe." Augusta felt a mixture of warmth and determination surge through her. "I will, my love," she replied. As Augusta hung up the phone, she noticed Father Bernard completing his blessings. His kind eyes met hers. "The house is protected," he said. "But remember, the strongest shield against the darkness is a heart filled with love, faith, and goodness." Both Sam and Augusta thanked Father Bernard for his help. As the priest left, they knew this was just the beginning of their battle against the shadows that were starting to stir. The night was long, and in the spirit world, the Horde was restless. Augusta and Sam, just like guardians at the gate, prepared themselves for whatever was to come. 2 days later, the Spectral Interface facility in New York was abuzz with the anticipation of the arrival of the next participant. The man in question was Vladimir Kozlov, a billionaire known for his exploits in treasure hunting and his highly profitable yet controversial diamond mining ventures in Africa. Vladimir was a man of towering presence. He was tall and robust, his dark hair wild and untamed. He always donned an expensive suit, though it seemed at odds with his disheveled appearance. He walked with a pronounced limp due to an old mining accident, and carried a twisted black cane adorned with a silver snake's head. His beady eyes were perpetually squinting, giving him a predatory look. Vladimir's wealth was amassed through his diamond mines, infamous for their abysmal working conditions and numerous fatalities. Rumors swirled that he had been selling blood diamonds and engaging in other unethical practices. His blatant disregard for human life and insatiable greed earned him a sinister reputation. As he entered the facility, his imposing aura caused a palpable unease among the staff. The board had forewarned Augusta about his aggressive demeanor, and she was mentally prepared to handle the situation as diplomatically as possible. "Where's the contraption? I don't have all day," Vladimir barked as soon as he entered the main hall. Augusta stepped forward, her expression calm and composed. "Mr. Kozlov, welcome to the Spectral Interface facility. I am Dr. Augusta Steele. We have everything prepared for your session. Please follow me." As they walked towards the interface chamber, Vladimir boasted about his intentions. "I've got an appointment with the ghost of Benny the Miner Whitehead," he sneered. "I'm sure you've heard of him. The bank robber who stashed away all those gold bars. That treasure will be mine once I find out where they are hidden." Augusta couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding. This was the first time the spectral interface was used for an exploitative purpose. The chamber felt colder than usual as Vladimir was connected to the machine. The air seemed charged with a tangible tension. Inside the spirit world, Vladimir encountered a shadowy figure, unmistakably Benny the Miner Whitehead, the infamous bank robber. Vladimir wasted no time. "Tell me where the gold is," he demanded. Benny's ghost, bound to his earthly desires, was initially eager to share. However, just as he was about to speak, a bright light illuminated the space, and a cacophony of voices arose. Ghosts of the miners who had perished in Vladimir's mines appeared, their faces contorted in pain and sorrow. They spoke of the cruelty they endured, and their lives cut short due to Vladimir's greed. "You have taken enough from this world, Kozlov," a spectral voice echoed through the chamber. "You must seek redemption, not riches." Vladimir Kozlov was ejected from the spirit world and found himself back in the interface chamber, his face pale, his hands trembling. As Augusta and the technicians quickly attended to him, they knew that the spirit world had once again conveyed a powerful message. Vladimir Kozlov, the man who sought treasure by exploiting souls, had been confronted with the weight of his transgressions. As Vladimir Kozlov was escorted to the lounge area for the participants to recuperate, everyone could see the drastic change in his demeanor. An eerie calmness replaced his usual haughty arrogance. His eyes, which always glinted greed, now appeared vacant and lost. Sitting in a plush armchair, Vladimir clasped his hands tightly. His heart was racing, and his thoughts were in turmoil. The haunting images of the miners' specters, the anguish on their faces, and the stern, ethereal voice admonishing him replayed in his mind like a relentless storm. He had cared for only wealth and power his entire life, trampling on the lives of the countless innocents who had suffered in his mines. Now it felt like the weight of all their souls was pressing down upon him. He had been shown a glimpse into the depths of his darkness. "I need to make amends before it's too late," Vladimir whispered. His voice was barely audible, but it was a resolution that would set the course for the rest of his life. With a newfound resolve, he dedicated his wealth and resources to improving the conditions in his mines and compensating the families of those who had lost their lives. Meanwhile, preparations were underway for the second participant at the Spectral Interface facility in Romania. The board, ignoring Augusta's concerns, was eager to press on. The participant was Grace Vasilescu, a schoolteacher in her early 30s from a small village in Transylvania. Her story was heartrending. Grace had lost her husband and their young daughter in a car accident a year ago. She was a community pillar, adored by her students, and known for her charitable work. She yearned for closure and the chance to see her family once more. Grace was petite, with flowing chestnut hair, and had an air of grace. Her eyes, which held an ocean of sorrow, still sparkled with the kindness and strength that had made her a beloved figure in her community. As Grace was briefed on the procedures and led into the interface chamber, Augusta couldn't help but feel a sense of apprehension. She hoped that the gentle soul of Grace would not encounter the darkness that had presented itself during the first session in Romania. Augusta said a silent prayer as the machine whirred to life, and the connection with the spirit world was established. Grace Vasilescu's journey through the spectral interface was about to begin. As Grace Vasilescu opened her eyes within the spectral interface, she found herself in a meadow bathed in golden sunlight. The tall grass swayed gently in the breeze, and the air was filled with the scent of wildflowers. Grace spotted two familiar figures standing by an ancient oak tree in the distance. Her heart raced as she recognized them, her husband Mihai, and their young daughter Alina. They were as she remembered them, radiant with love. Tears of joy streamed down Grace's face as she ran toward them. She embraced her loved ones and felt a sense of peace she hadn't experienced since their untimely passing. "Oh, my loves, how I've missed you," Grace whispered. "We've missed you too," Mihai responded, his voice warm and tender. Alina, clutching a bouquet of wildflowers, looked up at her mother. "Mama, we are always with you, in your heart," she said sweetly. The family shared stories, laughter, and tears. It was a sweet reunion, a balm to Grace's aching soul. Meanwhile, in the physical world, Augusta watched the monitors with a smile, grateful that Grace had a pleasant experience. However, as Grace was about to say her final goodbye to her family, the atmosphere in the spirit world changed abruptly. The sky darkened and the meadow began to wither. A host of dark spirits emerged from the shadows, encircling Grace. "No!" Mihai shouted as a gust of wind pulled him and Alina away. Grace reached out, but the dark spirits closed in, their hollow eyes and shadowy forms menacing and cold. In the interface chamber, Grace's vitals started fluctuating wildly. Augusta shouted orders to stabilize the connection, but nothing seemed to work. Panic spread among the staff as they realized Grace couldn't return to her body. 6 hours later in the boardroom, the atmosphere was tense as the members gathered for an emergency meeting. The long, polished oak table seemed to dwarf the anxious figures around it. "The situation is unprecedented. What are we going to do?" one member inquired nervously. Richard, who had been defiantly in favor of keeping the facilities open, now looked visibly shaken. The magnitude of their actions was dawning upon them. "We must find a way to bring her back," Augusta, who had joined the meeting via video link, stated emphatically. "But how? We don't know how this happened or how to reverse it," another member retorted. "We must consult with spiritual experts. "We've tampered with forces we don't fully understand. We need help," Augusta insisted. The board members argued back and forth, but it was clear that something had to be done quickly. They agreed to bring in spiritual advisors to consult on the matter. Augusta, meanwhile, felt a heavy burden on her shoulders. The joy that the spectral interface had brought to so many was now shadowed by the unforeseen consequences of their actions. Grace was surrounded by darkness in the spirit world, but she felt a fierce determination within her. She thought of her family and knew she couldn't let the dark spirits defeat her. In the coming days, the board and Augusta would seek the help of shamans, priests, and other spiritual leaders. Their mission would become to bring Grace back and mend the fragile balance between realms they had unknowingly disturbed. As the clock ticked, the race to save Grace and restore harmony between the worlds was on. Chapter 20. Echoes Through the Veil. Across Bucharest, Tokyo, and New York, a surge of ominous energy swept through the streets. People from different walks of life found themselves face to face with eerie manifestations and unsettling occurrences. In Bucharest, a night watchman named Florin was patrolling the grounds of a historic castle. The shadows grew darker as the chilling wind howled. Suddenly he saw an assembly of spectral figures, clad in medieval armor, marching through the courtyard. Frozen with fear, he reached for his phone and called the local priest, Father Andrei, who had been working closely with Augusta. Meanwhile, a family gathered in Tokyo for a quiet dinner, when traditional Japanese masks on their walls started shaking violently. The air turned cold, and whispers in ancient Japanese could be heard. The family fled and sought refuge in a nearby shrine. In New York, a schoolteacher named Penny woke up to a cacophony of voices outside her window. Looking out, she saw shadowy figures flickering in and out of the streetlights. Distraught, she phoned the local police, who were overwhelmed with similar reports. Social media spread about these supernatural events like wildfire, though the mainstream media remained silent. Now, back at the New York facility, Augusta was frantically gathering information from across the globe. Finally acknowledging the gravity of their actions, the board ceased operations in Romania and Japan. However, the fabric between realms had been stretched too thin and was now tearing. Sam, who had been trying to protect his family from Reynolds, had his worst fears realized when he saw Reynolds again at his workplace. Sam was in the middle of analyzing a case when he felt a chill. Looking up, he saw Reynolds standing before him, his eyes hollow and his voice echoing, "The gateways. The shadows are awake." Sam, pale as a ghost, immediately called Augusta. "We've unleashed something terrible," Sam whispered over the phone. "I know," Augusta replied grimly, "but we have to fix it. Meet me at the New York facility." Augusta, Sam, William, and the board convened for an emergency meeting. Meanwhile, Grace's body was still maintained in Romania under the watchful eyes of a team of doctors. "We need to close the gateways and protect the living realm from the dark forces we have awakened. And we need to bring Grace back," Augusta declared. The room was heavy with guilt and realization. Humbled by the catastrophe they had contributed to, the board members unanimously agreed to support Augusta. Over the next few days, a global coalition of spiritual leaders, scientists, and experts was formed. They worked tirelessly, researching ancient texts and combining them with modern technology to find a solution. Madame Zara, a mysterious figure in the city, owned an occult store between two towering buildings. Augusta and Sam were no strangers to Madame Zara's occult store. The narrow, shadowy space, thick with the aroma of incense and herbs, was where Sam had first received a tarot card reading. Now they found themselves at her door again, with much more weighing on their hearts. The soft tinkling of bells announced their entry. The flickering candlelight illuminated the cozy space, and the air was mystic. Madame Zara stood behind the counter. Her raven black hair framed her ageless face, and her piercing eyes seemed to peer into the depths of one's soul. Dressed in flowing garments with mystical symbols, she embodied ancient wisdom. "Ah, Augusta and Samuel, you return as the cards foretold," Madame Zara intoned with a knowing smile. "We remember the tarot reading you gave me," Sam said, looking around at the familiar surroundings. "It feels like it was an omen." Augusta's voice, tinged with urgency, added, "We seek guidance. My creation, the Spectral interface, has unleashed something. We need to know how to control it." Madame Zara's expression turned solemn. She beckoned them to the same small table in the back, laden with tarot cards and a crystal ball. As they sat, she began shuffling the cards with practiced ease. Madame Zara started laying out the cards one by one. The room seemed to darken as otherworldly energy enveloped them. "Ah." Madame Zara's voice was a mere whisper as she turned over a card depicting a figure standing at a gateway. The High Priestess. She represents one with a foot in both realms, the conscious and the unconscious, the physical and the spectral. Augusta's breath caught in her throat. Sam looked at her with dawning realization. Madame Zara continued, "One must journey into the spirit realm to seal the gate. The traveler must possess a connection to both worlds and be prepared for the unknown." Augusta's heart raced as she realized the implications of Madame Zara's words. She had unwittingly opened a door. Now it was her destiny to close it. But how? Augusta's voice was a desperate plea. Madame Zara gazed into her crystal ball. "With pure intentions and a resolute heart, only you can close the rift." Augusta felt the weight of the world on her shoulders, but within her, a resolve was forming. She looked at Sam, who nodded in silent support. "Thank you, Madame Zara, for your guidance," Augusta and Sam said with gratitude. Augusta's voice, steady with determination, added, "I must set things right, whatever it takes." Augusta further discussed the matter with Sam, and then hurried home to speak with her husband, William. At home, William was waiting. He had been following the events closely. Augusta sat beside him, took his hands into hers and began speaking. "I need to go into the spirit world, William," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "I need to close the gate from the inside. Madame Zara says it's the only way." The room fell into silence so heavy it almost felt tangible. William's eyes searched Augusta's face, hoping to find some sign that she was joking. But her expression was earnest, resolute. "Is there no other way?" he finally whispered. "I wish there were," Augusta responded, her voice breaking. "But if we don't act now, we may never be able to restore the balance. I can't let my invention be the cause of this destruction." They held each other, finding comfort and strength in their embrace. Together, they decided that Augusta must present this plan to the board of directors. The following morning, Augusta walked into the boardroom with an air of determination. The atmosphere was tense as the members of the board took their seats. Augusta began by explaining Madame Zara's words and the urgency to close the gateway from within the spirit world. She spoke of her decision to be the one to do this and added a final request. "I ask that the facilities in Romania and Japan be demolished and that every stone is removed from the site," she implored. "In their place, a tall cross should be erected in respect of the dead. A priest must bless the grounds." There was a pause before the chairman spoke. "We will do as you say, Augusta. You have our support." Over the next 3 weeks, as the facilities in Romania and Japan were carefully dismantled, there was a growing sense of panic among the populace. Stories of dark forces attacking and haunting people grew in intensity. News reports showed videos of shadows moving independently, objects being flung across rooms, and terrifying wails filling the night air. People sought refuge in their religious establishments, and prayers were heard across the globe. In Romania, a crowd gathered as the last stone was removed from the facility. A somber atmosphere enveloped the area as a local priest, Father Andrei, performed the blessing. The erected cross stood tall against the dark skies as if challenging the forces that had been unleashed. A similar scene occurred in Japan, where Shinto priests performed rituals to cleanse the land, and a large cross was erected. Meanwhile, preparations were underway in the Neo York facility for Augusta's journey. Earlier in the day, before her impending journey, Augusta was at home packing a small bag. It felt surreal, almost as if she was preparing for a short trip. But in her heart, she knew that this journey was one from which she might not return. She picked a white dress that her mother had given her years ago. It felt right to wear something that carried her mother's warmth. William was a pillar of strength, though Augusta could see the worry in his eyes. Together, they called her father. When her father picked up, Augusta could sense the concern in his voice. They chatted about their day, and then Augusta hesitated before speaking. "Dad, I have something important to tell you," Augusta began, her voice quivering. She explained her journey into the spirit world to close the gateway to him. There was a long silence before her father spoke. "Augusta, you have always been so brave. Your mother would be so proud," he whispered. "Please tell her that I love her, and that every day without her has been an eternity. Tell her I will be waiting until we meet again." Tears streamed down Augusta's face as she promised to deliver the message. They exchanged, "I love you," before hanging up. The time had come. William and Augusta drove to the New York facility. Augusta's hands were shaking. Her heart was pounding so loud that she could hear it. When they arrived, Sam and Jenny were already waiting. They were joined by Madame Zara and Father Edward, a local priest who had agreed to bless the interface chamber before Augusta's journey. The facility was quiet, except for the hum of machinery and the whispers of the people gathered. Augusta looked around the room, taking in the faces of those who had been her support and strength. Father Edward began the blessing, his deep voice echoing through the room as he prayed for Augusta's safety and restoring the balance between the realms. Madame Zara lit candles and spread herbs around the interface chamber, chanting words of protection. When the room was ready, Augusta took a deep breath. She hugged Sam and Jenny and turned to her husband. Holding him tightly, she whispered, "Thank you for being my everything." She then stepped into the interface chamber. The air was heavy with the scent of the herbs, and the candles flickered, casting a soft glow. Dressed in her white dress, she looked ethereal. William, Sam, Jenny, Madame Zara, and Father Edward watched anxiously as the machine hummed to life. Augusta closed her eyes, thinking of her mother, the message she had to deliver, and the love she felt for the world she was leaving behind. As the machine whirred and the energy around her shifted, Augusta felt a calm envelop her. Her heart was still heavy but resolute, and she felt the transition as she crossed into the spirit world. In the interface chamber, everyone held their breath, hoping, praying, and waiting. Augusta was their last hope, and her bravery would be the beacon that guided them through the darkness. A silence settled over them as they awaited the fate of the worlds, both seen and unseen. As Augusta ventured into the spirit realm, she was taken aback by the serenity and vibrancy surrounding her. The meadows were greener than anything she had ever seen, and the trees were ancient and wise, their leaves whispering tales of old. Spirits roamed freely. Some conversed, while others enjoyed the eternity of peace. But there was also the darkness, vile shadows that seemed agitated by her presence. They hissed and wailed, but couldn't come close to her. She was glowing, a beacon of pure light, and she felt an inner strength she never knew she possessed. As she approached what she instinctively knew to be the gateway, a delicate mist surrounded her. It was there, through the mist, that she saw her mother. Her mother was as beautiful as Augusta remembered. Augusta dressed in a simple gown, her hair cascading in soft waves. Her eyes, the same as Augusta's, were pools of warmth and love. "Mama," Augusta whispered. Her mother opened her arms, and Augusta ran into them. They held each other, and for that moment nothing else mattered. Time stood still as a mother and daughter, separated by life and death, were reunited. "Augusta, my brave, brave girl," her mother whispered, her voice a soft melody. "I've missed you so much," Augusta sobbed. "There hasn't been a day when I haven't thought of you." Her mother stroked her hair. "And I've been with you, my love, every step of the way." Augusta relayed her father's message to her mother, who closed her eyes as though embracing every word. She whispered, "Tell him that eternity is but a heartbeat away, and my love for him has no end." Around them, other spirits gathered. Augusta recognized her college professor, who looked serene and happy among them. She was holding hands with what looked like her family. Augusta's mother spoke again. "You've been given a great responsibility. The gateway, it must be closed." "I know, Mama, but I don't know if I can leave you again." Augusta's voice quivered. Her mother cupped Augusta's face. "You have a love that waits, and a world that needs you. Your light was meant for the living. And don't fret, my love, for we are never truly apart." The spirits around them raised their hands as Augusta turned toward the gateway. It was an archaic arch swirling with energy. With a deep breath, she focused all her love, hope, and will on closing the gateway. The light that emanated was blinding and pure, and as the gateway started to close, Augusta felt herself being pulled back. Her mother's voice echoed, "Be the light, Augusta." With the gateway closed, she felt the spirit world slowly fading. She cried out, not in sadness, but in gratitude. As the machine wound down, Augusta opened her eyes to the physical world. The first thing she saw was William, his face wet with tears. She whispered as they held each other, "I will always be the light." The room erupted into cheers and tears as the weight of what had transpired filled their hearts. Augusta's face was aglow with an ethereal radiance. The air was electric, as if charged by the pure essence of her experience. With William's arms around her, Augusta looked into the eyes of those who had become more than colleagues. They were family on this incredible journey. She began to share what she had seen and learned. "The spirits." Her voice trembled with emotion. "They want us to know that they feel it when we remember them with love. They cherish it." She continued, "There is harmony and peace, but also a responsibility they bear. They guard the barriers between our worlds, and they are willing to protect the gateway here in Neo York. But we must honor the sacredness of what we have created." Madame Zara nodded approvingly. The members of the board exchanged glances. Their initial concern about keeping the facility open turned into realization and acceptance. "But they were very clear," Augusta emphasized. "The spectral interface cannot be a spectacle for the amusement or greed of the wealthy. It must be for the hearts that truly seek connection." Jenny, who had been in the back, stepped forward. "And what about Sam?" she asked. "What about the work he was doing?" Augusta smiled. "The spirits admire his purpose, his dedication to bringing justice to those who can no longer seek it themselves. They have vowed to protect him, and he may use the interface to continue his noble." Sam's eyes welled up with tears as he felt a weight being lifted off his shoulders. He had been granted a purpose higher than he could have imagined. The room was abuzz with conversation, relief, and a newfound sense of duty and respect for the gift that the spectral interface represented. Augusta, though, had one more thing to do. She needed to call her father. She stepped into a quiet room with William at her side and dialed her father's number. When her father answered, his voice was anxious. "Augusta, are you all right?" "Yes, Daddy, I'm okay," she whispered. "I have a message for you from Mum." There was a pause. She relayed her mother's words, and as she did, she could hear her father's quiet sobbing. His voice, when he finally spoke, was soft. "Thank you, my darling." As Augusta hung up, she felt William's hand in hers. They had been through what few could imagine. Meanwhile, outside the facility, the world was unknowingly breathing easier. The night, they seemed less dark. The wind is kinder. The days that followed saw the facility in Neo York transformed. The spectral interface was revered, and those who sought genuine connections were welcomed. The global events that had stirred the spirits were never truly understood by the world, but those involved knew the delicate thread that bound the worlds was not to be toyed with. Sam continued his work with unmatched zeal and dedication, solving cases that had long gone cold and providing closure to countless grieving hearts. Augusta and William, with hearts forever changed, dedicated their lives to ensuring the sanctity and responsible use of the spectral interface. Madame Zara, the enigmatic figure with knowledge beyond her years, continued to guide and counsel those who sought her wisdom. And as the living moved through their days, there was a newfound respect for the unseen, a whisper from beyond that spoke of eternal love and the delicate harmony that binds every soul. In the meadows of the spirit realm, where the trees whispered and the spirits danced, a watchful eye was kept on the world of the living. For in this tapestry of existence, every thread was sacred, every heart a beacon and every soul a note in the symphony of the cosmos. Esteemed adventurers, from the bustling streets of New York to the spiritual heartlands of India, our journey through the realms of spectral voyages, beyond the veil of mortality, has been an ethereal dance of emotions, discoveries, and shared human experiences. I am truly humbled and honored that you, dear reader, have walked this path with me, witnessing a tale where the past whispered secrets to the present and the boundaries between life and the afterlife gently blurred. But fasten your seatbelts, for this wild ride isn't screeching to a halt. It's just a pit stop, a momentary gasp of breath before we plunge back into the boundless universe of tales, waiting to snatch us up. Up next on the horizon is the electrifying sequel, SpectraSnap Bridging Realms, where Augusta and William will drag us even deeper into the spectral labyrinth, unraveling mind-bending mysteries. Think we're done? Think again. The adrenaline-packed gangland of the digital age is itching to sweep you into its virtual chaos. Dive into dark corners with chasing shadows, rocket through galaxies in echoes of tomorrow, or navigate the digital waves of transit chronicles. These tales aren't just stories, they're untamed adventures awaiting your valiant heart. So as we take this fleeting pause, remember the universe is vast and our adventures are endless. Every corner turned, every page flipped. We'll meet again, crafting epics and spinning yarns. Until our tales cross once more, let the suspense be your muse and the adventures your pulse. With a heart full of thrill and gratitude, your interstellar storyteller, MM2.